Welcome to the National Circuit at Silverstone as we fast approach the climax of an extraordinary battle for the Kwik British Touring Car Championship.
It is blast off with a good getaway by De Leon.
Here comes Lloydie down the inside of Shedden and he's pulled it off. That's well and truly alike, that car.
It is. Dan Lloyd wins our first race of the day, and a delighted team, a delighted driver as well.
Very special for the team getting the first win, and I'm so happy.
It is go with a good start made by Hill, as you would anticipate in the BMW. Ingram's already up into fourth place. He's made an absolute rocket ship start. Look, it is going to be win number 6 of the season for Tom Ingram, who dominates race 2 at Silverstone. Good getaway from the BMW of Aidan Moffat as Sam Osborne leads by about 3 lengths into Copse. Sam Osborne makes history, a first ever win in the championship for him. Sam Osborne wins race 3 at Silverstone.
Fortnight ago saw Dan Lloyd and Sam Osborne become the 11th and 12th different winner of the season, but more importantly, we now know that today the title will be won by one of 2 drivers. Either the flawless Tom Ingram, who already has one hand on the trophy, or the outstanding 4-time British Touring Car champion, Ash Sutton, who could defy the odds today. Welcome to Brands Hatch and welcome to the title decider of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship.
What does it mean to be champion?
It means everything.
Everything.
I want to make history.
I want to be champion.
It all comes down to this.
The lights on the Donington gantry will glow red. Sutton up the inside of Camish and he takes the lead. Round 1 won by Ash Sutton at Donington. Really good getaway by Ingram, and he's already gapped Camish. Tom Ingram crosses the line at Alton Park.
Leave nothing out there.
Sutton leads at the end of the lap. What a move!
He's done it!
It's getting really close to the top now. 8 points is nothing. There's no one that's going to be relaxing, that's for sure.
He's relentless.
I want to be champion.
This is round 26, and it is go, and Ingram's already up into 4th. It is going to be win number 6 of the season for Tom Ingram, who dominates race 2 at Silverstone.
The game is still on when we go to Brands.
Last man standing.
It all comes down to this.
The straight fight between 2 greats of the modern British touring car era. Tom Ingram sits top of the standings with 419 points, 33 points clear of the only title rival Ash Sutton. But so much is on the line, as is the case for a coveted 3rd place finish. Dan Camish currently sits in that bronze position. Just 3 points behind, though, and breathing down his neck is the outgoing champion Jake Hill. Also in contention is Camish's teammate Dan Rowbottom, who's on a course for a season best finish. Either Sutton's Napa Racing UK or Ingram's team VERTU will clinch the team's title today. And it's going right down to the wire in the manufacturers, with only a single point separating Alliance Racing Ford and Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. Among the independent drivers, it's a 3-way scrap between Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble and Chris Smiley. Restart Racing have all but claimed the team honours following their dominant season. And in the Jack Sears Trophy for drivers who started the season without a podium finish, either Dowell de Leon or Charles Rainford will be the victor. So a fantastic 10-weekend season nears the finish line here at Brands Hatch. This unique Grand Prix circuit is a natural amphitheatre offering unrivaled views and vantage points for fans to view what could be a final day of heartbreak and heroics. Round 28, 29 and 30 are coming up with so much still to be decided. Well, what an iconic track to be at the big grand finale here at Brands Hatch, accompanied by the iconic lineup, only one of which, though, has their name etched on this trophy. Hello, Tim Harvey, Jane Edwards and Paul O'Neill. I believe it was 33 years to the day, Tim.
Just feels like yesterday.
Does it? Because it wasn't.
No, but do you know what? I've always had a special feeling in my heart for finals day, because obviously I know what it means. And, you know, we always have 2 or 3 or more protagonists fighting it out. I know what's going through their head in the week leading up to the final. You know, this is everything. They said it's everything, and it really is. They eat, sleep, breathe this all the time, 24/7.
Yeah, the blood, sweat and tears that goes into this. You know, we've had 9 rounds so far, and this is obviously the big one, the big grand finale. I mean, Paul, they're just going to have to put everything on the line. So much still to be decided as well. It's not just the drivers, it's teams, manufacturers, Jack Sears, the independents. There's so much riding on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like Tim just said, all the drivers, not just the drivers, the teams, they live, they breathe it. from day dot of testing until the end of this weekend. It's fantastic. It's been a great year, and there's a lot still to be sorted out, and I can't wait to see what goes on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, two drivers that probably didn't get the best of night's sleep last night, Jade. Obviously, all eyes at the moment. Tom Ingram, Ash Sutton. But last time out, they were kind of neck and neck, weren't they? I mean, Tom Ingram took the win in race 2, but Ash Sutton was right behind him, finishing in P2.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing with Ash is that he is never, ever, ever going to give up. If there is a glimpse that he can still get this trophy, then he's going to do everything he possibly can to do that. And that's what I love about Ash, is we're going to see that feisty aspect of him come out today, because he's got nothing to lose in that sense. He is second in the championship. The only position he wants to be is first, and he'll do everything he can to possibly get that. So this is why finals day is so exciting, because it's, no holds barred. It is proper touring car racing.
I mean, Tom Ingram has put 419 points on the board so far. But it's actually, if you look at the head-to-head between the two drivers, it really is neck and neck. I mean, 33 points between them at the moment. But if you look at the number of wins there, the number of podiums from this season, they're pretty evenly matched, Tim.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I hate to say it for everyone else, but they've been the class of the field. They're over 100 points ahead of everybody else. And they've matched each other all the way through. Although, we have had the feeling right from the start of the year that Hyundai is the faster car, and Ash has been using every trick in the book to try and stay with him. Whether he's got the chance to do it now, statistics unfortunately not on his side. Since the turn of the century, the championship leader's only been overturned at the last race 5 times, and the biggest deficit for that was 11 points in 2016. So the statistics aren't on his side, but, well, there we are. But it is possible. But the way it would work is if Ingram has a nightmare in race 1 and Ash Sutton were to win it, then the game is really on.
Yeah, I mean, Ash at the moment is just going to hope that a little bit of bad luck, well, maybe a lot of bad luck, if you can wish for that, goes in the favour of Tom Ingram. But yeah, it's interesting to see that, it can be overcome. I mean, it's how Tom Ingram actually won his 2022 debut title. He overcame Ash Sutton by 7 points, but 7 points is very different to 33, Jade.
Yeah, absolutely. The 4 names there that overcame championships, 2 of them, one was Tom, one was Ash, so they've both done it previously before. Yeah, it's not in Ash's favour today, but we know he's going to go out fighting. But it's all dependent on, race 1 results. What happens to Tom? They're sort of middle of the pack at the moment. It'll be dependent on how this sort of race 1 plays out.
Yeah, indeed. Well, another title was on the line yesterday for Tom Ingram. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award handed to the best in qualifying. I mean, he has been outstanding all year, claiming 5 front row spots across 9 weekends. But could he replicate that form in yesterday's session and get the early advantage over Sutton on the opening grid? Well, let's find out how they'll start for race 1. David Addison has all the details of yesterday's qualifying.
The final qualifying session of the season was always going to be dramatic, with almost everyone with something to fight for, and so it proved, with even a few spots of rain to add to the drama. It was all eyes on Tom Ingram's Team VERTU Hyundai and Ash Sutton's Napa Racing Ford, and both progressed to Q2, while Josh Cook was the first big name to drop out when his Toyota Gazoo Racing UK Corolla lost oil pressure. Mikey Doble was out as well after a big moment exiting Clark Curve, and so were independent title rivals Chris Smiley and Dan Lloyd. It was Charles Rainford who topped Group 1 and Jake Hill Group 2, before Darrell de Leon's BMW went fastest in Q2. This was where Ingram and Sutton came unstuck. Ingram's 1 second of boost per lap counting against him, while Sutton complained of a different balance on his second set of tyres. Both fell out, and Ingram will start 7th and Sutton 11th, just improving on his last lap. So into Q3 went De Leon and Jake Hill for WSR in their BMWs, Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton for Team VERTU, and Dan's Rowbottom and Camish for Napa Racing. It was outgoing champion Hill who would be 6th at the checkered flag. 5th was Adam Morgan, who had looked racy all session, while 4th was Tom Chilton's Hyundai. 3rd went to Dan Rowbottom's Ford Focus, while Dan Camish looked set to be fastest, until, in the final moments, Darrell de Leon put his BMW on pole for the 2nd event in succession, having also been the time topper at Silverstone. The margin was just 23 thousandths of a second.
Wow, I couldn't believe it again. It's, to have my maiden pole at Silverstone and then to come to the next round and do it again is, I just got to say, a massive thank you to my engineer, Jenna Collins, and all of WSR.
So it's De Leon and Camish at the front, from Rowbottom and Chilton on row 2, and Morgan and Hill 5th and 6th. Ingram, importantly, out-qualified title rival Sutton, and Chris Smiley is the best of the independents in 14th. Time to get our last race day of the season underway. Can De Leon convert pole into a win this time? Don't bet against it.
Well, congratulations to Darryl De Leon on back-to-back poles. What a moment for him. But Ash Sutton there struggles. You know, he jumped out of the car and said the balance of the car, it wasn't feeling right. How is he going to have to turn that around starting from P11?
Well, I mean, the problem was actually incorrect tyre pressures. They'd got rear tyre pressures on the front, just to mix up within the team. In a way, that's good to know. Yeah. And what he does know is that the car's fast because his two teammates are second and third on the grid. So he knows he's got a fast car underneath him. He's got his rival just in front of him, so it could have been worse. But if he's not with Tom Ingram by halfway around the first lap, I'll be amazed.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Ingram's only 2 rows ahead, so it's not like he did an outstanding qualifying.
No, it was tough for them because with very little boost,
yeah.
And around here, it was making a big difference.
But who did have an outstanding qualifying was, of course, Darryl De Leon. Another pole position for him, which is so critical for him, Jade, in the Jack Sears Trophy, because it's just 8 points between him and Charles Rainford at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, his mindset will obviously be looking at Jack Sears, but when a driver's on pole position overall, he's just want to be going for these wins. We saw him get pole at Silverstone, and then he just had a bit of an unlucky day. Some gremlins crept in, and he never really got to show what he could do. So hopefully now, today, he can get his head down. The BMWs all look fast. Get his head down and work towards that win.
And then a great qualifying result for the Dans. Dan Camish and Dan Rowbottom starting P2 and P3. Now they're in the battle for third in the championship, so it's going to be really interesting to watch those teammates come together.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they're going to be going at it hammer and tongs. Great laps from them, shows that the car's fast. One thing I'm quite interested in is to see how they both drive if they have to help Ash out. Are they going to back the field up? I just think that might be a bit out of the question, to be honest. It will be interesting to see if they can help Ash out at all. But maybe not.
Yeah, it's a good point. We'll keep your eyes on that one. Now, 12 months ago here at Brands Hatch, it was Jake Hill who realised a lifelong dream, becoming the BTCC champion at his local track. However, he announced that this is going to be his final day as a touring car driver as he plans to depart the championship and pursue new challenges in international sports car racing. Lou Goodman is catching up with him on what is sure to be an emotional day.
So proud, so proud.
So Jake, this is it. Not just your last day as the BTCC champion, but your last day as a BTCC driver. How are you feeling about it all now it's here?
Yeah, it's definitely getting the feels a little bit this morning, you know. I mean, it was fantastic to see so much support in the driver's sign in there that we had this morning. So, yeah, lots of love, lots of support shown, and yeah, I'm going to miss it, that's for sure.
Well, I'm not surprised. You've been in BTCC for nigh on 10 years, in this paddock for kind of 15, 16 years. So it must have been a really difficult decision to make.
It was, you know. I mean, it's something I've been thinking about for a little while, and you know what, it's just the time's just right, you know. I mean, I'm coming off still a fantastic year last year, and you know, it's still been a pretty successful year this year, and we've still got something to fight for. We're trying to get third today in the championship, but ultimately I've got a fantastic opportunity to go and race abroad, and you know, it's time to go and show the world why touring car drivers are so good.
What's the appeal of that?
I think for me, you know, I've just always had that itch to do the big races, you know, the likes of Le Mans and Nürburgring 24, Spa 24 and Daytona, stuff like that. And, you know, I don't think that itch will ever go. And when you've got the chance to scratch it, you know, I think you've got to try and take it with both hands. I mean, this championship is fantastic and I've loved it so much. But ultimately, I've conquered what I always wanted to achieve, which was to become British champion. And, you know, I just want to take this other chance to try and do some other stuff whilst I can.
Well, as you say, you've achieved so much, 62 podiums in the British Touring Car Championship, 22 wins, and of course that unforgettable victory here last year. It's been quite some ride, hasn't it?
It's been an amazing ride, Lou. You know, I mean, everyone in the paddock has had some way of being a part of it, you know, whether you've been a rival, a partner, a sponsor, I've driven for you or something like that, you know. It's been a whirlwind, and I'm going to miss it greatly, but I'm still going to try and be around, you know, and we're still going to try and come to the odd round if I can and you know, show my face. So, but I'm going to miss it a lot, and I think today's going to hit me pretty hard at the end.
What do you think you're going to miss most?
I think the racing, I think that's ultimately why we do it, right? And I don't think there is a closer, better race series in the world that can compare to British touring cars. So I think it's going to be the racing and the harsh rivalry that especially I've had with Tom and Ash over the last few years. I'm going to miss that the most. As much as I hate it at the time, because you're like, just go away. You want to try and get past you, But ultimately, it's that drives you forward to be better. So I'm going to miss that a lot. The fans as well. I mean, in the sports cars and GT world, the fans are nowhere near as good as they are here in British touring cars. So yeah, the whole thing. I'm going to miss it all. But ultimately, it's the racing.
Listen, we look forward to seeing how you get on spreading the word out there, and don't be a stranger. Make sure you come back.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lou.
Thank you, Lou. And we're going to miss you, Jake. I mean, Jade, you know Jake better than anyone. You've kind of grown up through the ranks together. It's the end of such a big journey, 10 full seasons in the sport. It's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned there, he's been in the paddock a lot longer than he's just racing touring cars. And Jake and I have grown up in terms of when we were younger, we started our coaching careers together. And, when you're stood in the freezing cold coaching someone in a Ferrari for 3 laps on an experience, all we did at lunchtimes was talk about how we'd love to get to the British Touring Car Championship. And we both come from no money, we both had financial struggles, but we both made it in some discrepancy, and he made it as a champion as well. So for me, it's going to be a sad day in that he won't be on the grid next year, but for him, his future looks bright, and I think no matter what he does, he's going to be competitive in it.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, obviously it's always sad when you lose a big name from the championship, but, as Jay says, he's kind of achieved what he wanted to achieve here. Now it's time to go and scratch that itch, as he said.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's great that he's executing what he can do. Yeah. He's been given that chance. He's taken up the offer. I think it's great. He'll be a fantastic advert for British touring cars. And to back up what Jade said, I've worked with Jake quite a lot. Like a lot of the drivers, it's been a struggle to get where he's got, and a lot of us here sat here have helped him out along the way. Great people, great family, a fantastic talent, and Mark Blundell has been fantastic in giving him that, that journey to get through to British touring cars. I think it's been brilliant, and I'll be gutted to miss him. Really sad.
Yeah, it really will be sad, and it's going to be such an emotional day for him, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine knowing that going into this is your final race weekend in something that you've just done for so many years?
Yeah, and he's a Kentish boy. This is his home circuit. It means more to him here than anywhere else. I remember Jake when he was a kid and he was washing the wheels for my Porsche when I was racing at Redline. So I've seen his journey all the way through. But you know what? I really admire him for taking this step internationally, because racing in the Touring Car Championship is now almost his safe zone. He could stay here, race 10 weekends in the UK, not travel too much. He's got a young family. That would be the easy option. Actually going and putting yourself out there internationally, it's a big thing to do, and I really respect him for taking the opportunity. He can always come back to touring cars in the future.
Yeah, of course, arms wide open. Hungry for some more success around the world. We do wish Jake well. Let's take a look at what is coming up throughout today. So we've got the 3 key touring car races at 11:25, 5 minutes past 2, and we've got that reverse grid race, the big finale at 5:30. It's also the final weekend of the Support Championship, so we've got some fantastic battles taking place there too. And we conclude the final rounds of the VERTU Mini Challenge, the Porsche Carrera Cup, the British F4s, and the Porsche Sprint Challenge. And you will get to see it right through to the fireworks and the celebrations at 6:30 tonight. So coming up next, Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton come face to face to ask each other some pretty frank questions, and we'll find out more about their rivalry, tactics, and more after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously, you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously, you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid. But how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, Top Cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's Marvellous Creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So all season, the battle for dominance has been centred on long-term rivals Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton, both ambitious for titles and to carve themselves out as the top driver of their generation. They sat down face to face to ask each other some open and quite honest questions.
First one for you, Tom.
Yep.
It's a BTCC final at Brands.
Yep.
3 races to go. How are you feeling?
I feel relaxed, if I'm honest. I feel quite chilled. The nice place to be, as you're fully aware, with a bit of a points buffer, which is a nice place to be. It's not something that I've had before.
By the way, I hate that.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I love it. And it's a first for me. I've never actually come into the final weekend leading.
Good. Not so good from my side, but
no, that's fine.
Fair play. I like being a hunter, but it's, like you said, it is a big points gap, quite a lot to pull back. We need a bit of lady luck, I think, if I'm being brutally honest.
Ingram just put me in the pit wall.
How would you describe your relationship with me?
We've certainly fell out quite a few times over the years.
Yep.
I think we've disagreed on quite a few things over the years. But I think we've both matured quite a lot in the last certainly 2 or 3 years, that actually we probably both respect each other a lot more than we probably did a few years ago. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't think twice about slinging up your inside. Likewise, you wouldn't think that as well. Do you still have the same hunger?
Yeah, the hunger's still there. That's not going away. I mean, for me, getting that 5th title, the record-breaking one that no one's kind of achieved, would be phenomenal. That's something that I want. Whether I'll be able to achieve it in my touring car career is another story, but I'm not giving up, that's for sure. And we're not going to give up this weekend. Ooh, so much pace in that Hyundai.
Yep.
Tell us about your relationship with Spencer.
Spenny's been my engineer since about 2018, 2017.
We're really good friends. We can be dead honest with each other. If someone could do better, there's no worries about telling them. We're open, honest, good mates.
Spen is just as hungry now as I am to keep going and keep improving. And I think the sort of the methodology of leaving no stone unturned is a really powerful one in this game, because we know the cars are close. And I think that's the beauty of the Spence, is that we're never satisfied. It's neck and neck in the teams. Tell us about the job Tony Carrozza and Team Napa do. And whilst you're doing that, I will be making notes.
Yes, Tony's my engineer, puts a hell of a lot of work into my camp, but there is a huge group of guys and girls behind the scenes. And we all kind of run off that similar admiration of always wanting to go out and be better, always wanting to improve.
We understand each other on a level. He knows how to talk to me and tell me what he needs from the car. I know how to talk to him and extract the most out of him. We can both tell each other we think the other one's wrong. No one gets upset. We're all trying to make the same goal. We're all trying to win as many championships as possible. So we do work together really closely.
Spencer said you'll be conservative and defensive. Are you going to play it very vanilla at Brands?
I don't think so. What's worked for us very well this year is be constantly on the look forwards rather than look in the mirror backwards. I don't think there's any point in suddenly being very cautious.
Yeah.
Managed risk, of course, but I don't think there's certainly a...
I mean, if you want to stop, have a cup of tea.
Yeah?
Chill out, miss
Perfect.
a race.
Okay.
That's fine. We've got nothing to lose now. We're in that position where if a gap's there, we're going to put our nose in it. I mean, we need every little point we possibly can. Like I said, a little bit of lady luck, but for sure we're going to be full attack mode. Yeah. I think you would be exactly the same.
Yep, expect nothing less.
And I know full well that if it was the shoe was on the other foot and it was you in the attacking position and there was half a gap, you'd be feeling it.
Oh yeah,
so
all day long.
Expect that, mate. That'll be there on Sunday.
Very good, enjoy that. Look forward to that. What a lovely chat, Ashley.
I don't think we've sat and spoke that long ever. So you've achieved something out of us.
Indeed, what a lovely interview. I'm out of a job already. Unbelievable. But it's amazing to see, ultimately huge rivals, but so much respect between the two drivers there, Tim. It's not always the case, is it?
They couldn't have anything but the greatest respect for each other because, as I said earlier, they have been the class of the field this year. They both have raced each other so hard for so long. They both know what each one is capable of. So there's going to be a respect there, but it's also huge rivalry.
Exactly. And I mean, Tom there admitting that he's quite relaxed coming into this. I mean, yes, I suppose he does have that one hand on the trophy already. But he also said earlier in the weekend that he just feels like now he is a more complete driver. And that's obviously just giving him the confidence coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of where they're both very, very comfortable in their own ability and their own talent. And when Tom says he feels relaxed, I totally believe him because he knows what he needs to do. The two drivers are completely different personalities. They do the same lap time, but they do it very differently, and they will race very differently. And what I'm interested to see today is how Tom will manage Ash, knowing that he's all guns blazing. And if Ash throws a lunge down the inside, it's almost up to Tom to decide whether they contact or not, because Ash is going to be going for that title no matter what. But I just love to see how they both do it in very different ways, but both are aiming for the end goal.
And both crediting their teams there as well, and the importance of how well and how hard the engineers are pushing at the moment. I mean, Tom there massively crediting Spencer for everything that's gone into the car over the course of the last few seasons, which just shows just how important that role is.
It's massive, yeah. I mean, it's like Tim's always said, you need a good engineer, and that relationship is second to none. It has to be absolutely spot on, but they have such a great understanding, and there's always a great engineer behind a fantastic driver, and there's a lot for them to all do. It's not just about the driver today.
Exactly, and actually Napa obviously going for the team's championship again. I think if they take this one, it would be the 4th one in the row, and they've got so many of their drivers in the top 5 as well. They are looking very strong, but there's plenty of challenges as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and but the points are so close that it only takes a small upset to change that. But it's something obviously the teams value very, very highly, and rightly so, because it reflects the work that everyone's put in, not just the driver and the engineer, but everyone else.
Well, obviously, naturally, our attention is always drawn to the battle for the drivers. But our championship this weekend, there is plenty of other battles to finish off. So we've got stories and various other titles on the line today. Let's go to Louise Goodman with a report.
As the 2025 season reaches its climax here at Brands Hatch, there is still so much to be decided for the drivers and their teams. One of the most fascinating battles is a 3-way tussle for the independent drivers' title. Daniel Lloyd sits at the top of the tree heading into the weekend following his first BTCC win in 1,078 days, last time out at Silverstone.
It's been a while. The last time I've won a race in touring cars, 2022 here at Brands GP with Accelerate, so it's been a long time. Very tough few years, and to do it how we did it in race 1, starting from 4th, getting that gap, managing the gap, just felt very special, and the first outright win for the team as well, so it all come together at once, and that's the highs and lows of motorsport.
Smiley's Restart Racing hold a dominant 98-point lead in the independent teams following a great weekend at Silverstone. Notwithstanding drastic penalty deductions at Brands, they will be the victors.
I've been in this championship for a long time now. On my day, I'm at the front and I can do the business. And yeah, to give that some credibility, I would love to win that part of the championship for my own sake and for everyone that's helped me, to get to this point in my career.
Elsewhere, it's been an outstanding year for Daryl De Leon and rookie Charles Rainford, both clinching their first race wins and both hoping to take a maiden Jack Sears Trophy win for BMW and West Surrey Racing.
I've done a lot of hard work and prep with my engineer. And for me, I just want to go out there and enjoy it this time. So there's 3 races. We'll go out there and enjoy the races, but we'll see where we end up.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to win it, but also, it'd be the first time that WSR have won a Jack Sears Trophy Championship. So I'd like to bring it home. It's not going to be easy. Obviously, Darryl is very quick, and it's going to be a hard fight, I'm sure. And for me to do it, I need to win all 3 races, and that's what we'll be pushing for.
In the Manufacturers' Championship, it could not be tighter, with just 1 point separating Alliance Racing Ford and Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. And at the pointy end of the championship table, it's hotting up for bronze positions. Jake Hill's stellar second half of the season sees him sitting in 4th, just 3 points behind Dan Camish. Could he mark his BTCC farewell by pipping the Napa driver to the 3rd spot?
Having missed a round due to illness and the car just not really being in a great window at the start of the year, I feel really proud that we've managed to come back and had a really strong end to the year, which is fantastic. And yeah, the fight is well and truly on now against both Dans.
You always come in wanting to win, as everyone does, but I'd set my sights on being in the top 3 from a long way out. That's kind of where I wanted to be. If I can have a strong day, I see no reason why we can't see off 3rd place and hopefully finish on a high.
So on this final day, there is still so much to be won and many stories to be written. We can't wait to see how it all unfolds.
Indeed, still so much to play for. Let's talk about the three-way fight for the independents first. I mean, winning the independents, it gives you the opportunity to take home a title. But there is this three-way battle between, we've got Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble and Chris Smiley at the moment, just 13 points in it. So it is going to be tight at the top. But how much does it really mean to take away that trophy?
Well, it means everything to them because they're the teams that are perhaps not the most well-funded or the best resource to go for the outright titles, but it also means that if they win, they've got something to take back to their sponsors and to build on for the following year. I mean, all these guys would like to be winning races overall. I remember when Josh Cook was winning independents, he said, it doesn't count for anything, I want to win the races overall, but it really does matter, and there's been tough competition. I feel a bit sorry for Mikey Doble in this fight because obviously Power Max lost all their cars and everything else halfway through the year, so he's really had a tough season, but it's still a close-fought battle.
And then in the Jack Sears Trophy, which of course is the trophy available to the drivers that didn't have a podium at the start of the season, so it won't be open to Darrell Leon and Charles Rainford next year. They've both, to be honest, had a breakthrough year. First wins, first podiums, first pole positions. Who do you think's most deserving, Jade?
That's a tricky question. To be honest, they're both have had an outstanding season. I think it's very rare to have Jack Sears rivals, drivers that have already succeeded so much in the overall championship, let alone Jack Sears as well. So for them, Darrell, like I said earlier, he'll be going for those outright wins today and outright podiums, but he'll always have in the back of his mind those Jack Sears points. It always makes it a little bit more tricky when they're teammates or in the same team. Obviously, there's got to be an air of respect there. But like Tim said, these titles within the main title are perfect for drivers that require funding and sponsorship because it means at the end of the year there's silverware to hand over to those people that invested in you throughout the year.
Yeah, it does bring that value, doesn't it? And also a showcase to the world that these are the guys to watch and have a strong future in touring cars. Let's touch upon Restart Racing because, I mean, they've kind of virtually wrapped up the independence teams. Again, it's been a very strong season from them.
Yeah, and because they took the brave leap to have new cars this year, they went for the Hyundai. It's exactly the same car and specification as the Team VERTU cars, but that was a brave shout for an independent team to do that, and they've been rewarded with great driving from Dan Lloyd and from Chris Smiley. I think it knocks Chris a little bit. He hasn't won a race yet, but that could all change today. But yeah, they've done a really good job, and hats off to them. They fully deserve to win that title.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, not long to wait until we do kick off all the action on this fateful final day. Drivers and teams very much making their final preparations. And we will be out on the grid in a few minutes' time.
Races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say that They're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, Top Cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
They don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in? Yeah, okay. It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness. Wait, square brake? Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing? Wait. You're off. It's got so much understeer. Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there. Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now. Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now. Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it? Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it. Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race. Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice.
So you join us for the final day of the 2025 season for British touring cars. In a moment, this grid will be packed full of cars. Jade, let's talk about it. We cannot not mention the fact that our 2 championship contenders are down there. Well, P7 for Tom Ingram and P11 for Ash Sutton, which actually means they're only 2 rows apart. So not a huge amount of distance to be made up for the start of the race. Is that what Ash has got to do? Just capitalise on the first lap?
Exactly that. From qualifying yesterday, I know that Ash had a couple of issues with his tyre pressure and stuff, but he didn't look like he had the car underneath him that could necessarily fight with Tom Ingram. However, Tom's car also looked very, very loose, so he looked like he was hustling it a bit harder than normal. 7th and 11th sounds like a big deficit, but like you just said, it's only 2 rows. So if Ash gets a great start and Tom gets held up a little bit, all of a sudden they're bumper to bumper. So they're the 2 names we kind of need to look out for, and Ash will be doing his absolute best to get the best start, the best lap one he possibly can.
It's a beautiful sound, isn't it, that you can hear over in the distance, just flying past us now. Josh Cook, though, is going to be starting right down at the back here, so he's got his work cut out after a tricky qualifying session.
Yeah, so in FP2 yesterday, he was very strong. I think he finished 2nd, and his lap time was a good lap time in terms of qualifying. So the car should be strong. He had a couple of gremlins in qualifying, which means he didn't put a lap in, so he's dead last, but he's got a lot of work to do. And like I said earlier, finals day is always a bit different. There's an atmosphere that's different to any other round. So if ever you're going to start at the back and have an entertaining day, it's this one.
And then we've got the 2 Dans top of the front for NAFTA Racing in P2 and P3. They're obviously in the hunt for the team's championship and also battle for the 3rd as well.
those two drivers are going to have eyes everywhere because they've got their own things they want to be doing. Obviously, P3 in the championship, but they've also got teams and they've got Ash around them. So it's trying to get the best result they can without contacting each other or hindering each other. So again, those two starting alongside each other would be something to watch out for.
Cannot wait, but before racing gets underway, it is of course the first time of the day. Let's go down to Louise for her grid walk.
Thank you, Nikki. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our first grid walk of this championship finale day. And we're going to start this with the man who's doing the chasing in the championship and in this race as well, having qualified in P11 yesterday. Ash, we had a chat earlier on. It struck me that I don't think I've ever gone into a championship finale weekend, and I've done quite a few of them now, with two drivers who were so relaxed. You're really quite calm and collected, both of you, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Tom's position, he's been in mine.
Yeah.
He's got a nice enough points gap that some of that pressure is not there. I need a bit of lady luck for it to swing my way, so ultimately there's no pressure from either party, which is really odd, really, isn't it, if you think about it? So we're here to really focus on the teams and manufacturers. Until Tom has a DNF, it's going to be so hard for us to pull that points delta back. You think over the past few meetings we've only ever outscored each other by a handful of points. To now do that by 33 points is nigh on impossible. And it's just credit to them guys and credit to what we've been able to do. But we need a bit of lady luck. Until then, we're just focusing on the teams and manufacturers.
And those are so important, aren't you? Because you're leading one of them by 3 points, one of them by 1 point. That's proper close. There's a lot to be won there.
Yeah, we were almost saying it's a 3-race championship now. We've done all this hard work and we're still so close. So these next 3 races from, I believe Camish is scoring for us as well. Between me and Dan, so important for the team and manufacturers. So we'll be giving it our all.
Good stuff, no doubt about that whatsoever. Right, we've got a second-time pole sitter at the front of the grid, and let's go over to Paul for a chat with him.
Yes, thanks, Lou. I'm with Daryl de Leon. Daryl, every time I come up to the front of this grid, I forget how much banking towards the wall there is. Is that what you're thinking as well, mate, or just want to get a good getaway?
I just want to get a good getaway this time. The previous 2 times I've qualified well, I've messed it up, so third time lucky, I think, this one, hopefully.
What did you learn from Silverstone from that start?
You can't outbrake front-wheel drive cars at the start, but if I can keep on to the lead on the opening lap, hopefully we should have the race pace. We should have the race pace, so we'll see.
And what about this Jack Sears trophy? Looking fantastic, mate. It'd be great to nab it, wouldn't it?
It would honestly be amazing, but it's the last race day of the season. I'm in a really good starting position. I just want to go out there, enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we can bring a decent set of results back for the team and everyone who supported me.
I just had to get Dick Bennett's out the way. He had a little bit of homework on a sheet. What was actually on that sheet? A lot of highlighted stuff on there, mate, in circles and squares. What's all that about?
It's just a little bit of information about this race to help give me a better understanding of my situation and what's around me. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully get a good launch, and then it should be good from there. But you never know with these touring car races.
You'll be fine, mate. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Top man. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. Down with Tom Ingram now, the man who's heading the championship by a massive 33 points. You've been in this situation 6 or 7 times in the fight for the championship. As we get to the final round, first time you've been leading it there in this situation, and it is a massive points haul ahead that you have. How does that impact your thinking?
It can't not play an element of or take up some element of brain space, without a doubt. There's obviously that's a pretty obvious thing to say. It's a nice lead to have, but as I've said a few times this weekend, it's not an overturnable amount by any stretch of the imagination. We can see a bad weekend in BTCC can very quickly start to unravel. So it's really a case of making sure that we kind of put that to the back of our head as much as we can, and just think about, yes, the bigger picture, but also one race at a time as well, because that's kind of what's worked for us so far. For the for the last 9 race weekends, it's been our MO is to go in and just try and crack on, just try and get a good result as where we can. So yeah, I think that will be the game plan for this race as well. Obviously, Ash has gone the same as us with a medium tyre for this race, so. I think we're both going to start to push that tyre back over the course of the day. at various points, be that race 2, be that race 3. We'll find out how the day plays out. But as I've said to you a few times this weekend, I feel super chilled. I feel very relaxed. I've got an absolutely superb team around me that really help with every game, every part of that. Be it from me feeling good to the car feeling good as well. So I'm in a lovely place.
And it's a great day for it as well. Race 1 of this championship finale weekend is coming up after this quick break.
VERTU races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in? Yeah, okay. It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So can Ash Sutton defy the odds? Can he keep his championship title hopes alive? Let's find out, shall we? This is round 28 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, and these are your commentators. Let's go to Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nikki, thanks very much. Race 1 of 3 then coming up on what Tim Harvey is always quite a day.
Yeah, I'm rubbing my hands. I'm so looking forward to this. Ash Sutton on a charge, Tom Ingram trying to stay out of trouble, battle for the win. There's lots to see in this first race.
There's the independence battle going on, and there are other people with nothing to lose. They want their best result out of the season, and it all comes together in this great maelstrom, really.
Yes, there's plenty to talk about, and Daryl De Leon trying to atone for the mistake at Silverstone, where he qualified on pole but then locked up, flat spotted his tyre, had a bad vibration and ended up with a puncture actually. But of course he won here earlier in the year at Brands on the Indy circuit, so it's a circuit he feels very comfortable with, but he'll be working very hard to get temperature in those front tyres and try and avoid a lock-up the same as Silverstone. But the front-wheel drive cars, Camish and Rowbottom, know that BMW is vulnerable on lap 1, so they'll be attacking really hard.
And of course you have got within the front of the grid the Dans, Camish and Rowbottom, who are in that big fight for third. Now it includes Jake Hill in his farewell weekend in the British Touring Car Championship, so there's an awful lot to shake out during the course of this first race. It's going to be quite a day, that is for sure. Everybody gets away. There's Josh Cook at the back. He had an engine change overnight after the oil pressure dramas in qualifying yesterday. We are of course focusing on the outright competition, but there is also the independence battle. So before we go racing, let's check in with Mikey Doble. Mikey, it's going to be a tough day for you, and just eavesdropping as you came to the grid, it sounded like you weren't entirely happy with the car.
Yeah, so I was reporting something to the engine, to M Sport engineer, but I think it's a problem. We sort of had the sort of report yesterday, but when we're going at full chat, it's just fine. So I think we'll be all right for this one.
You've got the soft tyres on as well for the first race, so it's going to be a big push, elbows out and try and go forward, yes?
Well, yeah, we don't have the luxury to just sit back and let the race unfold, you know, so we've got to be putting pressure on those restart boys right from the word go. It's all about independence for me today. The other cars may as well be invisible to me, so I'm not starting P17, I'm starting P4.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Have a good day, Mikey.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
So Mikey Doble is, in terms of his battle, third on the grid. He's got Smiley ahead, he's got Lloyd ahead, and he is between them in that Independence Championship. And it will be quite something, were Power Max to be able to take the title, given the travails the team has had this year. So the cars working their way up through the Grand Prix section of the circuit. We better have a quick look at the grid, haven't we, as they're heading towards the end of this formation lap. Daryl De Leon starts round 28 on pole position, with Dan Camish lining up with him at the front. It's going to be Dan Rowbottom who goes from third, and Tom Chilton starts fourth ahead of Adam Morgan and Jake Hill. Then you've got Tom Ingram going from 7th. He's on that harder medium tyre. Charles Rainford is alongside him. Then the Toyotas of Gordon Shedden and Aaron Taylor-Smith next. 11th is where you find Ash Sutton. Aidan Moffat is going to start from 12th ahead of Senna Proctor and Chris Smiley, the best of the independents. Then you've got Dan Lloyd ahead of Dexter Patterson. Mikey Doble next from Sam Osborne. And then Nick Halstead and Max Buxton on the penultimate row. Nick Hamilton starts 21st, and Josh Cook is going to be at the back of the grid as into the pit lane comes Daryl De Leon. The man from pole position is coming down the pit road. So dramas for Daryl De Leon. There he is. So it is not going to be converting pole into the race lead and a race win. He's got dramas.
Well, he led everyone round to the grid okay, and he appeared to be okay on the outlap, but the bonnet's gone up. The engineers are looking underneath. He certainly won't be starting this race from anywhere from the pit lane if he starts it at all. What a shame for Daryl De Leon.
And so that means there is a big gap ahead of Dan Rowbottom then to try to pounce on Dan Camish. They are both on that soft tyre, remember, as well. And you've got Tom Chilton on the softs, Adam Morgan on the softs. The best placed on the grid of those on the medium tyre is Jake Hill, local hero, of course, and the outgoing champion. We wait for the last few cars to come into place. Josh Cook should be worth watching, shouldn't he? Up from the very back of the grid as Ash Sutton now makes his way into position. Just ahead to the left as you look is Aaron Taylor-Smith's Toyota Corolla. It's been an up and down sort of a season for Aaron, but the best result he's had this year is a 4th, and we know how good a driver he is, so let's see what he can do over the course of these first 15 racing laps of the day. There is Josh Cook at the very back. Nobody on pole position then for round 28 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. 15 laps are ahead of us. You've got Dan Camish, who has got 3 laps worth of boost. Dan Rowbottom with 5 laps of boost lining up with him then. So lights go red. Let's get race day underway because the engine notes rise, the lights go out, we go racing. And who makes the best of the starts? It is going to be Camish, but a good getaway by Chilton then to get up alongside Rowbottom on the run down towards Paddock. He's ahead of him as well as Rowbottom gets Adam Morgan into the back of him. Jake Hill comes next. Robo switches sides and tries to get alongside Chilton on the run up the hill. Chilton doesn't give him a huge amount of room, but Rowbottom stands his ground on the inside line. It's Dan Camish in the lead. It's Dan Rowbottom second ahead of Chilton, then Morgan, then Hill, and Ingram is next.
Yeah, formation start at the front. The 2 Napa Fords getting away very nicely. Ingram trying, of course, to stay out of trouble as much as possible.
He needs to try to outscore Sutton by a further 12 points to win the championship in this race, and he's had a very good first couple of corners. Sutton's in the body of the field, desperately trying to push forward as the cars accelerate down towards Hawthorns. Look at this, Ingram is on the attack. He's not just banking points, he's going for it.
Yeah, and Sutton has been sort of caught up in that block of cars immediately behind. Oh, puncher for Jake Hill, left front.
Driver on that one for Jake Hill down at Hawthorn. He gets the car around the corner, but that's going to be another WSR BMW in the pit lane. Daryl De Leon is still there as you go on board with Ash Sutton, who, if anything, looks like he's been shuffled back in the queue rather than going forward.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him on lap 1, despite his aggressive start, but strange to see a puncture on lap 1 for Jake Hill. He started on the medium tyre as well.
So was there contact that caused it? We'll try and unravel it as the leaders come now down towards the vehicle bridge at Clearways into Clark Kerr for the first time. Dan Camish trying to get away. Double winner this year, 3rd in the championship. His big rival for that 3rd place, Jake Hill, in strife, and the other big rival is Dan Rowbottom, and he's in 2nd place. 3rd over the line is Chilton. 4th is Morgan. Up to 5th already is Ingram. Demon first lap. Okay, he gained a place with the dramas for Jake Hill, but even so, he's pushing forward. In 6th is Charles Rainford. Gordon Shedden is 7th, and Dan Lloyd is already 8th from 15th on the grid on the soft tyre. Sutton is 9th. He has gone forward in fairness, and Moffat's 10th.
Well, Sutton and Ingram started on the medium tyre, so it's not as though Ingram's had the advantage of that to make gain places. As further back we see this move coming up the inside, and Ash Sutton trying to buy into it as well. That's Lloyd up another place, and Sutton can't get through on Shedden.
Absolutely, so Lloyd making really good progress. Remember, he was the 2nd place of the independents on the grid. He's put himself ahead of Chris Smiley, so it's been a really good first couple of laps by Dan Lloyd. Smiley in the background is defending. There is Sutton then going through, still trying to edge his way forward. As now, look, Rainford gets ahead of Ingram. So a place change. That's for 5th. Charles Rainford goes by, and Tom Ingram not making life overly difficult. He does not want to get caught up in dramas as Jake Hill rejoins. Daryl De Leon, look in the background, is still in the pits.
Yeah, so not a good start to the race weekend for BMW and West Surrey Racing for sure, with problems for 2 of their 4 cars. But Rainford making progress, passing Ingram.
Indeed so, and if Sutton can go forward and others can shuffle Ingram backwards, that's going to help him as Senna Proctor there gets onto the back of Aidan Moffat as they come up towards the timing line. Rowbottom is now coming under attack from Chilton. They duked it out on the first lap. Camish is getting away up the road by the tune of over a second, and Chilton so nearly to the inside line there, but he couldn't quite get across in time. Now he does try and commits the issue. Rowbottom squeezes him up the curb, and Chilton keeps on coming. He forces the door open, gets his shoulder against it to force it open there.
Yeah, he got his tin opener out, didn't he? That was the only way you could describe that. He just was easing Rowbottom out all the way from Paddock up to Druids, and finally got the door open. And having opened the door, teammate Morgan tries to get inside, has contact with Rowbottom, and that drops him back a further 3 places, but of course advances that man Ingram.
We understand that Aidan Moffat has had a spin up at Druids and rejoined, as there is Charles Rainford also getting ahead of Adam Morgan. Charles Rainford topped his group early on in qualifying and then faded a bit, so he started 8th, but he's pushing forward. So there he goes then. It is Camish the race leader. It is Chilton now up into 2nd place. Rainford is going to be 3rd, Morgan 4th. 5th now it is Ingram, and then the Napa Ford of Rowbottom I think is next in the queue, but Sutton's not far behind either. There is Rowbottom, then you've got Lloyd, then you've got Shedden, and there is Sutton. What can Rowbottom now do to help Sutton, to help him get up the order? Well, if he helps him, he sacrifices his own chances against Camish for 3rd in the championship.
Exactly, all these inter-battles going on, and in the battle for 3rd, obviously Camish is leading that by leading the race. His rivals Jake Hills had a puncture and dropped to the back, and Rowbottom's dropped further back as well. So you're absolutely right, in that battle it's advantage Camish, but what can Rowbottom do to maybe help Sutton?
As up towards Druids goes Charles Rainford, under attack from Adam Morgan, whose brush with Rowbottom may get looked at. We'll see post-race. Right now for the championship it would be 37 points between Ingram and Sutton, with a further 44 available at the end of this race. Along Cooper Straight they come. Sutton knows exactly what he's got to do, and it's very difficult to get up the order because he's got the Racy M Sport engine Toyota of Gordon Shedden there just ahead of him. And remember that Sutton comes into this with, like Ingram, a negligible amount of boost. 1 lap available for Ingram, 2 laps available for Ash Sutton, and of course he wants to use that at the very end. So what he's doing now has got to be on pure pace and pure racecraft.
Yeah, he hasn't used either of his laps so far, but he's probably in danger of ending up in a situation where he's only racing against cars who have got boost as well at the end of the lap, because they've all got more than him in front.
Silverstone winner Sam Osborne and Josh Cook getting ahead of Mikey Doble then, so that little battle is for 13th, 14th, 15th as they squabble their way up the hill. In the independent standings, it's Dan Lloyd 10 ahead of Mikey Doble at the moment. Further 6 back is Chris Smiley. It's advantage Lloyd, of course. The best of those on the medium tyre right now is Ingram. He's 5th. The second of those on the medium tyre, Shedden 8th, and then 3rd medium tyre runner Sutton 9th overall.
Yeah, so England doing a good job on that medium, up to 5th place from the starting position and looking comfortable in that position.
Race leaders go by, 4 in the book. Rowbottom does the fastest lap of the race, so certainly no serious damage incurred in that little battle with Adam Morgan and the contact. Charles Rainford is now going to be ahead of Daryl De Leon, who has not yet got into the race as far as the Jack Sears Trophy is concerned. The Jack Sears Trophy named after the first and a double British saloon car champion Jack Sears, former president of the British Racing Drivers Club. Charles Rainford 12 ahead of De Leon, Sam Osborne 3rd. We work lap 5 of 15, and Gordon Shedden being given a driving standards flag for track limit offences. Camish is the leader by a second and a half.
Yeah, well, not a disaster, but certainly advantage for Charles Rainford in that Jack Sears, and he must have thought that his advantage wasn't going to come with De Leon on pole, but it swung the other way.
And there is Sutton, look, coming under attack from Aaron Taylor-Smith. So Ash Sutton not going forward. Now he's having to defend because ATS is crawling all over the back of him. We know what a feisty racer Aaron Taylor-Smith is. As I say, it's been an up and down sort of the season for him. He is better than the results across the previous 27 races would suggest. But right now, he's certainly giving a tough time to Ash Sutton, 2nd in the championship.
Yeah, well, Aaron Taylor-Smith, of course, has got maximum number of laps with boost. So there's going to be a lot of defending from Sutton on the laps when he's not using it.
And by defending, he's going slower, so he's falling back, isn't he, from Shedden. Sutton then comes out of Clark Curve. All of a sudden, though, Chris Smiley gets himself onto the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith. So that distracts Taylor-Smith a fraction. It gives Sutton a bit of breathing space. You're on board with Smiley, up to paddock now.
Great on board, Paddock Hill Bend, one of the legendary corners on the touring car schedule. Does Smiley get alongside sufficiently? He does, and it's made very easy for him in actual fact.
Out of the corner comes Ash Sutton. Chris Smiley through that, having gained a place in that Restart Racing Hyundai. They won the independent teams title at Silverstone, and it's been a great season for Pete Jones's team. Now Smiley, who's been an outright race winner in the past, tries to get up the inside of Sutton there, diving into Surtees. Had a good look, but Ash able to fend him off. So Sutton is 9th, Ingram is 5th. It's very much advantage Ingram.
Very much so. He's extending that 33-point lead. He needs 44 at the end of this race if he were to secure the championship now, but that isn't happening at the moment.
As Dan Rowbottom is under attack from Dan Lloyd. Snetterton revisited, although that was for the race lead. There you've got Sutton going through ahead of Smiley. So Napa Ford versus Restart twice here.
Yeah. But of course that Hyundai is very quick anyway, isn't it? Yeah. It's a quick car, it's quick in a straight line, very aerodynamic. With the boost as well on the laps that Smiley chooses to use it, it's going to be all Ash Sutton can do to keep him behind.
Down towards Clearways and Clark Curve, they come. Meanwhile, Dan Camish is being caught by Tom Chilton. The gap was down last time for the lead to 0.7 of a second. Chilton having done the fastest lap of the race, and now Rainford has done the fastest lap of the race in third. That means the leading three are covered by 0.8 of a second. It's concertinaing for the race lead as they head into Druids. This is coming out of paddock. Sutton versus Smiley. Smiley thinks about the inside, he commits, but Sutton's just able to cut across and defend.
But Chilton is bringing Rainford and Morgan with him, so rather than it being a single car attack on Camish, which would be better for Chilton, if they all end up bunching up together, that could help Camish. But he did have a 2.5 lead. That's been halved.
Indeed, and Rainford takes that point for fastest lap. In other words, he also takes it away from Ingram, takes it away from Sutton, down towards Hawthorns. This is the lead battle, and in fact, having said it was concertina in 1, 2 and 3, make that 4. There's Adam Morgan, he is catching as well. This is Tom Ingram, championship leader 5th. Dan Rowbottom in the background will be 6th as he comes into view, bringing with him Shedden and then Sutton. There is a mechanical warning, a meatball flag being shown for Aidan Moffat. He had a spin up at Druids early on. There's a drama with Moffat's car. He's going to have to pit. And that's another WSR BMW bound for the pit lane.
Yeah, usually that's for bodywork hanging off. His other teammate, Darren Leon, hasn't come out of the pits. If they'd have thought they'd fixed the car, they'd send it out to try it out, but he hasn't come back out. But that battle in front is concertinaing nicely and giving Ingram a lovely space in which to click off his laps. He's got no one directly behind him. He can watch the action in front of him. Look, there he comes into shot now. Nice, comfortable place to be for Ingram.
Big effort to be made there, though, on the inside line by Gordon Shedden, who beautifully goes ahead of Dan Lloyd. And interestingly, that's medium tyres passing softs.
So maybe the softs are going off on Dan Lloyd's car. He was incredibly quick at the start, wasn't he? Maybe he took a little bit too much life out of them, and this is the crossover point. Although the lap times are still extremely quick. Remember, Rainford actually set the fastest lap on only the last lap, so quite well into this race.
And the driving standards flag now for Josh Cook for track limits. Josh from the back of the grid is up into 13th. Jake Hill, by the way, still 21st after the pit stop because he lost so much time coming back into the pits. He really needs a safety car to give him any sort of a lifeline. Aidan Moffat's just rejoined, by the way, and we are currently on lap 8 out of 15, as you see there. Sam Osborne going through ahead of Mikey Doble. He was ahead at the start of the lap. Doble had gone up alongside, but Sam Osborne on the back of his Silverstone win reasserts himself.
Yes, the Power Max team soldiering on. Osborne gets very wide on the exit of Hawthorns. But Power Max have announced this week they're going to be building brand new cars for next year, the Audi S3 Saloon. And that will be a welcome return to the championship, at least for that brand. It's not a factory team, but the Power Max are going to build 2 brand new cars. And if you align those with new cars from Jason Plato, the championship looks pretty healthy for next year.
It's going to be fascinating, isn't it? As across the line then goes that lead battle. It's down to half a second between Camish and Chilton. Rainford is still 3rd. Morgan is ahead of Ingram for 4th, and it's Rowbottom 6th. Shedden's back up to 7th then ahead of Lloyd, and then it's Sutton versus Smiley to round out that top 10. Race leader Dan Camish, interesting as to where all the time has gone to, but maybe this is just him looking after the softs. You said yesterday that punctures can be an issue at brands, and we saw it early on with Jake Hill for whatever reason.
Yeah, the interesting thing as we near the end of the race is who's got what boost left. And of the front group, Rainford and Morgan both have 5 laps each. Camish has 3, so 1 more than Chilton, who has 2. But Rainford and Morgan are the ones with the most.
Now you also saw a moment ago Josh Cook getting up into 12th place at the expense of Senna Proctor, so 22nd to 12th for Josh Cook, and on the medium tyre. Okay, he's got truckloads of boost, but he's on that theoretically slower tyre, and it's been a good showing as you expect from Cookie.
Yeah, he's probably going to use the medium again in the next race and hope for a good reverse grid slot to then use his softs. So reverse engineering his race weekend or his race day after a problem in qualifying.
And there was an engine change overnight as well after that oil pressure issue yesterday. Senna Proctor has been given the track limits driving standards flag. We're on lap number 9, and a drive-through penalty now for Aidan Moffat. Aidan Moffat gets a drive-through. We'll double check as to why. As the race leaders come up towards us and to the eye, you would suggest that Dan Camish has stretched the margin again.
Yeah, that gap has definitely gone out, hasn't it? It's now 0.8 of a second, 8/10. So Camish appears to have the pace to hold off this charge. He did use boost on that last lap, I think. He's still got 3 laps left. Still one more than Chilton, so that gap is genuine on pace.
And we're being told pit lane speeding for Aidan Moffat. So when it's not your race, it's not your race. Aidan's had a pretty torrid season, all told. So a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane for Aidan Moffat. We're on lap number 10 as you look there at Josh Cook getting himself now onto the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith. They're both on the mediums. Aaron then chasing on behind Chris Smiley, who is in 10th place. So the Toyotas are squabbling for 11th. And there, Mikey Doble, look, back ahead of Sam Osborne then. Doble's on the softs. Osborne is on the medium tyre. They've been trading the place, and Mikey Doble back up into 14th.
Yeah, so a good battle there, but of course Doble is behind his rivals in the independents. He's behind Dan Lloyd particularly, who's leading that in 8th place of the championship runners.
Indeed so. As you look there at the Chilton-Rainford situation for 2nd and 3rd, Camish last time was 0.8 of a second ahead. And it does look as though he's building the gap yet further. Driving standards flag next to Dan Rowbottom for track limits as he hustles on in 6th place. Possibly feeling this is one that got away, but it wasn't a mega start, and Camish has done a really impressive job. He's been able to control things up front, stretching the margin when he needs to, and he's still got 3 laps of boost available, and the gap is up to 0.9 of a second. Although in fairness, some of that's being helped by the fact that Chilton's now going slower by defending from Rainford.
Yeah, we saw a very defensive line into Paddock from Chilton and again into Druids, so that's really helping Camish stretch that gap. As the charge from Chilton to take the lead has gone, it's more about defensive 2nd place.
On to Cooper Straight. Chilton then goes to the inside to try to cover off a move from Rainford. Morgan gets up the inside of Rainford as well, and he's going to go through for 3rd. Good move by Adam Morgan that. Rainford slightly hung out to dry on the outside. Another run between them. Rainford gets spat out onto the dirt. Adam Morgan goes through for 3rd. That's the 2nd brush he's had with somebody at Surtees, but Adam, who was Team Virtue's bin man this morning when we saw him in the paddock pulling out the rubbish, he's getting out his elbows as well as the rubbish, and he's up to 3rd.
Well, that, we saw him putting the rubbish out, but that I wouldn't call Rainford rubbish. I don't think he deserves to be treated in the same way. But that's a questionable move nowadays. Under the current racing rules, you are supposed to leave a car's width of room on the outside of the bend. So in the old school racing, that would have been fair and in love and warmth to shove the car out wide. But I dare say that Adam Morgan maybe called in to see the clerk of course here Watson for that. And certainly if you're Rainford, you'd be jumping up and down and screaming, he'd push me off.
Indeed. So this might rumble on, is what we're saying, as up towards the line then comes Camish, and Chilton still in 2nd place, and the margin is back up to 1.2 seconds. It's Morgan 3rd ahead of Rainford, it's Ingram 5th ahead of Rowbottom, but maybe not for long in Dan's case, because Gordon Shedden is right there behind him. Now, Shedden, don't forget, medium tyre, Rowbottom soft, and Shedden's car all of a sudden looks the demonstrably quicker of the 2.
Yeah, very much so, doesn't it? It's come on very strong. This has been a great 2nd half of the year for Speedworks and the Toyota Gazoo Racing. Whether you can account all of that to the switch of engines or just getting to develop the car, but Shedden's been very strong 2nd half of the year.
As indeed, and you can also see that pace further back from Josh Cook, 22nd to 12th with a new M Sport engine put in overnight. We're on lap 12 out of 15, and Rowbottom 6th place may not last to the end. Now, we've not touched on Ash Sutton for a while, but there he is, and he's about to go a place down against Chris Smiley. That is bad, bad, bad news for Sutton.
Just purely lack of laps with boost. But I guess you could say next race he'll have a load more laps, but unfortunately he really needed to be on the podium or win this race with a problem for Ingram, and that just hasn't happened. Ingram has maintained that 5th place all the way through this race on the medium tyre.
And with only 1 lap of boost, he's got even less available than Ash Sutton has, but Ingram has, as you say, maintained that 5th. He's a 2nd up the road over Rowbottom. So it's been another excellent effort by Tom Ingram in that Hyundai. Spencer Aldridge, his long-serving engineer, overseeing everything from the pit wall as the Restart Racing Hyundai of Chris Smiley then now up into 9th place comes through, and Ash Sutton's frustration is going to be palpable as Gordon Shedden again has a look to the inside of Dan Rowbottom into paddock. Couldn't do it. Lap 13 now.
Yeah, and Sutton hasn't used his boost. He's got the 2 last laps, 14 and 15 if he wants to do it. He's now back up the inside of Smiley into Druids, trying to get that place back. Smiley all the way around the outside very nicely, actually, with good grip all the way around, and then claims the line into Graham Hill, turn 3.
So what can Sutton do? It's going to be a full send up the inside. Smiley will know what's coming as they accelerate along Cooper Straight. At the same time that Sutton's trying to regain the place, he's also got Aaron Taylor-Smith behind him, looking to gain a place from Sutton. So this is a really tough battle to be in.
Yeah, and Josh Cook as well right there.
Yeah, Sutton's mate of years past. So here they come down to the right-hander of Hawthorn. Chris Smiley going well for 9th place.
Gap at the front has stayed at around that 8/10 mark, so barring a mechanical or a puncture, it looks like Camish has controlled this race really well.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive drive, hasn't it? It's stretched out and then it's decreased again, but Dan has always been in charge. Chris Smiley has been on the outright podium this year. He's heading for 9th at the moment. He's got Sutton behind him. This is Ash's View, who's running out of laps, not only in the race, but in the championship, to do anything about Tom, and he'll know that.
Yeah, he'll be feeling pretty depressed inside the car, I can tell you. That little bit of luck that he needed, and misfortune for Ingram just hasn't happened. And he hasn't had the pace to go forward, largely down to lack of boost, I think. Meanwhile, these two are still scrabbling it out, aren't they, over second place, Chilton and Morgan. Rainford has dropped away, actually.
Yes, he has. He's never been able to make up the time, has he, after that contact with Morgan, which may be because of a bit of damage if the tracking or suspension was tweaked. But right now, Morgan on the back of Chilton, the 2 Team VERTU teammates going toe-to-toe as they accelerate in these prepare days out of Surtees. And further up the road, you've got Dan Camish then now on his 14th and penultimate lap there, working his way past the Nick Halstead Vauxhall Astra to lap him. 2nd and 3rd is together. Sutton, though, is back ahead of Smiley, who ran a bit wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Ash Sutton has retaken 9th place. Every little counts at this point. And Taylor-Smith comes up to have a go, does get on the inside of Smiley, have a big think about it, and then realised that wasn't on either for Aaron. But Cook is alongside Taylor-Smith. Look at the 2 Toyotas trade paint, and Cookie goes through. Really opportunistic move. Brilliant.
Yeah, great stuff. That was good racing. Well, Sutton decided not to wait till the very end. He actually used his boost, and that's probably what got him back in front. And I think that was a good move.
This is the replay. Ash Sutton ahead is the sideways Smiley. That's why he ran wide at Graham Hill Band. And Chris having a big moment. He tried to come across and defend, and Ash says, no. I'll be taking this line, thanks.
And if you listen to the throttle, there wasn't a hint of a lift there from Ash Sutton. He kept his foot absolutely on the bulkhead.
So gained him a place, as right now we're on the last lap of race 1 of the day here at Brands Hatch, and Dan Camish has stretched that margin again. It's 1.2 seconds as you see the battle for 2nd place. Tom Chilton ahead of Adam Morgan, who's got rather fed up with being on the podium but not on that top step, but it ain't going to happen in this race. And there is Tom Ingram further enhancing his chances of taking a 2nd British Touring Car Championship title. He's 5th and Sutton is 9th. Good drive by Camish in the lead, though.
Yeah, excellent drive. But of course, Ingram's done this as well using the medium tyre. He's the first of the medium tyres, so he's also got the advantage of the soft tyre to come. So it's all falling Ingram's way so far.
Sometimes you need the luck to ride with you, and it has happened for Tom pretty much over the course of the season. I'm struggling to think of the bad day that most drivers suffer at least once over the course of the season. Tom, I don't think, has had that bite in. He comes through Westfield now, then, edging nearer, not only to the back of the Power Max Astra to lap it, but also towards yet more points for the championship as he comes towards Stirling's. Out of which, Dan Camish is heading for a 3rd victory of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship season. There's 1 corner to go. There's the run up towards the timing line. He's on the headlights to the team. It is round 28 of the championship, and it's win number 3 of the season for Dan Camish. Dan Camish wins race 1 of the day. Tom Chilton takes 2nd, just a 10th up on Adam Morgan. Charles Rainsford is 4th, and Tom Ingram 5th across the line from Rowbottom, Shedham. Then it is going to be Dan Lloyd to win the Independence contest, and Ash Sutton will be 9th at Flagfall.
Yeah, great drive by Camish. Absolutely nailed that one, from dropping the clutch and making the start to controlling the pace. Excellent drive from him. Nice little battle between Chilton and Morgan teammates at Team VERTU, but Ingram will be the happiest man out of our championship contenders. And of course Camish, for his trying to secure third place in the championship as well, has gone very well indeed. Hill is coming through. He's down in 19th place.
This actually is the battle for 19th, Jake Hill versus Aidan Moffat. Moffat's had 2 pit stops. Of course, he had the black and orange enforced pit stop for the damage, then he had his drive-through for pit lane speeding. So Jake Hill gains a place at the expense of his teammate because of those 2 pit stops, but they're both outside the points, and both of them will be massively frustrated. Not as disappointed as Daryl De Leon, of course, who never got into the race, having been on pole position. This is Jake Hill then for 19th place. That gives him a big kick in the contest to be third in the championship. It puts him on the back foot, but you watch him come through in race 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least he's got the soft tyre to come, which we know he works really well on the BMW, but the BMW performance has been undone by sort of reliability and other issues. They've looked very strong all weekend.
So Dan Camish takes win number 3 of the season, win number 16 of his British Touring Car Championship career. And with Ash Sutton fighting for the championship, on occasions it's been easy to overlook Dan, but one should not, because we know how quick he is. It's not that many years ago that he was in the title fight. Indeed, the championship looked to be heading his way until the last couple of laps of the last race of the year on the Grand Prix circuit. And maybe that still haunts him, but he's exorcising the demons every year, and another good win. For Tom Ingram then, another step closer to the championship. He finishes 5th. He's got the harder medium tyre out of the way for the day. And Spencer Aldridge no doubt would have said, OK, where was Ash? 9th. The answer, that news will have further helped Tom's mood.
Definitely.
And Ash Sutton makes his way back to the pit lane. Again, frustrated. The first half of the year he was the championship leader. The second half has been all about Tom Ingram. Round 28 of the championship at Brands Hatch falls to Dan Camish, with Tom Chilton 2nd and Adam Morgan 3rd. 4th, Charles Rainford, and championship leader Tom Ingram 5th, outscoring Ash Sutton in 9th. Between the two, Dan Rowbottom, Gordon Shedden, and the independent winning Dan Lloyd. Chris Smiley, 2nd independent, in 10th. 11th, going the way of Josh Cook from 22nd on the grid, ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then Senna Proctor. Mikey Doble, 14th. Sam Osborne, the last point scorer, with Dexter Patterson ahead of Max Buxton. Nick Hamilton, 18th, and then Jake Hill, 19th after his puncture. Aidan Moffat, after 2 enforced pit stops, comes next, and Nick Halstead a lap down. Poleman Daryl De Leon never getting into the race. So good news for Dan Camish in his quest to be 3rd in the championship. And this is how we stand. 37 points between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton with 2 races to go. Dan Camish is 3rd ahead of Jake Hill. Then Dan Rowbottom 5th. It's Tom Chilton 6th with Adam Morgan, Charles Rainford, Gordon Shedden and Aidan Moffat rounding out that top 10. Dan Lloyd is 10 ahead of Mikey Doble now in the independence contest, with Chris Smiley in 3rd. After that, you've got Dexter Patterson 4th. And it is a very happy Dan Camish then race winner, and we'll be able to hear from Dan Camish as the winner of round 28 after the break.
Races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously, you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously, you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid. But how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You've already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
It was heartbreak for pole sitter Darrell de Leon, who didn't start the race due to loss of power. Then it was a puncher for his teammate and defending champion Jake Hill, sending him to the back. Rainford managed to move up the pack and into the lead for the Jack Sears Trophy. And then it was our championship leader Tom Ingram who maintained his lead over rival Ash Sutton, finishing 5th and 9th respectively. But it was a strong drive from Dan Camish, who did a Leinster flag finish for Napa Racing, his 3rd win of the season, 16th career win, and valuable points for the Drivers and Teams Championship. Let's go down to Louise Goodman with our race winners.
Thanks, Nick. And yeah, as you say, 3rd win of the season, but such a controlled win, Dan. That was the main thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was a good win. A win that I like sometimes, just to sort of be out front. You know, can control the race, control the pace of the race, see the guys behind coming and when they're not, and just, yeah, kind of bring it home at my own pace, really. So we knew we had a little bit of boost offset. You know, we didn't have as much as some of the guys behind, which was always going to play a role, but
I think we had enough performance to make them use it when I didn't have to, and that kind of told in the end. So that was good. It's a real shame whatever happened to Daryl de Leon. You don't want to see that. It's always a strange one actually when you see someone do that at the start, because it's a bit weird. When you always think, have I missed has something happened that I don't know about? Should I be going down there? But yeah, it was obviously made it that little bit easier. And then opening lap with Dan got a bit closer. He was much more committed into Hawthorns than I was. But after that, we seemed to be a sort of stretch away. So yeah, it's a good start. Let's see what this afternoon brings.
Well, you mentioned Darrell put trouble for his teammate as well, which means that that's really made life a little bit easier for you in terms of that fight for third place in the championship as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know much other than I got an early call to say Hill's had a puncture, which is again I know all too well, especially around this place. So I do feel for him, but equally, I do want that third place, and yeah, it's a good start for us, and he's got a bit to do now. But I know more than most that it ain't over till it's over. So yeah, we better book his ideas up and come back fighting this afternoon.
Good stuff. We'll see you out there later. Let's bring our second place finisher, Tom. Great result for you.
Fantastic, and more importantly, fantastic for the teams as well, and the constructors. We wanted to make sure that we could overtake as many Napa cars as possible. I didn't have enough in the tank to get past Dan. He was quicker, sadly, and well done, Stan, on the win. But I'm just so happy that obviously we got two good-looking drivers with two good-looking cars breaking up those Smurfs. So yeah, we're really happy with how that went. It's great. It's great for all of us. And me and Adam obviously are fighting in the championship as much as the two Dans were. So obviously Dan Camish got a bit of an advantage there, but it's still all to play for me and Adam. Stood right next to me, so we've still got 2 races left to go.
Let's bring him in. Come in and join us, Adam. As Tom says, you're battling for I think P6 in the championship, isn't it? So everyone's got something they want to achieve by the end of today.
It is. It's really close. It's really close. So like I think Tom was saying, the two Dans, their elbows out. Me and Tom are elbows out. Story of my life, I saved my boost for the last lap, and yeah, a bit premature on the old button press, so locked myself out, so I didn't get a chance to properly attack Tom. But car's feeling really strong. We'll put the mediums on for race 2, and hopefully just another good haul of points. The team are obviously aiming for the manufacturers and teams, and we want Ting to win the drivers. So still a lot to do, really, and I'm a bit old for this now. I'm ready for a lie down.
Go and have a lie down then. While you're having a lie down, we are going to go over for the next race. It's what could be a championship deciding race in the Virtue Milling Challenge. Talking us through it, as always, it's Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much indeed, Louise. Yeah, really excited about this one. If you think the touring cars is exciting, then we've got loads and loads of news going on in the mini world. Including a maiden rookie win yesterday for Charlie Hand, which is a nice story because he's on pole position for our partially reversed grid race. So well done, Charlie, the ex-junior saloon car champion. We were talking a little bit about Charlie yesterday because he was telling me to repeat his stats and say that he was an ex-champion. And so we've done it twice now, Charlie, so you owe us a beer at the end of the year, do. But great lad, his job. It's a super pack. Do you know what? I really love the mini paddock. The organisers, all of the drivers and teams are just so welcoming and such really great company.
Yeah, and you can really tell that it's really working now, isn't it, this championship, because of the cars on the grid. We said yesterday on the live stream how the whole field of the both categories can be running up the front. That's how strong this championship is. So great to see, and it's been great to cover it. So yeah, look forward to this one.
Yep, very much looking forward to it. Let's have a look how they line up. Here's the grid then, round 18 of the championship. Charlie Hand on pole with Josh Porter, who was a very lucky boy yesterday. He's on his outside. Nathan Harrington, the 2020 champion, returns for a one-off at the moment. Tom Ovenden, champion-elect, we probably can say, is next from Nick Tandy. Yes, you read that right. Nick Tandy on row 3 with Nathan Edwards completing our first 3 rows. Then it's Jensen O'Neill going. Harry Campy on row 4. Alex Solly and Owen Hillman next up from Cam Richardson and Ned Anthony completing row 6. Alex Brandom in one of the cars sporting the new bodywork. Brent Bowie next to him. 2 drivers, in fact a number of drivers that non-finished yesterday. Lewis Selby and Albert Webster. Albert running the new bodywork as well. Harry Hickton and Max Edmondson off the back. It's going to be a very interesting quartet coming through the field. And then on to JCW Sport. Will Crooks on pole position with Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver, alongside. Chris McKenzie is next up from Ben Crossley, Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth, and that championship very much alive with Henry Howarth at the back, having won yesterday, closing in on Archie Johnson, the sport points leader. In terms of JCW overall championship leader, Tom Ovenden leads that. He was telling me this morning that he just needs to finish this one, which is a shame for Lewis Selby and a shame for our fans that wanted a bit of a last couple of races showdown. But that's the way it is. Obviously, we need to give a shout out again to Jamie Osborne, not fit to race this weekend, unfortunately not past the medical. Wish you well again, Jamie, obviously. Every cloud has a silver lining, and that is that we got Nick Tandy in his place to try and get the Napa team some points for the team championship.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe he's not scoring points as a driver.
No, but he is as a...
But as the team championship is concerned, and that's how seriously they're taking this, bringing in a Le Mans winner. Watching some social media, as I do in the hotel at night before I go to sleep after watching Liverpool get beat on Match of the Day, which was a disaster.
I'm not laughing that hard, really.
But I was looking at, you can see Tandy there in the 28. Jake Hill posted a picture of himself clambering the fence near enough at Graham Hill Bend saying everybody is a Nick Tandy fan as he watched the mini challenge. So brilliant coup for the championship, and yeah, I really hope he had a podium yesterday, but I really hope he can be spectacular and get us a win sometime today.
Not many drivers with his reputation would come and put the reputation on the line. I mean, it is a serious issue, isn't it, getting him out here?
Absolutely, yeah. But like I said in live stream, he is like the most naturally talented person as a driver I've seen. But look, it's about to get going.
It is. Hand and Porter on the front row of the grid. Nathan Harrison, the ex-champion, is back. Maybe to have a look for next year. Lights go out. We are racing. Good luck, everybody, for the penultimate race of the year. It's cleanly away at the moment. What's going to happen as they go down to paddock? Porter was all over the shot yesterday, looking on the outside of Ovenden. He's got to do the same thing here for Charlie Hand, who leads, gets a little wobble on, loses a bit of momentum. Porter will have seen a little bit of that. We've got, I think, Alex Brandon, that is, off in the gravel at the back, but Porter trying the outside, but Charlie Hand holding his nerve here. So they come down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time.
Great start from Charlie Hand, got it off the line well, but the overlap come from Josh Porter, but he's going to have another overlap now. Is that Nick Tandy there having a look on the back of Ovenden? But yeah, that was a great start. Unfortunately, there was no contact down at Paddock Hill Bend. Can they just get round here? Everyone misses the apex near enough, but it's all go.
Yeah, get yourselves through the first few corners, sort out that first lap, and then maybe have some battles, which is nice and clean, which is what we want to see. Charlie Hand here, look at this, Tandy's having a go at Nathan Harrison. Brent Bowie is off, which is a shame. He's in the sustainable fuel car. Harrison, what's happening with Harrison's car?
He's had contact with someone, left rear is smoking, but not hard, but that, to make that bodywork smoke, will he have damage at the rear of that car? Looks like both sides have had a hit. Looks like he's crabbing that car. Harrison's car looks like it's crabbing in a straight line.
Doesn't look too good. Somebody looking good there, making the move up the inside was Nathan Edwards going on the inside of Jensen O'Neill going. Nathan with pretty much a lot more, obviously, JTW experience than Jensen, as Harry Hickton gets squeezed out onto, you get track limits for that there.
Yeah, he won't be gaining any advantage, I'll tell you that.
That's for sure. So there is Lewis Selby in the 18 car. We've got Max Edmondson as well in front of him, the Valvoline car of Lewis Selby, who had a little coming together. I don't think there was a judicial over it with Nathan yesterday. And Lewis was, do you know what, really magnanimous about it, I've got to say. That was Alex, wasn't it? Yeah, we called that one correctly. That's one of the development cars with the new bodywork for next year. Everyone really excited about the new body kit. Slightly heavier, so we can expect the lap times to be a little bit slower next year, but the cars look great, really good reaction to that. And we've got Alex racing the car, and also we've got Bert Webster as well racing the new bodywork car, as we look at Nick Tandy trying to close in on Josh Porter. So he's P3 at the moment, so potentially a double podium for Tandy, and I think it's going to be up at the sharp end in the fastest off the front race that we get a little bit later on. Ovenden 7th, again, just has to finish here, just has to nurse it home. We did ask, I asked Tom earlier on whether he would, actually, we're going to have a bit of an onboard with Tom. I asked him, will you still do race 3? And he went, of course. And I haven't had that sort of affirmative answer since I asked Isaac Hajar when he was a junior, what's your aim? Formula One, he said, and that was very much the same kind of response. And the reason is he wants the points and he wants to get the team championship for Accelerate over Napa.
And that's fair, it's very direct, and that's what you want from a driver. And well, look at Hajar now, but look at Max Edmondson, he just made the move, didn't he? Got past the 15 of Cam Richardson, so he's moving up the order. It's just so fantastic to see. Look at the different colours of these cars, love it. There's no championship like it, they look great.
It's really good and really welcome attention that Nick Tandy coming into this brings. People really start to look at it, and we all know it's a great championship, but for me it's just underlined it and just saying how great this championship is. I know we've got former champions looking at coming back. There's talk of Dan Zelos having a look. Obviously we've got Nathan back with us as well. Nathan Harrison back with us this weekend. It's a real quality field, and even the drivers that aren't ex-champions are great. The likes of Max Edmondson, Nathan Edwards, really, really strong, and every bit as entertaining as the Touring Car Championship for me.
Yeah, exactly that. No, fully with you. Fully with you. So, all going off. So we're going to have a look, I think, at Tom Ovenden's start on board. Look at his eyes. Look at it, he looks very relaxed. He's proper giving the side eye there, isn't he, to Nick Tandy? Yeah, the proper side eye. It looks like that meme where the monkey's just looking at the side of his head. But look at this. This is brilliant insight. What a fantastic camera angle. Do you think he's looked at him and gone, OK, Le Mans winner, you can come through? That's a great onboard, but very calm. Ovenden then. You can see that the drivers don't turn their heads so much as Jensen only going, and a couple of others have got through. That was I didn't realise he'd had such a difficult start. He just wants to finish the race, obviously.
He does, he wants the points. Championship, Drivers' Championship first in this one, I'm guessing, and then Team Championship, perhaps a little bit more focus on the next race. Edwards has got the fastest lap. Nathan Edwards, who you've mentioned many times, a very frustrating start to the championship for Nathan. And he's closing up here, the two Nathans together here. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, Nathan Edwards, barring the problems he had at the start of the year, would have been a championship contender for sure. We didn't see him really get into rub and race with Jamie Osborne as he pops down the inside of the former champion. To be fair to Nathan Harrison here, Nathan's betting himself back into this car. He said it's changed a lot since he was in it in 2020.
Yeah, these cars have changed quite a lot. I know they've changed tyre compounds, probably springs, and a couple of other things with these cars since he would have drove them. They were very agricultural back in the day. When I say back in the day, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. But good to have him back. He's a charger, but them two we're talking about now, they're very hard charging. Edwards and Harrison, two of my harder charging cars.
Yep. Now JCW Sport, which is the H pattern gearbox rather than the more updated gearbox that they have here, and it's Howarth that has come through. And Nicky Gauci goes for the dive, the Maltese driver. I hope this isn't the last we see of the Malteser, because I'd love to see him coming back and racing something else with us. He won the Jam Sport Scholarship last year. Henry Howarth, though, has done a mega job this weekend. It looks like Henry Howarth is ahead of his Arch Championship rival, Archie. Of course, Archie Johnson back there in the 50-odd car, a little bit further back. So he's ahead of Johnson. So Howarth doing absolutely everything here to try and get into the lead and get more points on Johnson, who's 2 cars behind him. And that is a very close battle for the championship lead in the sports.
That shot of them coming onto the Grand Prix circuit, that summed up the sport category throughout this year. They're going hard at it. Look at the front of Gauci's car. Oh, get round the outside. I'll be well impressed if you pull that off. But no, this is silly hard fought. I like it. Let's see what you can do round the outside of clearways if you're brave enough.
Henry Howarth, and so he's a little bit battle scarred as it stands now. It's a Jam Sport car in the lead, Jam Sport P2, and then we go back to Chris McKenzie running in the JRW team as well. And at the moment, Archie Johnson's got some work to do. Henry Howarth wants the win, goes out wide, digs down the inside of the Maltese driver and grabs the class lead.
Great move. I could smell that a mile off. I could smell it a mile off. But look at Gauci now. Look at his front splitter. He's already took a knock. Those cars at the front they've just got little bits hanging off him. If he gets around the outside here, oh, be careful squeezing that hard.
He's got him.
Great stuff. Gauci gets it done, and look what's going on behind.
Here comes Archie Johnson up the inside of Chris McKenzie. The 10 car of Johnson chasing Howarth to negate the amount of points that the driver of the pink car will take away from him. So championship leaders at the moment, 2nd and 3rd in this group, this class. Look how close all the sports are. They are all there. They are all racing hard, which is great to see. I would welcome more JCW Sport cars next year. I hope. I'm sure we will get more of them. This is the great racing that delivers. And Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver, scholarship winner from last year, is leading this one from his teammate. In fact, it's a Jam Sport 1, 2, 3 now.
Wow, this is proper stuff, this. Look at this then. So Howarth there in the 42. He goes wide to the left, and that is a classic move. And to get that done and box it off at the top of Druids is a really exceptional move. Really, and it's risky, but the risk was proper. And you know what? He did squeeze him, but he did give him enough route on the exit. Oh, no!
Oh, Nicky, oh, that is such a shame. Nicky Gauci is out. Go on then.
Front left puncher, mate.
Front left, yeah. That is a big shame for the sports and for Nicky and all the Maltese viewers I know that do tune in to watch Nicky Gauci racing hard. Now, Max Edmondson has come through from the back and has got Jensen O'Neill going.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I've got enough breath for this. Why is everyone going? You know, it's just the last day of school, isn't it? Oh, O'Neill going down a terrible exit. Max Edmondson gets the squeeze. I think he's going to have to tuck back in here. There's no way around the outside. And this will go all the way down to Hawthorne's. That super quick fifth gear corner onto the Grand Prix circuit. The Grand Prix circuit, it's the only place I ever say to people I would accept a race in a British touring car if somebody asked me. Look at this. Max Edmondson, he's now going to try and get the undercut. He's got so much speed. Oh, look at that. And he just tags the back, but brilliant stuff. And apparently there's yellow flags being waved, but he's got the job done in this sector. So he's got it done before I can see any yellow flags anyway.
He's caught and passed Porter and Ovenden, who were right up the sharp end, and he's off the back after that drive shaft failure yesterday. It's
great
incredible
effort
from Edmondson. There's a tie-up with that team, actually one of the touring car teams as well, I was pleased to see. So, you know, he's got his eyes rightly on a touring car drive in a couple of years' time. I think we'll see Edmondson and the Pro Alloys team.
I think there's been an accident here. Yeah. Okay, so
Harry Hickton.
Hickton's gone off.
Yep, and rightly red flags from that. Harry Hickton, who was challenging for a podium yesterday, did get the podium in. Oh, no. Yeah, that's such a shame.
And you know what? Look how quick they're on the scene.
Yeah.
And he is devastated.
Yeah.
And you know, we've seen him rolling around there. That wasn't hopefully because of injury. That was because he knows.
That scared me for a moment. I've got to say
the budget. Done. That is horrendous. That looks like a full write-off. So back on board with Ovenden. I don't want to speculate on what's happened, but just so we're clear on this, that was not a nice sight to see. But everybody at home, that was a driver devastated at the damage that was done to that car.
Yeah,
I'm just so glad he's fine.
I'm glad he's out. He's, you know, lovely family, super driver, of course, the Mini Cooper champion. We've got a couple of things to sort of put right Cooper-wise to talk about. One thing that we need to put right with Harry Hickton is that viewers, we did explain this on the stream yesterday, but for viewers that have joined us on Sunday afternoon, last time when we were out at Silverstone, Harry was third on the road and had a track limits penalty. So in the result, he didn't get a podium interview, but after the meeting, after the broadcast finished, that was rescinded. So he did get his first JCW podium. So belated congratulations to him on that. We know he's on podium pace. He's a quick fella, but yeah, not what we wanted to see at all.
No, not at all. Proper fast lad. Look at that. He's so upset. He's just gutted because he knows every corner has been ripped off that car. That is a big accident. Whatever has happened there, you could see there was big gouges in the grass. Looks like it's caught something and rolled. So that is between Hawthorne's and Westfield, I reckon. So a fast. Wow. So this is coming out of Hawthorne's, and that is towards Westfield. That is 120 miles an hour plus in fifth gear. Absolutely rapid. Look at how strong that car is. So this was the sport battle, wasn't it? So this was the sport battle going on.
Yep.
Down to Hawthorne's, a really fast corner. So yeah, there's been, look at the tyre marks from, he looks like he's got wide on the curbs on the left.
Yep.
The car has then hit the barriers on the right, and then it's barrel rolled. That is the biggest mini accident I've seen since, was it Baker at Bolton Park? Massive crash.
Yeah, nasty one. And, you know, thankfully, we see that he's out of the car. He'll have to have the medical check because the adrenaline gets you out of the car and everything else. Apologies if the initial image upset anyone. Did us?
Yeah, no, it did.
Have a look at, but great to see that he's up and okay. There's the champion-elect, so we'll get a decision on what will happen. They'll try and clear up. It's going to take a little while to clear this one up. While we were talking about all things Mini, just to let you know, we've got a really good... I've been winding Rhea Beauchamp, who looks after the coordination and management of the championship, because every time we've been on air, the last 3 events, she goes, I'll have the calendar out in the week. And it's never been out in the week, but they have given it to us today. And it's have you seen the calendar?
I've not seen it, but there was an update on what was going to be happening next year, which I didn't get a chance to read, obviously, because ITV Sport give me about 6 million jobs in the morning. Thanks,
They do,
guys.
they do. Anyway, we've got seven JCW dates with us on touring car weekends, which is great. But the bonus is we've got 4 Cooper dates. So that means that we've got a double header. So we've got, well, they're calling it a mini carnival. Snetterton's going to be a mini carnival. So we're going to have JCWs and Coopers on the same bill that day.
Lovely.
It is good. So they're going to have to get 2 buses for the judicials.
Oh, Richard, why would you say that? Do you know, we were just looking at that damage on that barrier that he hit. That it looks like a post has been hit pretty hard. So that'll be very interesting to see what they do with that. That post there, that's took a big hit. That's going to be a big stoppage.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a delay. Okay, so while we are having a delay, probably a little bit of a good time to take a break. Get yourself a cup of tea and a bicky and ready for the restart. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
They don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
You join us as the mini challenge race has been paused. An earlier incident from Harry Hickton where the car barrel rolled. He is okay, but we're just waiting for the track to be cleared at the moment. So while we do, let's hear now from Dan Lloyd, reflecting on a P8 earlier, who's in the fight for the independents. He's with Lou.
So Dan, looking pretty racy out there in race 1.
Yeah, it was good. Not the best day yesterday, but I've been mega positive overnight this morning. I just felt like it was going to be a good day and just look forward. Mega opening lap, probably a bit too good in a way, but I think I made 7 places on that opening lap. So give me a bit of breathing space, and then getting a little bit spicy with Dan Rowbottom for 6th, and I thought it's best to be a little bit sensible as well. So great start to the day.
When you say maybe a little bit too spicy, did you take a little bit too much life out of your tyres? Because we were wondering whether they'd gone off a bit towards the end.
Yeah, there's definitely, it's not the same difference as what we get at other circuits between the softs and the mediums. So I'd say from laps 7, 8 onwards, the softs start to struggle. 100% if you don't look after them at the start, then it's gonna hinder you later on. But I'm in a position where, well, no one really takes it easy at the start, do they? But the car was good, made it a lot better for today. And yeah, I think we're 10 points in front of Mikey now. So yeah, it's all good.
How much is that on your mind? Because it's such an important thing in terms of the independent driver's title, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends when you're thinking about it. If it's the start of the race, you've got to crack on and get on with it. Otherwise, you end up getting into more trouble. But then, like a race like that, 3/4 of the way through, I'm in a good position. I know I'm not going to, go and win the race. So then it should come into your mind and just be sensible and think about it then.
Have a good next one.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Dan Lloyd there. Now, earlier this morning in our first race, it was heartbreak for Daryl de Leon, who didn't manage to start from pole position due to loss of power with the car. He's catching up with Lou.
Oh, Daryl, well, just looking behind, I mean, that's indicative of what happened in race 1. Just give us the official version.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's far from ideal. But basically, as we were pulling away, I noticed that, of course, something felt strange, and it just took a bit longer to get through the gears, and I knew I was down on power. So I radioed straight back saying what the issue was, and then a vibration followed, and then I said, we need to box because I've got no power. Exactly. So we boxed, and then came into the pit lane, and then it wouldn't start up. So yeah, it's so heartbreaking, to be fair, especially since that's probably my championship hopes gone. Sorry, boys. But again, there's 2 races left, so it's just going to go out there and enjoy the last race day of the season.
Well, as we can see, a team doing absolutely everything they can to make sure that you're out on the grid. Are you confident it'll be done in time for the next race? I'm not quite sure what time they started.
I'm confident that I'm in the right hands. So we know we've got a quick race car. So if I can get back out for the next race, then we'll just have to wait and see what we can do. But yeah, it's quite sad.
Bad luck.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, fingers crossed that Daryl de Leon will be back out for race 2 later on this afternoon. It is time to get the racing back underway in the mini challenge race. Let's go to our commentators, Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much indeed, Nikki. Shame, isn't it, for Daryl de Leon, just reflecting on what he was saying as well in the touring cars, getting that pole, but you go again.
Yeah, exactly. Like he said, his championship hopes are dashed with Jack Sears' trophy now, but he's a good kid. He's got time on his side. He's fast, and you're looking at a future champion there, no doubt.
I agree with that. Yeah, we saw what he did in Radicals. Clear-up operation still continues here at Brands Hatch on the GP loop. And Harry Hickton is okay, that's the main thing. We'll still have a medical checkup, but this circuit can and does frequently bite in any form of racing. Look at the tyre marks there, Paul. You were explaining what we thought happened. We didn't have the full thing on film, but you can see where the tyre marks go in, and there's a little bit of dirt kicked up there, isn't there, as well?
Yeah, they're fresh tyre marks then. That would tell me that, unless I've seen it again and it told me different. So that car has been oversteering. The rear has lost grip as it's come through that 5th gear Hawthorne bend off the back of the curb. It's touched the dirt. If there's someone involved, then I'm sorry for saying this wrong, but yeah, it's dropped off the back of the curb. It was about 4 inches of a drop-off, and then it's hit the barrier at an angle. But that massive roll of that car was just horrible, and Hickton, you'll see it now. So these are the cars that were ahead. So a little bit of contact with O'Neill going and Max Edmondson, but watch this now. As the camera angle goes right, you'll see our camera person actually pulls back and then sees. Look at that. Look at the velocity, and just look at the strength. You'll see the roll cage as it lands. Look at that. That is fantastic strength in that cage. If that was a road car, you would be looking at something a lot worse than you're actually seeing now. And look at him, he's so angry, he jumps out, and this is what caught me and you out, Richard.
Absolutely.
Because all we seen was Harry Hickton on the floor. We didn't see this, so we're like, oh, he's fine, he's fine. We come here, and we've picked up this, and it's like, what's happened? Because horribly, I'm sorry to say it, that could have been a driver thrown out of a car. So everybody at home, you might have been thinking, oh my word, what's happened? So our directors were just telling us what had happened. And
you made the point in the raid, that was so quick, wasn't it? That rescue crew.
Absolutely brilliant. And it's, as a driver, you know, your natural reaction is fight or flight. So you've got out of the car as quick as you can. But for them to, reminds me of IndyCar, the car is still having an accident.
And they're on the way.
It's brilliant. It's great to see. Yeah, exactly.
It is good. Reigning, well, of course, Cooper champion Harry Hickton, and the Coopers we had with us a while back. Obviously, I mentioned at our last round when we were at Silverstone about the judicials that had taken place in Coopers, because we saw Olivier Algieri take a win, and I made the comment that Algieri had been excluded. It was the team that owned up to the reason. It wasn't Olivier breaking the rules. The team admitted that there was a technical infringement. Olivier actually switched teams for the last round, which weren't with us on ITV, and got a podium with his new team. So well done, Olivier, and wanted to sort of right the wrong that he wasn't to blame for the exclusion on that particular round.
Yeah, which we would never say as a driver, like you say. But yeah, real shame for everybody concerned. But at least Westbourne Motorsport owned it.
They did. They came out and they were up front with it, weren't they?
Yeah.
Which was good. So Tom Ovenden here. We were wondering whether we're going to call the race, and that would have meant that Tom would be champion, but they're going to restart it. I think we've got some lunch breaks, so the poor old marshals and medics and everyone are going to maybe lose a little bit of lunch break here, as often they do. Porter in pit lane.
What's going on there then? A lot of people getting pushed around just into grid boxes out of the comms box window.
I think Jensen O'Neill Going's in pit lane, isn't he, at the back there, just having a quick look.
Yeah, I can just see that car, that pink car there, the pink and black car in the background, that 45.
Jensen.
Interesting, yeah. So that car's up on jacks. They're looking at something on the right-hand side. I think the bonnet's off as well, isn't it? So, well, there you go. Everyone getting involved there. That is a drive shaft change. Wow.
Yeah, that was...
How's he broken a drive shaft? Because it was red flagged, wasn't it?
Yeah. We had the drive shaft go, didn't we, on the grid yesterday with Max Edmondson. And you were right about the one. They tried to fix it, but the rescue crew didn't do anything wrong, other than the car didn't end up where they thought it was going to end up, and they didn't have time to get that done. But it was, and you were referring yesterday to another team that did it. It was Jamsport before that did the...
You said that. Yeah, you said that.
I think it was you. I'm giving you full credit.
Yeah,
take it.
All right. Look at the state of that car. That's a sorry
it's a shame.
State of affairs. That.
It is a shame. But we were talking yesterday about the guys that build the cages in those. You remember we were talking about SHP Motorsport yesterday?
Yes.
Sonny Howard's concern up in. They build the roll cages for those, and it certainly did the job.
It did the job. I've driven these cars. Listen, you feel nothing but safe in them. They're the rigidity and the strength in the cage. It does two things. It's obviously, first of all, it's safety, but second of all, it's to make the chassis as rigid and stiff as you can get it, and take the flex out of the body so the car actually handles. And my word, do these cars handle. So yeah, great job.
They do. And now everyone's got to get out and do it all again, with Charlie Hand with the second chance of a start. Nick Tandy alongside on the front of the grid as well. So looking to see what he can do.
Look at that.
10 minute. Oh yeah, there's a ding there, isn't there?
I'm surprised about that because the post is behind there. Or maybe it's not. It does look pretty strong. Barrier looks pretty new, actually, doesn't it, that bit of barrier?
It does, yeah.
They're not going to let us race. Look at the back of that car. That's the bit that the roll cage doesn't cover, so don't think that the roll cage is given up there. The roll cage stops just where you can see the fold in the back of that car. So, yeah, not a nice sight, but glad that everybody's out of it. What's that truck driver doing? He's trying to pick up all... Is he going on the weighbridge, or is he getting the roller button underneath his car?
Possibly,
He's picking up all the rubbish on the track.
Nicky Gauchi being rolled away as well. David Addison just popped in to tell us that it's come up on the various communications that we get. 10 minutes timed race remaining, so that's what we're going to get for the restart. Thank you, David.
Yeah, I think when we were read just before the break, it reset
said 10 minutes to go, didn't it? Yeah.
So it'll be good to get a 10-minute race. Gives Nick Tandy a chance to wow us all.
Yeah, front row start. I'm sure he will.
Not that our pole man
How
would
would you feel with Charlie Hand? I mean, I know not a lot is going to phase Charlie, the former junior saloon car champion, but how good is it for him, to have been in junior saloons a couple of years ago, did a Brit car racing, and now here he's lining up on the front row with Nick Tandy?
Well, I just hope he doesn't think about it too much. That's all I would say. But Jensen O'Neill is getting going, it looks like, but he's pointing at something. So maybe he wants to speak. Yeah, he's speaking to his tech. He's telling him something that's happening on the dashboard. I can't quite hear it.
Where's the old man? No, just go.
See if we can get something.
Telling him just to go.
Yeah.
But, the job's done. As long as the wheels are tightened up, then that's all you can hope for. So, sure he'll get on with it. You're probably looking at it and thinking, why is the car dipping its nose so much down the pit lane? That's basically the driver left foot braking, just to get a bit of heat into the brakes and make sure everything's up to temperature. There's some good drivers there in that pit lane, isn't there? Ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it's great quality all the way through the field now in this, and we've said about the age demographic getting younger, and weren't enough directors or over 40s or whatever to have a directors category this year. We have got some older drivers in it, as indeed we have in the Coopers, but by and large the ages are coming down. Lots of drivers looking at moving up from karts, maybe looking from junior formerly Jensen O'Neill going. We're looking at there, of course, the reigning Fiesta junior champion, and actually won it. He was in that scenario, ridiculous scenario really, is that he's so young he couldn't race senior formula until midway through this year, having won the junior effectively won it a year early.
Crazy.
And did a bit of testing, and not much testing in this, I hasten to add, but coming in and doing that. And that's the thing with juniors now. If you get a junior that wins a championship in first or second year, potentially they've got a third year that they could do. What do you do for that? He could have gone F4, but they've decided to keep him in the. Here's Tom.
You couldn't look any calmer, could you? He's got his arm resting on the door, like. It's as if he's going to drive around with one arm. That was a terrible start. Well, it wasn't a terrible start. It was a calculated start that he made for the first proper start. He had all of those cars going past him, but he just wanted to make sure that nobody with cold rear tyres, got a chance to rotate and hit him in the side and make his job a bit harder later on this afternoon.
Had a good career in minis, as Tom Ovenden obviously was champion in the... I remember when he won the Cooper Championship, and he wrapped it up here and went for the interview, and he said, oh, no, that'll be it. I haven't got the budget to go any further. And thankfully, he did, and he came out in JCWs and done the business here. Caught up with him this morning just outside. There's a Sim Motorsport facility here, which he works with, and he was down having a chat with them. Yeah, very calm and collected, and still remains looking the same, doesn't he?
So that's an exact same shot. So this is the first start. Lights are going to go out now. So you can see, look at that, Nick Tandy just alongside him. You'll see him come up. Look at his eyes. Watch the driver's eyes. You're just always looking at the side and any overlaps that are coming in. He's going to trust Nick Tandy not to hit him, which he does, but that loses him a little bit of momentum. But look at the steering wheel work. There's no big inputs. He's just trying to get round. You'll see he's left the door open here. I think O'Neill going comes down the inside in the 45, and he thinks, okay, well, that's my battle over. And then we just see someone else whiz past. I think that was Nathan Edwards, wasn't it? He just needs to get these points, get it over the line. He doesn't want to be going into that last race today and having a nightmare. So, yeah, good for him, because he knows how to win a championship in minis.
That's it, yeah, he does, and he'll be a double champion. I'm not sure if you had a double champion. If we Coopers, and I'll have to check that out. That's one for Matt Salisbury. He'll be pinging your phone in a minute when he Matt Salisbury again. Yes, we have. No, we haven't.
He's flattened my battery. I've spoken to Matt, honestly. I spoke to Matt on text from Mini more than my mum and dad this last 10 weekends of racing.
Thanks, Matt. It's good. There's we're just in the points graphic there. This will wrap it up for him, as we said at the start. A finish will do it for him. He's still close in the sport category, and we need to give a little bit of a shout out to Max Edmondson, who, as things stands, is going to secure the rookie championship here. I know Max is more concerned about the overall, as frequently decent drivers are, but that's a good part. Pro Alloys have been a super addition to the paddock this year. Really good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you say, it's been a great year, great championship, but yeah, it's been lovely to see a lot of these names just battling hard and still going at the end of the year, because it's not easy to keep going through the year and keeping that budget and keeping on top of that budget as well.
Absolutely right. Clock is ticking, by the way, on this one. So obviously it was 10 minutes. It includes the sighting lap or green flag lap, just to get everybody into gear and getting ready to go. Just seeing Lewis Selby going through, and he is ready. So we can have a look at how they line up for our restarts. Cars on the GP loop. Here's how they line up for the restart. Charlie Hand on pole from Nick Tandy. Nicholas to get formal. Nathan Edwards next up from Nathan Harrison. Then Josh Porter and Jensen O'Neill going. We've seen them in pit lane though. Max Edmondson and Tom Ovenden are next up from Lewis Selby and Harry Campy. And on row 6, Alex Solly and Ned Anthony. Owen Hillman lines up on row 7. He's next to Albert Webster. Cam Richardson on row 8 with Alex Brandon. Then it is Brent Bowe. The first of the sport drivers, Henry Howarth, looking to get closer to the championship leader, Archie Johnson, who lines up P2 in that class. Chris McKenzie is third from Ben Crossley. He's third in the championship at the moment, Ben Crossley. And then Will Crooks completing our grid. A little bit of a shout out for Ben Crossley. This is his home one as well, and fighting for third place in the sport category with Chris McKenzie. Had a super race yesterday, did Ben Crossley. Both of them have won sport class wins this year so far, so very hard fought third place. And I hope that both of those guys are going to have budgets to come back and race with us next year, which would be good to see. And as if by magic, we get to have a look at, there is Ben Crossley in the blue car, there is Cameron, just in front of him is Chris McKenzie. So those two guys dicing for third in the championship, 2 cars in front of them dicing for the overall. Green flag from the back of the field. Albert Webster at a jaunty angle we saw in his newly bodied car, and we're ready to go for the second time for the VERTU Motors JCW Mini Challenge. Away we go. Nick Tandy's had an absolute belter of a start, Paul O'Neill.
What a start from Nick Tandy. That is some start. Wow, from front wheel drive. I mean, that looked like it was his Audi at Le Mans. Wow.
That was good stuff. Is that one where the clerk of course says you nearly jumped the start?
I think he's got that bang on. He's got that bang on. Brilliant.
Yeah, that line incident, he came from Rob Boston. He had a clerk telling that once, and maybe we'll see Rob Boston's team in this next year. I know they were thinking about it and looking at it, but remains to be seen. The lights on tells us that's Albert Webster in the number 2. Great to see Albert back. I don't think we're going to see him next year, which is a great pity, but the car is out there and in the shop window, so to speak, for number 2. Not scoring points in this one, but we're on board with our potential champion.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Look at him, eyes on stalks, as all he's trying to do is just finish this race. Hillman is doing everything he can. This is a terrible position for Ovenden. I'd be surprised if he didn't just break early, but look, he's not got 1, he's got 2 to look out for.
Yeah, they want to get past him and have a little bit of a scalp, don't they? He's holding on to it for the moment, so he is there. Ned Anthony in the mix as well. Has had rookie wins. We've got a car on the dirt there. That is Henry Howarth. Henry Howarth, who was the leading sport runner, has a wide moment there, and that is a nice little gift for Archie Johnson, who takes the class lead.
Wow, that's pretty impressive stuff, isn't it? Getting that car back on the track at that speed on the grass. We said how wrong it can go, and we've seen it already. So I'm just glad to see he's got back on.
Yeah, that's the best news, as we get the 2 Nathans re-engaging in battle once again. Nathan Edwards busy chasing returning Nathan Harrison, and yep. This year's main Nathan doing the chasing here in the 1111 Interclaim's car, goes into Paddock Hill Bend and putting the challenge on, but it's Tandy out front in this one at the moment from Charlie Hand in P2. Who'd have thought that we'd have a multiple, a Le Mans winner, a multiple endurance sports car champion and winner, dicing with junior saloon car champion from a few years ago. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? And I tell you what, got to give it to Hand. He's keeping him honest. Yeah, he's keeping him honest.
He's a quick lad. Crawley boy. is Charlie Hand, and yeah, pretty much has done well in everything he has raced. There is Tom Ovenden, as we say, down in 9th place at the moment. A couple of drivers ahead of him that won't score points in this one as guest drivers or otherwise, but all he needs to do is finish.
We seen that yesterday, didn't we? Running wide and catching that wreck to sell
Alex
barrier.
Brandon, that's not. There is time here for that to be recovered if Marshall's post is nearby, but that's a little bit worrying to see that. Hopefully Alex won't be too shaken up by that as Tandy continues to lead. If we go to safety car again, it'll be curtains on this one, won't it? But I don't imagine we will, because that car is running.
Yeah, the car will be fine, but whether or not they'll just put a yellow out there, because it just depends how much. So the Marshalls...
Well done, lads.
Yeah.
Well done, lads. Thank you, lads, as well.
So they got that out of the way, haven't they?
Yeah, mega work from the marshalling team.
Perfect.
Absolutely brilliant, lads and girls, of course, in our Marshall. Super stuff. As we still look, there is Lewis Selby at the head of this group. Have a look at that again. It's the car with the new bodywork on, Alex Brandon, and it looks absolutely great. Doesn't look so good when it hits the barrier, though.
Oh, wow, yeah. Look like he did it on his own as well. Oh, he just got unlucky. Oh. He got unlucky with how he went off. It looked like he went off on his own. But look at that. I mean, he got out of the way, thank goodness. But that front right tyre looks delaminated, or maybe the wheel arch is coming off. I just hope he can feel something and maybe slow it down and get back to the pits if it is broken.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is great. We've only got 3 minutes left, but we've got some real fast boys at the front. Nick Tandy leads the VERTU Motors JCWs. Go on, I'll come back to that. What?
Just seeing a little yellow flag being waved in that sector, so yeah, it's getting covered.
I expect that. Charlie Hand in P2. Then we've got Nathan Harrison and Nathan Edwards with Max Edmondson in 5th. We've got some big shooters out here. Imagine this next year. I know we're not going to get Nick Tandy back next year, but imagine if Jamie Osborne gets another shout at it, or Zelos, or whatever. This could be absolutely mega stuff going on.
You never know, mate. Nick might be having a great time like these two boys are. Go on.
Yeah, getting stuck in. So Archie Johnson, oh, Chris McKenzie, the JRW Bitcoin car getting stuck in. Ben Crossley is in 3rd place. Henry Howarth in pink is 4th. With the championship slipping away a little bit from Henry, still doable at the moment, and he wants an extra point. He pops the car up the inside of the 210 machine and goes up to 3rd in class. It's Johnson leading it, and Ben Crossley, he's going to be the next target, and I have to say metaphorical target for the 3rd place car, who wants the championship points. Howarth, after that off, is trying to recover. We'll see whether he can go through, but Johnson there at the moment, the leader. Howarth's only got 1:55 to get through ahead of Crossley. Here's a replay of that move.
That's great stuff, this. No contact at all there. That was brilliant. They got really close, didn't they? But yeah, they're still at it. Look at that swarm. That's proper stuff, isn't it? And we got it. Oh, that's a good overlap going up to Drivets, but no, not going to happen. Great stuff from the sport category. Loving this.
Yeah, all behaving themselves well. And Ben Crossley at the moment, who is there, is trying to annex 3rd into the blue car, holding on to 3rd in the championship here with a good attacking drive from young Ben there. We've got Porter in the mix as well, so we've got JCW's in the mix looking to, of course, the pit lane starters, looking to get stuck in and get past them.
O'Neill going, trying to get past 5 guys here. Dear me.
One corner for Jensen, isn't it?
Good effort. Do you know what was really nice to see there? He didn't just disrespectfully drive them out the way. Good
point.
Stuff.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Yeah, Jensen always comes over and says hello. Really good lad. Credit to him, the family, and the team, and the 2 championships that he's raced in the past. As Ben Crossley makes a move here, challenging for the lead. So we've got things going on in the background as well. Lots of chasing going on there. So just getting confirmation that Edmondson should win the Rookie Cup with this one, so we're going to have 2 champions out of 3 crowned here, I think, in this race. But this sport battle has been great, and Ben Crossley looking to try and set up another win in this category, chasing the championship leader.
Absolutely stunning stuff. You can tell how hard fought this is, because this is the most coverage they've had all year, and that is because they are going hammer and tongs at it. Look at this queue of sport category cars with a H-pattern gearbox and less power, but just brilliant entertainment.
I hope we see Ben Crossley back next year, but bear in mind that we've got JCW's in the mix as well, as Archie Johnson in the TJ Hall car leads them down across the line again. Josh Porter's going to go to the outside. Remember, he's in the faster JCW full spec car, makes the pass on Crossley. Will Crossley be able to get a little bit of a toe, or maybe follow him and have a go at Archie Johnson out front? Jensen O'Neill going follows them. Then it is Henry Howarth closing up as well. Porter's through. Jensen O'Neill going goes through. Remember, JCW cars getting involved and just passing the sport runners, but it is still, at the moment, Archie Johnson the leader, and we'll see. Ben Crossley's lost a wee bit of ground here. The clock's run out, and out front it's going to be Nick Tandy to grab a win as Chris McKenzie looks all over the back of Henry Houth to try and get up onto the podium here.
Yeah, it's all going off, isn't it? I can't see it ending like it is at the minute. There's a little bit of headbutting going on the sport category, giving headbutts out to the main category. Very nice from Crossley. He's like, get on with it, mate. Oh, here we go, getting on with it. Great move.
Yeah, this is the two Nathans getting stuck in again. So it is Nathan Edwards that's got ahead of Nathan Harrison, Max Edmondson in the mix as well. The clock is down. This is the last few corners of our penultimate race of the year, and a great job by the BARC for getting this second half of the race run, and a great job here. Superstar by Nick Tandy for the superstar. Super sub this weekend is going to take a win. Here he comes then. Nick Tandy takes the win in the minis from second position. Charlie Hand gets the winner's points in that one, with Nathan Edwards in third. Nathan Harrison proving that he has lost nothing in the year since we've lost him. He's in fourth place from Max Edmondson, the new rookie champion. Well done, Max Edmondson and Pro Alloys Racing. Lewis Selby next, Alex Solly from Harry Campy, and our new champion, provisionally of course, for any championship that we announce here, is Tom Ovenden, who comes home across the line in ninth place.
Wow, great race that was. Congratulations to all concerned, but just a little fanboying thing from me. Nick Tandy, absolutely brilliant. Can somebody have a word with his current employers to let him come and play every weekend?
Yeah, there was an email that Lewis Selby was talking about, because as a Porsche driver, he's got to ask permission to race, and it said something like, "We hereby give permission to race minis with your friends," or something like. It was that kind of tone. But here's our champion, Tom Ovenden, double champion, won the Cooper class. If you want to come into mini racing, the Cooper class is a mega place to start, and what an apprenticeship. Look at that, yes!
Absolutely brilliant. That is excellent. What an onboard. That's how much it means, and like you say, what an advert for Mini Challenge. Great stuff from you, Tom. Fair play. You deserve all the plaudits you get. You never give up, and you know, bit of a shame about what happened at the end of the championship, but he needed to come here and do it, and it wasn't just a one-horse race.
It wasn't, no. Superb weekends racing, done the job. He's a great, as I say, it's a super paddock, and they've all done really, really, and it just, you know, now we finally got the dates from Ria for next year. Really looking forward to an exciting season, and a lot of people lining up to do Taste Today, I think, in December. Look at the website if you want to come and have a go, and loads of people coming in next year for sure by the look of it. So here's how they complete round 18, the penultimate race of the season. Congratulations, Nick Tandy, on getting the win from Charlie Hand, who gets the winner's points, of course. Charlie Hand, best ever result P2 from Nathan Edwards, again up at the sharp end, and a super return for former champion Nathan Harrison. Max Edmondson, the new rookie champion, fifth. Lewis Selby, great drive from the back into sixth place from Lewis Selby, second in the table. Alex Solly is seventh from Harry Campy, and our new champion, congratulations, Tom Ovenden. Owen Hillman completing the top 10 for Pro Alloys Racing. Ned Anthony was 11th from Albert Webster, and Cam Richardson 13th from Brent Bowie and Josh Porter. Archie Johnson gets the victory in the sport category. Behind him was Jensen O'Neill going in the JCW. Ben Crossley gets second in the sports, and Henry Houth in third, I think keeping his championship hopes alive, ahead of Chris McKenzie, who completes our top 20. Will Crooks next up from Alex Brandon, who soldiered on, and we saw issues very sadly for Nicky Gauci and more expensively, sadly, for Harry Hickton, but Harry was okay. Wow. Down in Parc Fermé. So much to do here, isn't there? Chat to our winner, our champions. There is our champion, rightly delighted.
Yeah. Why was his visor down there? I think he's crying. Good lad.
Why not?
I'd be crying if I won a championship. Good effort.
OK, so we've done the sums, or someone's done them for us. And Tom Ovenden confirmed as our champion from Lewis Selby and Jamie Osborne. Max Edmondson fourth from Nathan Edwards. Edmondson winning the Rookie Drivers' Championship from Harry Campy and Harry Hickton. Charlie Hand in fourth from Cameron Richardson in P5. JCW Sport, Archie Johnson, 9 points clear of Henry Houth, with Ben Crossley next up from Chris McKenzie and Will Crooks. Henry Houth winning the rookie version from Archie, Will and Nicky Gauci. And Louise is with our winners down in Victory Lane.
Yeah, I'm with a very emotional Mini Challenge champion. We can see just on your face what this means to you.
Yeah, I can't really believe it, to be honest. Yeah, it's hard to put this into words, to be honest. That was a crazy race, obviously with the red flag, it was getting disrupted, and I just knew I just had to keep my head cool. All I had to do was finish in that race, and my start on the restart was terrible, so I thought, yeah, if people come past, I thought that's okay, just drive to the end, and that's all he had to do. But unbelievable.
You look so chilled sitting out there in the grid. We could see you on the onboard camera. The guys were talking about the fact that, it looks very, very relaxed, but obviously a lot was going through your head.
Yeah, 100%. We've really tried to just stay in our process all weekend and treat it like normal, even though we've known we've been this close. So just to finally release this tension that we've had all weekend it's an amazing feeling.
And it's really just come to you in the last couple of rounds, hasn't it? I mean, obviously for obvious reasons, but nonetheless, it's been a special season, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, to Jamie, I still hope he's doing okay. It's such a shame he couldn't be at this round, but it's been a very special year. I have to remind myself that I do deserve to be here, and I've put in a lot of work this year to try and make this possible. And I'm just so proud of everyone. It's unbelievable, it really is.
How does this compare? I mean, it's not that long ago you were standing here winning another mini champion at Brands Hatch. How does this one compare?
Well, when I first joined Minis in 2021, I never thought I'd win a race, let alone win the Coopers. Then to do that, and then when we finally made this leap up to chase the Ws, never thought we'd win this either. So it's not quite real at the moment. I'm sure it will be in the next 2 days, hopefully.
Fantastic result. Congratulations. I think we have time for a quick word. Where's he gone? Where's Nick Tandy gone? I was hoping to grab a quick word with Nick Tandy. Yes, Nick, here he is. Come on over. We've got to grab a word. Le Mans winner and now Mini Challenge winner. I mean, such a bold move for you to come here in the first place. How much have you enjoyed it?
I enjoyed that. I really did. Obviously, you get into racing because you love racing, and it was, I think, Monday afternoon. Lewis called me and Pete called me, and I wish I was watching Jamie, of course. I wish I was watching him come here and wrap up his championship that he fully deserved. Done a fantastic job all season, but watching it all and being around the Napa Racing team, it's kind of great to be able to come here and help them out and get a few points for the team, and that now tops the Le Mans win. So the good thing is we've still got a race to go.
Fantastic. It's great to have you here. Honestly, it really is good to have you here. And let's just grab a quick word with our rookie champion, Max Edmondson. Great to tie it up. You can just go out there and have fun in the final race of the day now, can't you?
No, not really, actually, because I want to try to tie up the obviously top 3 championship overall. But yeah, it's a bit surreal racing here. Obviously, I didn't think I was going to make it earlier in the year. But this track's amazing. Obviously, I was looking forward to racing here yesterday, but then we had a mechanical problem. But yeah, the track's absolutely amazing.
I mean, as you say, well, I think it was Knockhill we were talking about the fact you might not be here. So to just be on track has been an achievement, but winning the rookie title as well, it is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something to be proud of, obviously, by myself and obviously all the hard work the team's put in. But yeah, just thank you to all my sponsors, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Dream come true.
We look forward to seeing what comes next for you, Max. Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy the final race of the day. There's more racing to come here, though. Very shortly, the Porsche Carrera Cup is going to be heading out on track. So back over to Tim and to David to talk us through that one.
Louise, thanks very much. Cars are on track and we are good to go racing then as the field accelerates away, with George Gamble being the driver on pole position. The first time he's been on pole this year, the first time he's been on pole position within his Carrera Cup career, even though he's the outgoing champion. With him at the front of the grid is Sid Smith, who has had a victory. You've got Will Martin third on the grid, and he has taken 5 wins this year, and he's involved in a big battle for the championship, along with Andrew Rackstraw, who is going to start 5th on the grid. Jonathan Beeson yesterday took pole position in the qualifying session in the AM contest. He gets a point for that, and that was the 1 point he needed to secure the championship. So Jonathan Beeson there in the blue and white car in the background, he is the AM champion. Pro-Am and Pro are still up for grabs. And George Gamble, that pole position yesterday was a surprise in a sense, because he struggled for pace all year, it would appear.
Yeah, it was a return to form, a bit late for the champion, the outgoing champion, but nice to see. He won the second race here last year, so obviously a track he likes anyway. But yeah, it's been a disappointing year by his standards, and nobody could quite explain where the pace had gone, but he certainly had it in a very competitive qualifying session yesterday. Let's see if he can convert that into a win in this, the first of the 2 races.
So the cars making their way through on this formation lap. Let's look at the way they're going to line up, with George Gamble on pole position and Sid Smith lining up second. Will Martin starts third and Seb Hopkins fourth, winners both this year. Andrew Rackstraw, championship leader, fifth, and Angus Whiteside, a winner here last year, will start sixth on the grid. Seventh is where you find Max Coates. He's been an outright race winner this year. He's in Pro-Am, as too Will Jenkins and Oliver White, and Josh Stanton and Ollie Jackson, who all line up behind. James Wallace, outgoing Porsche Junior, he is 12th on the grid, ahead of Stephen Jelly. Aaron Mason returns. We saw him at Donington at the start of the year, and he's back to round out the season. He qualifies ahead of Henry Dawes. Then Jonathan Beeson outpacing fellow Am runner Carl Cavers. So it's all eyes on Rackstraw versus Martin for the championship, and Will Martin has had the greater number of wins. He's also had the greater number of points, but he's then given away a lot in terms of he's had them taken off him through penalties.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's 10 points behind overall after drop scores, but has lost 20 points in penalties to Andrew Rackstraw, who's lost none. So he would be 10 points ahead, which is absolutely crucial when there's so few points available in each race, and very little difference between the places, only a point or two in the places. So whatever happens, Will Martin has got to finish in front of Rackstraw to take it really to the next race.
And this is the race in which he needs really to win it and have as many cars as possible between himself and Rackstraw, because the greater allocation of points is on this first race.
Definitely, and fastest lap if he can.
So no pressure then. There is Will Martin, who lines up good to go in the Eden Motorsport car. The multicoloured stripy car of Carl Cavers is going to be at the back of the grid. This race is 17 laps or 30 minutes, depending on which is going to be completed first. It's George Gamble in the white car on pole position, the outgoing champion. Sid Smith with him at the front of the grid. The lights go red. The penultimate round of Carrera Cup GB is go, and a good launch by Will Martin, but then Sid Smith also outtracks George Gamble. Martin gets boxed in. Gamble wasn't that rapid away, but Sid Smith was, and he goes round the outside into the lead. Gamble is second, Martin third, Rackstraw fourth as they round paddock. Sid Smith goes wide and cuts back across to defend from George Gamble. He locks up, he goes wide at Druitt. Gamble goes wide as well, and up the inside comes Will Martin, 3 wide down the hill. This is jeopardy for all of them. In the middle is Gamble, on the outside line is Martin. That's Rackstraw diving up the inside as Smith leads Gamble. Martin third, Rackstraw fourth. They've all survived so far.
Well, very exciting first couple of laps round the outside. That's a great move. Can Will Martin hold him off? He can.
That was Rackstraw going round the outside. Andrew Rackstraw, the championship leader. He's not quite level with Will Martin, but he's standing his ground on the inside line as they drop down the hill, and he's going to go through on the inside there. He's done it. Good move. Andrew Rackstraw goes by, and Will Martin is taking a tighter line out of Hawthorne, so he's on the inside. He's up the inside, and he's through for third place. Great racing.
Well, these two were banging side by side at Silverstone last time out. They're continuing the fashion now as Rackstraw gets up the inside into Sheen Curve. Surely he's going to come up. They go through side by side. Now it's Will Martin who has the inside for Sterling.
Get your handkerchief ready. This could end in tears, couldn't it? This is only lap one. Got a 17-lap race. Up front then, the car of Sid Smith leads. George Gamble, after that not quite dynamite start, is there in second place. But look, those two have disappeared up the road because of the fact that Martin and Rackstraw have been squabbling over third and holding each other up. It's Angus Whiteside in fifth in the purple car. Seb Hopkins sixth in the white and orange livery. That on the inside line in the pink colours is James Wallace to go ahead of Oliver White. And Wallace goes through up from 12 on the grid, but he has a bit of a twitch at the bottom of Paddock Hill. He's able to defend from White. Then the other purple car, Josh Stanton, is next in the queue. To the outside goes the yellow car of Jackson. Up the inside is Stephen Jelly, number 12.
Oh, Stephen Jelly just gets into the side of Josh Stanton. That can so easily spin the Porsche out when the engine's at the rear and the front of the car's quite light. A bang on the front can actually often spin it out. Jelly's coming back now up the inside. Oh, some really hard racing in these first couple of laps. I think Will Martin was a bit unlucky. He made a great start, but Sid Smith's good start closed off that gap that opened up with George Gamble. Still side by side into Hawthorne's.
And there you've got Aaron Mason squabbling with the car of Will Jenkins. Stephen Jelly behind the pair as they run now down towards Westfield through that right-hander. So Jenkins, for the moment, staying ahead. Race leaders make that climb up the hill. Sid Smith, the outright race leader, winner at Thruxton back in the summer, back in June. Let's have a replay coming out of Druids. Watch Stephen Jelly on the inside. Just bounces off the side of Josh Stanton, who also bounces off Ollie Jackson.
Yeah, just manages to hold it. So nearly a spin there. This is on board with Rackstraw. Watch Will Martin ahead. He gets a great launch, but the gap in front of him gets closed off by Sid Smith. So there's nowhere for Martin to go. Hopefully we can stay on board, because it's a great first lap. Martin then looks to cut back to the inside. There's no gap there. Then he thinks, do I defend the inside or not? But the others lock up in front of him. He gets to go up the inside, but as we know, he doesn't get cleanly through and ends up on the outside for Graham Hill. Rackstraw's now thinking, great, I'll just dive up the inside of both of them. They're both slow off the corner, and then Rackstraw decides to go right round the outside and try and make it up at Surtees. It's a great move. He's given room on the exit, and their battle side by side continues all the way down to Hawthorne's, where he takes the position, but Martin cuts back to the inside on the exit of this corner. He has to wait to get on the power. Martin's timed his move to the inside beautifully, and at this point you think, well, the job's done now. But no, Martin bounced over the curb and Rackstraw's back up the inside again, all the way to Sheen Curve, where they're side by side. I don't think we've seen this very often, have we? Bit of touch of opposite lock. Finally, when they get to Stirling's, Will Martin claims that position, but they lost a lot of ground to the first two in that battle, but great to see.
But the ground is being made up, because now Will Martin, look, has really disappeared from Rackstraw, and he's closing on George Gamble. So Sid Smith there leads at the end of lap 4 by nearly a second and a half. It's George Gamble second, but Martin is virtually with him now, having just done the fastest lap of the race. Andrew Rackstraw is in 4th, a further second back. So Martin is on a mission.
Yeah, and there's a point, obviously, for fastest lap as well, which he wants to take. So that's step 1 of that accomplished. Now it's a case of how quickly can he get past George Gamble, if indeed he can, because all the time they fight, Sid Smith's making hay up the road. As you say, Thruxton win already this year, Sid Smith.
And a replay here of the cars bouncing their way on the dirt out of Stirling's. That was Aaron Mason getting it wrong on the dirt, and Henry Dawes being able to come up and have a go at him. As you look at the race leader then, so Sid Smith clear up the road now for Team Parker Racing, but George Gamble in the Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport car under attack. Will Martin all over the back of him. Now, it's every man for himself, admittedly, but Gamble can't win the championship, and his teammate, Andrew Rackstraw, can. So Gamble not only wants to hang on to the place for himself, but he needs to hang on to the place for his teammate.
Yeah, good point, absolutely. And they are teammates. I'm sure that Gamble will be a little cross that he hasn't made more of his pole position, but he will definitely want to help his teammate.
So underneath the vehicle bridge they will come into clearways. There in the background is Andrew Rackstraw, who after that good first lap does not seem to have the pace to get back onto terms with Will Martin. This is Rackstraw's view, look, coming out of Clark Curve, heading up towards the line. Now he might be able to buy back into this if Martin gets a little bit stuck there behind Gamble as they drop now down through that right-hander of Paddock Hill Bend. This is lap 5.
The only thing we have seen in previous races is that Rackstraw can sometimes make a slower start but then have a lot more pace at the end of the race. That can happen to anybody in this championship, but it does ebb and flow a little bit. We'll see how it pans out over the duration of the race. Now look, Martin's looking, is he going to make a dive? No, Gamble just defends that inside, which again costs some time but may enable Martin to get a better run off the corner. It's extremely close. Is he going to give it a send into Hawthorne's? He's trying to tee it up. Might have to go the long way if he tries it at all.
And Rackstraw's still not close enough to take advantage as Martin goes to the outside line. He took a tight exit on the opening lap, didn't he? Gamble knows what's coming and moves across and defend. Will Martin has the pace and he's right there, in fact, in the back of Gamble, not on the tail anymore. But look who has arrived on his shoulder. Andrew Rackstraw, in the space of 2 corners, is right back with them.
Well, George Gamble was sort of parking it on the apex there, wasn't he? Which prevented the cutback, which Will Martin was trying to do. And in doing so, by parking it on the apex, he lost a little bit of minimum corner speed. And the timing of the cutback was almost impossible for Martin to do. So he just ran into the back briefly. So passing Gamble is going to be very, very tough. On board with Rackstraw, we're looking at the approach now to Westfield, and look at the closing speed. That shows you how much Gamble slowed up in the corner to prevent the cutback. I mean, it's fair racing. It's hard, but it's fair racing.
So downhill come the Century cars, sandwiching the Eden Motorsport entry. That in the hands of Will Martin as they come then along Cooper Straight. Well, all this is going on. Sid Smith is just driving off into the distance because he doesn't have anybody to worry about. And there he is. It's been an up and down sort of a season for Sid Smith, but we've always known that he's got good pace. And George Gamble now having to go defensive. He wants to hang on to second place, but the longer he stacks up Martin, the better it is for Rackstraw, because it prevents Martin gaining more points, and it also gives Rackstraw a chance to challenge, except that he's dropped back a length. So here they come towards Westfield. Rackstraw needs to get himself back into a position where he can challenge.
Or is he going to wait and watch this battle between the two of them and hope to take advantage at some point? But certainly Will Martin wants to put a car between himself, even if it is Rackstraw's teammate Gamble, but then Gamble might actually give the place to his teammate. But there's 2 points between each position here.
They come through the right hand of Clark curve. Sid Smith then still pulling away up front. It's been a good day for his team, Team Parker Racing, because the squad had a win early on in the day in Porsche Sprint Challenge, the Cayman Series, and leading in Carrera Cup GB is now Gamble, Martin, Rackstraw go over the line as one. Whiteside is 5th, Hopkins is 6th. Seb Hopkins, the rookie leader, indeed the rookie championship winner, and now Martin is on his toes, isn't he, going one side and the other to try to unsettle George Gamble, and Rackstraw right there waiting for the moment to try to dive up the inside. But Rackstraw has to be savvy about this. He doesn't want to put himself into a position where he might get damaged and not score points at all.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just thinking back to the last meeting in Silverstone. I'm not sure we saw it, but I think Martin picked up another penalty for hitting Gamble, didn't he, in the race? So they've got previous, these two, but Gamble's really making it difficult for him.
As he's entitled to do. He's not doing anything dirty, he's just defending resolutely as they come down to Hawthorne's then on this lap number 7 out of 17 through the right-hander of Hawthorne. The short straight to Westfield is next.
And it may actually be that Gamble's not helping his teammate too much, because look who's looming behind Rackstraw. It's Angus Whiteside. They're closing up. Now, that's not what Rackstraw wants at all.
And George Gamble might be thinking, come on, Andrew, I'm doing my best for you here. You need to have a go at some point, as the cars now come out of the left of Stirling's down now towards Clearways. So Sid Smith pulling away. Martin has got that fastest lap point that he wants, indeed he needs. And as they come into Clark Curve, you're right, Whiteside 5th, Hopkins 6th, not that far behind that leading Gamble. But there's the leading car of Sid Smith, absolutely way out on its own.
Yeah, he's gone, isn't he? So Sid needs to get into his rhythm, which he's already done now as we're on lap 8, but he's well into his rhythm. Just drive his lines, not make any mistakes, not do any lockups, and his times are plenty quick enough at the moment to stay out in front.
So downhill once again comes George Gamble. This is lap 8 and he's still hanging on to that second place, denying Will Martin a chance to gain further points, and Andrew Rackstraw still not quite close enough to make a move. Martin goes to the inside, thought about it, thought better of it, wasn't really close enough, and George Gamble hangs on for at least another corner.
I think he was trying desperately to make Gamble take a very defensive line, which would slow him up, which indeed it has, but it only results in another defensive line into Hawthorne. See if he can get the cut back this time, Martin. Gets very close. Oh, has he done it? Oh, not quite. Across the nose of the Porsche. Now the same thing again. Gamble stops the car on the apex. Rackstraw looks to go all the way around the outside. I'm sure Martin isn't going to have that.
And George Gamble hangs on to second. Still for third is Martin. But again, there was contact between those two. The front of Will Martin's car's taking quite a pounding in this, and he's getting away with it. Often when it's frontal damage, you see coolant coming out of the car. What has now happened, of course, is that Martin has been delayed. He's fallen back from Gamble, and now he's on the back foot, defending from Rackstraw. So it's a rather different look than what we had a lap ago. This is on board with Rackstraw.
This is a replay of earlier in the race. Gamble goes to the inside, stops the car on the apex. You can see the speed differential as Rackstraw closes up really fast. Martin is just effectively blocked, which is why he ran into the back of him. Rackstraw tried to go around the outside, but it's not worth the risk, is it?
No, because he desperately needs to keep on banking points. OK, he might drop 2 to Will Martin, but he will still have a championship advantage as the cars then now sprint their way along Cooper Straight. This is provisionally how we stand. It's going to be 4 points between them going into the final round of the championship. And if Will Martin doesn't win it, well, it's kind of on him, isn't it, as you were explaining with all those penalty points?
Yeah, very definitely. And he will rue that. He's had the pace all year. He's had 5 wins in total, more than anyone else. So he's definitely been the pace man, but those penalties could cost him dear. But 4 points is more than possible to make up, even if it's in the second race. He's got that fastest lap, which he still holds.
And now he sort of has to change his strategy. Rather than thinking about chasing after George Gamble, what he could do with is stacking Andrew Rackstraw back into Angus Whiteside, who has got Seb Hopkins and Max Coates with him. Now, ignore Max Coates, with all due deference. He's not in the pro class, so he's not scoring points. But if somehow Rackstraw falls behind Whiteside and Hopkins, that's good news for Will Martin. Fewer points scored by Rackstraw. So now, if Will Martin can't gain another place, he needs to try to engineer a way of Rackstraw losing places.
Yeah, and that may be what he's doing, because he's dropped away noticeably, hasn't he, from Gamble. So is this him playing the same role as Gamble did to back Rackstraw into problems?
Well, it might be working. Now Rackstraw has to start thinking, right, OK, don't want to lose a place, might have to race on and gain. Here they come down the hill. We're on lap number 10 out of 17. Sid Smith leads, George Gamble is second, and almost everybody else in a queue for third place now. I mentioned Max Coates at the back of this in the blue and yellow colours. He looks to the inside of Seb Hopkins. He's leading the Pro-Am contest at the moment. He's been an outright race winner this year, has Max. He's also taken a further couple of class wins in Pro-Am. Oliver White is the man leading the Pro-Am Championship, as now Whiteside in the purple car attacks Rackstraw coming down the hill. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all together in a line.
So it is definitely working for Martin, isn't it? This backing everybody up together. And Whiteside is somebody that's quite an aggressive racer, so he would have a go at championship or no championship on the line for Rackstraw. I'm sure Angus Whiteside would have a go.
Race leaders coming out of Stirling's then, and right on the back of Will Martin again is Andrew Rackstraw, because he knows he cannot afford to lose points, lose places, with Angus Whiteside right up behind him. Sid Smith, the race leader in the meantime, is already long gone over the timing line. It's slightly odd in a sense, given that he's never really had to race against anybody, how he's not been able to do the fastest lap. That was Will Martin from earlier on, when he was on a big charge.
Yeah, now that they're 10 laps into the race, that the chances of that fastest lap being beaten are slim, because the tyres have definitely worn, even though they're extremely durable and consistent Michelin-controlled tyres for the Cup Series. It's unlikely that someone will beat that fastest lap now, so I think that is secure.
There's Oliver White, who is going to be 14 points ahead of Max Coates in the championship if things stay as they are, and that's going to give him the Pro-Am Championship with a race to spare. Been a really good year for Ollie White. He's been unfortunate in the sense that when he's been running in contention for an outright race win, he's been ganged up on a little bit, so he's been denied that. However, it's been a really impressive season. When he first came into Carrera Cup, it was a massive step from Formula Ford 1600, and he rather struggled, but he's learned, he's got faster, and in Pro-Am he has found a really happy hunting ground. Hopefully we can tempt him back into Formula Ford for the Walter Hayes Trophy in November at Silverstone, where he always goes well. And Andrew Rackstraw in the white car was second at that event last year. He was third the year before, so there is a pattern for him if he can be persuaded to come back and race in single-seaters again. Right now, Will Martin hanging on to that place, and he is hemorrhaging time to George Gamble, so the plan has got to be to try and force Rackstraw into the clutches of Whiteside.
Got to be. Just behind this group, coming into the top of your shot, is the 400 pink car of James Wallace, having his final weekend as the Porsche Junior. The new Porsche Junior for the next 2 years will be announced later this year, although amongst the 4 finalists is a certain touring car driver called Daryl de Leon.
Interesting, and that's your AM champion. Jonathan Beeson comes across the line. He got the point for pole yesterday. That's enough to give him the title. 10 class wins this year, so he's outscoring Carl Cavers again anyway. And Jonathan Beeson, who is in his maiden season in Carrera Cup GB, has looked really good in the AM contest.
Certainly has. Good, consistent run. 22 points ahead now, although the championship is sewn up, but he'll be delighted with that. Next year, the AM category will go and be replaced by what is going to be called the Masters category. Quite a few changes being lined up for next year's championship to reduce some costs and make it a little bit more accessible in what will be the last year for the current 911 GT3 Cup car.
Sid Smith then is leading this penultimate round of 2025. and it is George Gamble, the reigning champion, in second place. You're looking at the fight for third all the way back to seventh place as Seb Hopkins, the rookie champion in the orange and white car, goes through. He's on the back of Angus Whiteside. Seb Hopkins, another man who's made the step up from the Cayman-based Porsche Sprint Challenge for this season. Indeed, Seb Hopkins was the champion in the Cayman Series last year. So it shows that Porsche pyramid, if you like, works. You win one championship, you step up, and he's been a double race winner. The reverse grid races, admittedly, but a double race winner in Carrera Cup this year. Max Coates, though, challenging him on the outside, gets the switch back to the inside. Nicely done that by Max Coates, and he's going to go through, I reckon, on the inside. He is, up to Druids. Coates goes by.
Very good move indeed, nicely set up, nicely timed. Here at Brands, you really do have to set the manoeuvre up early. And look at Will Martin. He really slowed up on the way into Graham Hill there to back Rackstraw up. He could see perhaps the gap was getting a little bit big, and he wants Angus Whiteside back on the tail and the rear bumper of Andrew Rackstraw.
So Oliver White, depending on what Max Coates does in terms of fastest lap points in this race, may not quite have secured Pro-Am. We'll double check at the end of the race as down towards the right hand of Hawthorns comes Oliver White with Ollie Jackson on the outside, and off the road goes Jackson, and around he will go. Jackson spins it all the way around, engages first gear, rejoins the racers, though nothing had happened, and even tries to fight back against Henry Dawes, but that won't have done his tyres much good.
Yeah, that was what I was worried about with Stephen Jelly earlier. A very slight touch can unsettle these cars. Look, Jackson on the outside in the yellow car just gets a touch there, and that just puts him wide. Obviously on the grass he loses the grip, but fortunately not into the barriers in any way, shape or form, as another ex-touring car driver in the shape of Stephen Jelly goes past. Just got run out wide by Ollie White.
So blood pressure returns to normal for Ollie Jackson. Meanwhile, Max Coates is under attack now from Seb Hopkins. James Wallace, as you say, closing up as well. So there are more and more cars being stacked into the queue. James Wallace joins the party, White and then Stanton not far behind. But in fairness, as yet, Rackstraw has not cracked. He's not opened the door to give Angus Whiteside any chance. Angus now frustrated. He's on the lights, as though somehow that is going to open the door for him. It might just distract Rackstraw, but not Surtees it won't.
No, well, Rackstraw's sort of, he's in a difficult place, isn't he? He doesn't want to attack Martin for fear of being pushed off or losing possession, but he's trying also to keep the pace up as high as possible and stop Angus Whiteside getting on the back of him. But it's a tense battle.
Yes, Will Martin, having done the fastest lap of the race, is now almost doing the slowest because he's trying to stack everybody up. So there's more and more pressure applied to Andrew Rackstraw in fourth place. The leader, Sid Smith, is now 3.4 seconds up the road, but that's 10 seconds up the road from this third place line of cars. Look, every time you look, there's another one added on at the back.
Yeah, I'm sure that Will Martin said, I had some car trouble, and that was as fast as I could go. But we know when the championship's on the line that tactical driving is at play.
So the peloton comes across the line, headed by Will Martin. Max Coates, nothing to lose in all of this, and in fairness, he's picking his way through pro cars. So actually, although they're losing places, they're not losing points because Max Coates is in the Pro-Am contest, and now Rackstraw does commit to the outside line up at Druids. It doesn't work, but that's the first time we've really, in recent laps, seen him have a go. There is now a 5-second penalty for Carl Cavers for exceeding track limits, but with all due deference, Carl was in last spot anyway, so it matters not.
There are now 10 cars in this group. People ask for close racing. Well, this is obviously what you need to do. Have a championship on the line and slow the pack up.
So it is Will Martin who is doing all of the stacking. This time around, actually, he just extends the advantage slightly from Rackstraw, who's having to think about defending. There's a splitter line on the ground as they go into Hawthorns then, as you see Josh Stanton go by. He's had a win this year within Pro-Am. But as the cars come up towards Hawthorn, fourth in the championship as it stands is Josh within that Pro-Am fight, still being led by Ollie White, but Max Coates currently leading in the race and looking for a third victory of the season in class. There he is, number 71, Max Coates, the business development manager up at Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire, and he's about to go under the bridge back down towards Clearways and into Clark Car.
Well, I have to say, poor old Sid Smith out leading the race by 3.5 seconds. Has had no coverage at all, but he's driven beautifully.
So I'm trying to remember what colour the car is. No, it's the white and green car of Sid Smith. It's coming out of Druids right now. There it is. And he has absolutely dominated this race. Granted, he's been helped a little bit by George Gamble defending from Will Martin earlier on. But even so, he has not put a wheel wrong. And a bit like we were saying before the race about George Gamble's pole position, why couldn't that have happened in other events? Well, the same's true of Sid Smith. Some days he's looked really quick and other days he's struggled a bit.
Yeah, I like the way Sid Smith drives. He's aggressive, he's fast, he grabs the car by the scruff of the neck. I like to watch him race, but he's probably going to get out of this race and say, where was everybody? What went on behind? I didn't understand.
He's barely seen another car really since Druids on lap 1. There is George Gamble 3.5 seconds back at the start of this lap, and this is for third. So it's still Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw, Angus Whiteside, Max Coates. He's been the one edging forward. Will Martin, in fairness, has done a good job. He's not made a mistake. He's done his level best to score points early on. Realised that wasn't happening against Gamble, changed the strategy, and he is going to outscore Rackstraw. It is going to benefit him a little in the championship, and he's done what he can do.
And in fairness to him, he hasn't backed the cars up to the extent that they were absolutely all over the back of Rackstraw. He hasn't been really difficult. He's just not been able to go, either not been able to go any faster or chosen a pace that at least keeps them close behind.
Whereas Sid Smith is about to come out of Druids, and as he drops down the hill, he might see another car only coming over the timing line, granted. As through there goes Will Martin, still hanging on to third place, and then the line behind pretty much goes all the way back to 14th. It's nearly everybody else.
Yeah, and it almost looks like Will Martin's now extending that gap. He slows down a lot at Druids, and then pulls a nice little gap on the way out.
Stephen Jelly versus Ollie Jackson. Jelly in the silver car, Jackson in the yellow livery. Will Jenkins just up ahead of them, locks up, scrabbles out wide. So Jelly gets to the inside. Jackson tries to go with him. Henry Dawes is there in the background, and both Jelly and Jackson get past Jenkins.
Yeah, a couple of old BTCC stalwarts fighting it out there in this 17-car grid.
So they go down towards Hawthorne as Sid Smith is on his way towards the checkered flag, and a second outright win of the year. Just trims the lawn on the outside of Sheen Curve, but it's been a really impressive drive this for Sid. He's about to come down towards Clearways, then it's George Gamble hanging on to second place. It's going to be Will Martin towards the line for third, but Sid Smith is on target then for win number 2 of the season. He's third in the points as well. He comes up towards the timing line. Sid Smith wins race 1 at Brands Hatch in the final weekend of Carrera Cup GB for 2025. George Gamble, last year's champion, takes second, and then Will Martin should be good to hang on to that third place. He's got the point for the fastest lap. He outscores Andrew Rackstraw by 1 place. So it is Martin for third, Rackstraw for fourth, Angus Whiteside fifth, sixth to win Pro-Am. Max Coates ahead of Hopkins, Wallace, White, Stanton, Jelly, Jackson, Jenkins, Dawes. And that takes you all the way down to 14th place. They came pouring through in a line. 15th, Aaron Mason. 16th ought to be there, the AM champion, Jonathan Beeson. And it will be Carl Cavers with that time penalty behind. So a really good drive that, as far as Sid Smith was concerned. It means that the Pro Battle will go to race 2. Pro-Am also goes to race 2. 11 points available, and 11-point gap. So we can't confirm that until the end of race 2. But even if it were a tie, Ollie White's had more wins, so I think he's champion-elect, I think we can call him.
Okay, crucial part of the second half of this two race final weekend is, of course, the reverse grid draw. So anything from 4th, 5th or 6th could be reversed for the second race, and that could be quite crucial. For example, were the top 4 to be reversed, Rackstraw would be on pole.
So down the pit lane comes Andrew Rackstraw then. So 4th place, back to the points, still in charge, but it's going to be an interesting second race, isn't it, with Will Martin having to do all the work. He's outscored Rackstraw, not by as many points as he would like, so it still puts the pressure on him for later in the day. The results of round 15, though, confirm the win for Sid Smith, with George Gamble second. Third, Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw fourth, and then Angus Whiteside fifth. Max Coates wins Pro-Am once again. He's 6th overall ahead of Seb Hopkins and James Wallace. Ollie White, 2nd in Pro-Am, 9th overall, and Josh Stanton rounds out the top 10. Stephen Jelly, 11th. Ollie Jackson, 12th. Will Jenkins 13th ahead of Henry Dawes and Aaron Mason on his return to the championship. Jonathan Beeson wins the AM class ahead of Carl Cavers. And Andrew Rackstraw is now 7 ahead in the championship over Will Martin provisionally. Sid Smith third and George Gamble fourth. Angus Whiteside next ahead of Seb Hopkins. Ollie White is ahead of Max Coates by 13 points, according to that. With 11 available, that would give Ollie White the championship. So some number crunching needs doing, and Ollie Jackson is third behind White and Coates. Jonathan Beeson has already won in AM. We'll double check the Pro-Am situation. We know that Pro will go down to the wire and a race win for Sid Smith. It's been a really good drive, that by Sid. Helped, as we were saying during the course of the race, with what was going on around, but even so, some good racing all the way through. So, Sid Smith's second victory of the season, and a very happy race winner he is here at Brands Hatch, and there's plenty more action to come after the break.
Races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it in the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's Marvellous Creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Well, it was George Gamble on pole position, but it was a great start for Sid Smith, who took the lead of the race and then didn't look back, taking his 2nd win of the season in the Porsche Carrera Cup. And I'm delighted to say that Sid is here with me now. Sid, it was just a cracking, absolutely dominant, really. I mean, a 3.5-second lead. You didn't really look back.
Yeah, it was one of those. I got like a really good start, and it was close between the 3 podium sitters coming into turn 3. Luckily I got inside, held my own, and then after that, once you got a gap round here, you can finally take a breath and relax and not try and put yourself in the trees around the back. No, but it was a mega race. Can't thank the team enough for preparing me such a good car. And yeah, it was just kind of just get my head down. It felt like a long race, I'll give you that. But yeah, no, it was a good win. I'm just really happy.
Yeah, and a nice way to kind of almost round out the end of the season.
Yep, it's got one more race to go. That's done on reverse grid, picked out of a hat, so we'll see where I'm starting for that. But hopefully we can come through again. You never know, so let's see.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Right, let's bring in George Gamble. Again, you know, it was a good start for you. You had the competition behind Will Martin, but a great podium finish for you.
Yeah, solid 2nd place. Didn't really have the pace at the start of the race. At the end, we started catching back up to Sid. But I think with the setup we went was probably a bit too conservative. We expected the tyre to sort of, get up to temperature a lot better than it did. And it's still quite cold, really, isn't it? So, but yeah, it's still a great race. It's going to be pretty on now for me and Sid for 3rd in the championship. So, yeah, solid performance. I was really happy with pole yesterday. So a podium's great today.
Yeah, well, congratulations on that, and eyes forward for the final race. And let's bring in Will Martin. Will, I mean, it was a great battle for 3rd. You managed to hang on to the final podium position, but Rakshaw, he was breathing down your neck.
Yeah, certainly. It's a bit of games between all the teams, so I think we're all playing them. It's a tight championship, and so you've got to make some, different sorts of moves. So yeah, it's going to be tight. We'll see what the reverse grid is and see what we can do in the last race.
Exactly. I mean, looking into the crystal ball, what does the final race bring, do you think?
Honestly, you can never tell. I just got to get as many points as possible, and then we'll see what happens behind.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good luck for that final one. Now, after the break, we will be bringing you all the build-up for our penultimate British touring car race. This could be the race that sees a new champion crowned even. Don't miss it.
VERTU races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season season gone so far? Obviously, you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it in the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously, you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid. But how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake?
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Arrived here at Brands Hatch this morning. All eyes on 2 drivers, championship rivals. Tom Ingram with everything to lose. Ash Sutton not giving up hope. Here is how round 28 played out.
Dramas for Daryl Daniil, so it is not going to be converting pole into the race lead and a race win. The lights go out, we go racing, and who makes the best of the start? It is going to be Camus. Rowbottom squeezes him up the curve, and Chilton keeps on coming. He forces the door open.
Teammate Morgan tries to get inside, has contact with Rowbottom.
It is round 28 of the championship, and it's win number 3 of the season for Dan Camish. Dan Camish wins race 1 of the day.
I mean, Jade, it was just pure dominance, wasn't it, from Dan Camish? Once he got himself into the lead of the race, it was just a brilliant moment for him. Obviously, really sad for Daryl de Leon to not be able to start the race from pole position due to those technical issues.
Yeah, so when you're in a front-wheel drive car and you've got rear-wheel drive cars around you, you basically give up your position in terms of the race start. So Camish would have probably thought de Leon's going to get away and I'll have to do a move later on in the race. When he saw him pull off, as much as obviously gutted for de Leon, for himself, he'd have gone game on here because he's now got no challenge ahead of him. And it was a brilliant race from Dan. He's had an up-and-down season, but ending on a high is good for himself mentally as a driver, but also for anyone that supports him or sponsors him. They end the season with a bit of silverware, which is brilliant. But yeah, gutted for de Leon. It was engine issues. I've been told that there's a fresh one going in, and hopefully he can make progress from the back here.
All right, well, let's hear from Lou now with a few more answers for us.
Oh, Dick, I mean, good news. Bonnet looking like it's about to go down on the car. What a job the guys have done.
Yeah, no, the guys have done a fantastic job. It's the first time we've changed an engine at a racetrack, I think, in about 10 years. So, so the guys have done a great job. We don't know the problem yet, but it's safer to change it.
Well, they're clearly not rusty at it if they've done it that quickly. I mean, we had a chat with Daryl earlier on. You could see the disappointment on his face. I mean, we know it happens, but it couldn't really have happened at a worse time for him, could it, in terms of the Jack Sears Trophy?
Pole position here, final round, Jack Sears Trophy, and just, I feel sorry for him. It's just, it's gone against him. We had the problem at Silverstone with the drive shaft, so no, Charles has now got a lucky run. He had a good race, so yeah, no, what was great yesterday is not so good today, but we've still got 2 races to go.
Incredible to think that this is probably the only trophy in the British Touring Car Championship that you've never previously won, the Jack Sears Trophy, so a little bit of history is going to be made today.
Yes, yep, it's we've been doing this for a long time, and we've made big improvements to the cars in the second half of the year, and we're right at the sharp end again now. So we've got a winter development job list already, so we'll hit the ground running again next year.
What do you think, though, about winning the Jack Sears Trophy for the first time? Is that a special thing?
Sorry, yeah, for the first time, yeah, it's something we've never really thought of, but having 2 rookies this year and a battle between them all year, and before even qualifying, they both deserve to win, but they both can't win. So it's just the luck the way it's gone today.
Yeah, and finally a word on Jake. Obviously an emotional day here this time last year, winning the championship. An emotional day this time round for another reason.
Yes, yeah, his last race with us. He's been with us for 4 seasons. First year third, second year third year first. And we were hoping he might get third again today, but because of I believe he was pushed off a bit in race 1, got the puncher, so now that's 3rd place gone.
Where does he rate, though, in the pantheon of the many champions that you've had at West Surrey Racing?
With Jake, sorry?
Yeah, with Jake.
Yeah, no, he's a great little driver, and considering he hops in and out of historic cars, GT3 sports cars, he's a good all-rounder, and we'll miss him, but might have to see if we can get Colin back on board.
Well, listen, you've had bad luck in the first race. Hopefully it's all good luck in the final 2 races here.
Yeah, and I think also if it looks like Chingram's going to win it, then there's still Ash, Colin and Andy Rouse, who won't be racing anymore, a 4-time champion. So if we get Colin back, he could be the first 5-time champion.
I can see exactly where your head's going here. Good to chat, Dick.
Thank you.
Ooh. Is that, we've heard it here first, could we see Colin back on the grid next season? That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Colin never wanted to sit and watch this season. He's a true racer. I've been able to chat to him throughout the year. He's enjoying the job he's doing, but he wants to be back racing, and Dick there is obviously keen to have him back. So, yeah, I'd imagine 2026 talks are happening already, and yeah, it'd be brilliant to see Colin back.
Oh, it'd be so good. We'd love it. The fans would love it. Let's make it happen, please, Dick. Thank you very much. Now we have to talk. This is the big one. This is the penultimate round of the weekend, of the season, in fact. But this could be the race where Tom Ingram is crowned champion. So at the moment, the points gap is 37 points between him and Ash Sutton. There'll be 22 points available for the final race, which means Ash needs to outperform by 16 points to keep that title hope alive, which is going to be tough. It's not impossible, but if he doesn't, that means Tom Ingram is crowned champion.
Yeah, I think Tom will still maintain that the relaxed approach, because he knows if it doesn't clinch it in this race, he's still got another one to do it. Whereas with Ash, he knows that this is it now. I do honestly think it's going to take a DNF from Ingram in some description for Ash to have a real chance. We've seen that Ash doesn't just have the pace this weekend. He's not quick enough. He's having to fight drivers that are nowhere near the championship title. So, yeah, he's on the back foot. But as I said at the start of the show, Ash never gives up. So it's going to be a battle to the end, but I think it's Tom's, yeah. Unless something dramatic happens, I think Tom's got this one.
Yeah, because after qualifying, Ash was saying, he didn't have the pace because they got the tyre pressure wrong in the car. But that wasn't a consequence of what happened with his performance in race 2.
No, he looks like he's driving the car beyond its means on this weekend. He's not got the pace that we normally see with Ash, and he's not then able to utilise his feisty driving style. He couldn't even keep up or get near Ingram in that race. So, yeah, Tom's just got to bring it home, get the points. He's done this all season long now, so it won't be any different. And maybe a little bit of added pressure, but for Tom, he's used to it by now.
I mean, that is the thing. You always think at this moment, such a critical moment in a driver's career, that pressure, are you going to crack under the pressure? But from what we've seen from Tom over the course of this weekend, he seems so relaxed, like almost unusually relaxed.
Yeah, I think when you're a driver of that level, everything becomes a process, and whether it's the first round of the season or the final round for the championship position, the process doesn't change. He'll still do the same warm-up to get ready in the car. He'll still have the same conversations with his engineer. So, yeah, okay, the pressure of the result of the race is different, but actually the process before it is no different to what he's used to.
And as well as obviously we're keeping our eye on that title championship battle at the top. But Dan Lloyd at the moment, after finishing in 8th, he put himself in a brilliant position in the first race this morning. He's now 10 points clear for the Indies.
Yeah, and for a driver like Dan, you see there with the clip, he's got stickers left, right and centre all over him. So to reward those sponsors with an independent championship will be perfect for him. Every driver on this grid wants to win outright, but the next best thing is obviously what you can win, and he's winning independent drivers championship. That's what he's aiming for. And race 1, you could see how hungry he was for it because of the positions he made and how fast he is in the car. So yeah, for Dan, this is a big moment for him.
Yeah, I mean, moving up, he qualified in P15 and then to finish in 8th, he really did move up the grid over the course of that race. And then we do have to touch upon the Jack Sears Trophy. We mentioned earlier, obviously, Darrell de Leon not being able to complete that race when he was on pole position. But Charles Rainford put in a really, really solid result, finishing 4th. Well, he's now in 4th in the drivers' standings, but that has put him basically 12 points clear of Darrell de Leon. So
yeah.
The pressure's off him.
Yeah, it's exactly the similar sort of scenario as with Tom Ingram. If Charles doesn't clinch it in this race, he's still got the next one to go. So again, probably a fairly relaxed approach. But as I said earlier, these guys that are fighting for the Jack Sears are unlike any other year really, because they've had such a brilliant season overall, let alone in Jack Sears. They're winning races, they're on podiums, they're up the front. Charles has done a brilliant job this season, a real calm head on his shoulders. Like I always say, happiest man on the grid, which puts Tom Chilton in competition in that battle. But yeah, Charles will probably celebrate nicely. I hope he does a couple of twirls on the roof of his car or something, a little pirouette for us all.
That would be amazing. Right, please can someone get that message to him? We want to see a little dance, a pirouette or two would be much appreciated. And then Dan Camish with that win this morning, he's now put himself in a really solid position. 25 points is the gap between himself and P4, so you got Jake Hill just behind in that battle for 3rd. So again, things are looking really positive for the Napa Racing driver.
Yeah, so with Dan, he obviously scored brilliant points, but not only that, his 2 rivals didn't do as well. Obviously, Jake had that puncher, he had to pit, so again, no score points there, and Dan Rowbottom fell back a little bit as well. So not only did he get the maximum, he also had the lady luck on his side with his rivals. So again, he'll be sitting fairly comfortable knowing he's got to score the points. But as we know in touring cars, absolutely anything can happen. And at the moment, this weekend's been pretty calm, so I'm just waiting for that catalyst moment.
It's all about to kick off. So potentially on the brink of history. Let's go to Lou for the grid walk. cakewalk.
Thank you, Nikki. You've just been talking about the Jack Sears Trophy. I'm here with with a man now leading that championship. And Charles, coming into this weekend, you weren't really thinking about it too much, but it really has swung back in your favour now. It's a very real possibility, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, it really is. As you say, I thought it was because it was so tricky before the start of the weekend, it wasn't necessarily on my radar as a back thought, but all of a sudden it's becoming a bit real. So we've got to make sure we have 2 clean races. As we know, anything can happen in touring cars. A bit of bad luck for me, and Daryl's right back in it. So yeah, we'll see what we can do, but hopefully we can round it off.
So you've got the medium tyre on for this race. You've got a couple of cars behind you, Tom Ingram, Gordon Shedden, both got the soft tyre. So what do you think? I mean, you know what that soft tyre is like on your car. How tricky is it going to be to keep those guys behind you?
I think it's going to be very difficult, especially Tom, you know. He's a fantastic driver, because Gordon's very feisty as well. So, you know, I've got my own championship to think about now as well. But certainly, you know, if the opportunity is there, we can try and go forward from here, we'll certainly give that a go.
Yeah, I mean, you almost got a podium in that last race. Slightly frustrating to lose that position?
Yeah, of course it was, the way it happened. Obviously, the stewards had the decision, and Adam got a penalty for it. I'm sure he didn't mean to do it. So, yeah, we'll see. But no, certainly, I mean, in the eyes of the stewards, obviously got a penalty for it, and that was their decision.
Great. Have a good race. He's such a nice boy, isn't he? And back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Lou. Yes, I'm with Mikey Doble. Do you know what? I forget how much goes on around these cars. There's people getting the windscreens clean. There's tyres everywhere, trying to get your on your marks. Mikey, there's a lot going on in the mate, but there's a lot going on for you in this race as well.
Yeah, this is the really important one. I mean, race 1 was important, but yeah, we didn't manage to make much progress there on the soft tyre. But you know, we're status quo amongst the independent runners for tyres. So you've got Lloydie up there and Smiley that they're going to be in the thick of it, I think. So look, I don't think we've got the outright pace to really go and challenge them. But if there's some skirmishes down there and they're in the middle of it, you know, and one of them has a bit of a nightmare, then we're back in it for race 3, you know. So we just got to be there to pick up the pieces.
Listen, I know you're a good guy and you love racing British touring cars, but how hard has it been to jump from such a fantastic car into the Cupra, which is not a bad car, but it is not easy, is it, to drive against the Astra?
Yeah, I know, that's exactly right. And we had the Astra in such a window this year. I mean, actually getting in the car and getting used to it, we were fine after 1 round, but you know, just trying to extract the speed out of this car. The Astra just almost drove itself around this. You've really got to hustle it, and you've got to work so hard to try and get the speed out of the car. It's just not been easy. You know, we've worked hard at it to try and get it competitive, but it's just, reality is just we're not competitive enough. You know, we're just not quick enough to really get back inside the top 10 where we were early in the season. But it's tough, but I'm just driving it to the absolute limit of what I can do with the car.
Listen, I'm sure you'll be mighty in this one. Good luck, mate. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I am now done with Tom Ingram, P7 to P5 in race 1 to extend that championship lead to 37 points. Just look at this crowd around me here. You get the feeling something might be happening here, don't you? Let's dive in and grab a word with the man himself. A lot of people watching on here, Tom. There's a sense of expectation out there.
Yeah, it's got a busy grid, this, isn't it?
Yeah, haven't you?
Seems to be quite a few people around. Yeah, look, we're in really, really good shape here with a soft tyre just about to go into the car. 5 laps of TTB as well. So it's a really, really nice place to be. The car's felt fantastic again this weekend. So yeah, whenever we bought a soft tyre on, the car feels fantastic. So really exciting.
And it was business as usual in race 1. That worked out for you. Business as usual plus a soft tyre in race 2. It really is. It's in your hands, suffice to say, isn't it? We never know what happens, but it's looking very good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, as I've said no end of occasions this weekend, we can't be overconfident. We can't look into things as though it's a done deal. We're just going about it exactly as we would a normal race weekend. We've done exactly the same strategy we did at Silverstone. Managed the way through with the limited TTB in race 1. Go to the soft tyre to try and bank a good result in this next race. I've got Gordon behind who's on a soft tyre. The rest of the guys around on a medium tyre. A little bit more boost. So the strategy was always to treat this as a normal race weekend. So business as usual. Just obviously acutely aware that there's some more business going on that we need to attend to later.
I can tell you're very much in race mode. I'll let you get your head down, get ready for this one. We are going to head off for a break. When we come back, it could well be Probably shouldn't say that, but it could well be the championship decider, so be sure you come back for that one.
VERTU races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I got a sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Well, after months and months of blood, sweat, and now no doubt a few tears along the way, it all boils down to this. If Tom Ingram finishes ahead of Ash Sutton, he will take his second British Touring Car title. Let's go. It is now round 29 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's find out who will be crowned champion with our commentators Tim Silby and David Addison.
So the cars released onto the final formation lap, and as we know about the BTCC, there are no guarantees about anything. Yeah, Tom Ingram might well be in the pound seat, but he is certainly not guaranteed this. There are 15 laps ahead of us, and there is drama at every turn, seemingly, in this championship. He has had a charmed season in many ways, has Tom Ingram. Others have had their dramas. Tom has had precious few. He's been banking points, and he's certainly in a good place. He just has to stay ahead of Ash Sutton, and the job is done with a round to spare. But it's never that straightforward. We've still got the Independence title as well, and that is far from straightforward. There is the man that won earlier on in the day, Dan Lloyd. Let's have a word with Dan before we go racing. Dan, that first race was mega, wasn't it? Great first lap on the soft tyres as well.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better start to the day, to be honest. It could have been a very tough race around my teammate for the full one, so getting a bit clear at the start, give me a bit of breathing room, and yeah, the car felt good as well.
And now you're on that medium tyre, things are a bit different, yeah?
Yeah, but to be honest with you, you always get a little bit of a feeling on the green flag lap, and so far it feels pretty good. So it's got to be a balance of getting stuck in at the right times and just being a bit sensible as well.
Get stuck in, admittedly, but also the main focus, really, I guess, is keeping an eye on what Mikey and Chris are up to for points.
Yeah, I mean, it's always better having the lead, but it's certainly not over yet, so still a lot of work to do. We're in a good place.
We'll let you get on with it. Good luck, Dan.
Cheers, mate.
So Dan Lloyd there in number 1, 2, 3, the Restart Racing Hyundai winner outright at Silverstone in the first race a couple of weeks ago. Let's look at the grid then for the penultimate round of the championship. It's Dan Camish as the race 1 winner on pole, with Tom Chilton lining up with him. They're on the medium tyre now, as is Adam Morgan, because you have to carry the medium, the harder tyre, into the second race if you're in the top 3. Charles Rainford's going to go from 4th. He's on the medium as well. Tom Ingram 5th, and he's on the soft. Then it's Dan Rowbottom, medium tyre. Gordon Shedden goes to the soft this time, and Dan Lloyd, you just heard from him, starting 8th ahead of Ash Sutton, who's on the medium again, and Chris Smiley starts 10th. 11th is where you find Josh Cook after his great first race. Teammate Aaron Smith lining up alongside, medium and soft rubber across the 2 Toyotas. Then it's Senna Proctor and Mikey Doble, soft and medium rubber respectively for them. On the 8th row, Sam Osborne, Dexter Patterson lining up with him. On the next row there is Max Buxton and Nicholas Hamilton. Jake Hill comes next after his puncture in race 1. Aidan Moffat, after damage in his drive-through, is alongside. Nick Halstead is penultimate on the grid, and this time Daryl De Leon should be in the race with the fresh engine on board after all the dramas that he suffered and didn't get into the first race of the day. So it sounds all very simple. Tom Ingram has to stay ahead of Ash Sutton, but hey, this is touring cars.
Well, yes, it's true, but Tom is taking no chances, so not surprisingly, he's starting on the soft tyre. He's the first car to do so. He's taking absolutely no chances. He wants to give himself the best possible chance of wrapping that title up in this race. Sutton's on the medium.
There is Ash Sutton on that medium tyre. You can see how many laps of boost they've got. 1 for Dan Camish, 2 for Tom Chilton. In terms of the championship rivals, 5 laps for Tom Ingram, and this time the full 8 for Ash Sutton. So progress should be made in that respect, but it's never simple, as we've been saying. So to the grid they come, and others to watch, of course, further back. Jake Hill and Daryl De Leon, both with points to prove after the dramas of race 1. Same is true of Aidan Moffat, of course. So the last few cars coming through clearways up to the grid. It is Dan Camish then at the very front. There at the very back is Daryl De Leon, who this time does come to the grid rather than having to bail to the pit lane, which is great after that engine change. There, Aidan Moffat's BMW slotting into place just a little bit further up the road, and then it's going to be all eyes on the lights as the penultimate round of the 2025 Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. 15 laps are ahead of us. Dan Camish starting on pole position. It's Tom Chilton alongside. It's Adam Morgan next, and then Charles Rainford 4th. Keep an eye to Ingram, keep an eye to Sutton, keep an eye on the lights then. They go red for the penultimate time this year. lights out, away we go, and a good getaway is made by Charles Rainford in the BMW, and Tom Chilton is away nicely as well, round the outside of Camish as they go towards paddock. Chilton leads, here comes Rainford, picking them off on the outside, he clears Camish, he's going to have a run at Chilton up the hill as well in the BMW, as Sutton accelerates up the hill in pursuit of Rowbottom. On the outside line is Rainford for Druids, and it's going to be Chilton has a big slide there, sends Adam Morgan out wide, and he tumbles down the field, having been on the podium in race 1. Jake Hill's made good progress already, but it's Chilton from Rainford as they accelerate onto Cooper Straight for the first time. You've got Camish third, and Ingram's already picking his way through the traffic. He's fourth, he's third, he's nearly second.
Yeah, great starts by Chilton and Rainford round the outside. Camish with that unfavoured pole position starting point wasn't too happy. Contact here. We're on board with Ash Sutton. He's got Camish just in front of him. Camish needs to let him go, really.
He does, and Sutton's gone to the outside line into Hawthorns. He's also got Rowbottom right up behind him. So as Rainford defends from Ingram, Camish needs, as you say, to let Sutton go, and they all concertina into Westfield for the first time. So Ingram is importantly ahead of Sutton, so that's enough to give him the championship. But we've got another 14 and a bit laps to go, so it certainly isn't over. Chilton's getting away up the road, though, and Rainford is now having to defend from everybody else. This is looking back from Ingram's car, coming through Sterling's. That's Camish behind us.
Well, Camish has got to either attack Ingram or let Sutton through, surely.
Down they come through clearways for the first time. There is Ingram. So Camish awaits the call. Of course, behind Sutton is Rowbottom, and it's Camish versus Rowbottom for third in the championship. So that's another battle to factor in. Rowbottom, though, is under attack from Shedden. Look in the Toyota as they come across the line, and Ingram has a big dive on the inside of Rainford. That's going into paddock. That's for second place, and Ingram goes through. Napa have got to make that switch to give Sutton half a chance now.
Clean as a whistle. That was a lovely pass, a classic dive up the inside, and that's the beauty of the soft tyre. That's why he's chosen the soft tyre for this race, to make sure he can escape the pack and have the pace that he knows he's got in that Hyundai.
So Dan Camish still defending from Ash Sutton. Could Tom Ingram win the championship with a race win? He's behind Tom Chilton. He's closing on Chilton. He's on the quicker tyre. Could it be win number 7 of the season and the title in the one race? We'll find out as things unwind. Now Sutton on the boost. Comes up to have a go at Camish, but he's got to do it on the boost. Camish lets him go. Slots back in behind. So a place gained at the start of the lap for Ingram. A place gained now for Sutton. But the way things are panning out at the moment, I would be surprised if Ingram weren't to win the race here.
Yeah, it makes sense, though, to swap over. Remember, Camish was race 1 winner. A has to start on the hard, on medium tyre, the harder of the two available. But also, he only has 1 lap of boost, whereas Sutton has the maximum of 8.
So the Hyundais are getting themselves closer and closer. That's Rowbottom defending from Shedden. Look, the Hyundais are together. So there'll be Spencer Aldridge on the radio to Tom Ingram. There'll be Barry Plowman on the radio to Tom Chilton. Are they going to make Tom Ingram work for it, or let Tom Chilton hand over the race lead? They come over the line now, so another lap lead for Chilton. Up towards paddock they go. Remember, if you lead a lap, you get a point. Inevitably, I think Ingram is going to go through. It just depends when that switch is made. Possibly, they want to see what the Fords are up to, but right now, Sutton is the best placed of them, so he is certainly pushing forward. There's only Rainford really now between Sutton and Ingram, so the Team VERTU engineers could do with making the call.
Yeah, as it stands at the moment, the championship will, of course, go to... Here comes the change. Up the inside goes Ingram. Chilton's happy to let him go. Chilton also has... Sorry, Ingram also has fastest lap and will get a point for that, and also a point for leading the race at the end of this lap. So he's got all the cherries lined up to win the championship in this race.
Chilton's work is not done yet, though. He's let Ingram go, yes, but what he could do with now is just dropping back a little bit and holding up Rainford, who in turn will hold up Sutton and let Ingram get away out of range.
No, I think he'll go with him. He'll go with him because he knows Ingram's got the pace to disappear on those soft tyres. They're all on the medium, so I think he'll just go as quick as he can rather than try and back up the pack, because they're not going to catch Ingram anyway.
Let's find out as they come through Sterling's. The BMW in third is Rainford. This is Sutton's view, then in fourth. He's not yet close enough to make a move against the BM as they come under the vehicle bridge, down through clearways. There is Ash Sutton then going through the corner, and behind him still is Camish, who in his own battle with Rowbottom for third in the championship is ahead of his teammate. Rowbottom still busy having to fend off Gordon Shedden, and also then Senna Proctor next in the queue. So Ingram goes through. The lead is now 9/10 of a second. He's just got the lap lead point as well to add to everything else, and now we'll see whether he can continue to build that lead. Although the first this race. Remember how the medium cars did come on strong again as the race wore on. Daryl De Leon picking his way up the order. He's alongside Mikey Doble. It's Dexter Patterson's Cupra just up the road ahead. So De Leon is still trying to gain ground. He's up the inside. That's going to be the outside for Graham Hill-Bender. This little battle that he's currently involved in is for 18th place.
Yeah, and the other guy that started at the back that we haven't mentioned is Jake Hill, who started 19th and is up to 12th. He's at the back of this pack, or the pack in front of this anyway.
Yeah, he did a lot of the work, as I'd said, on the first lap. He was on his toes going up through Druid, certainly, and still pushing on with only one more race in his immediate touring car career before he heads off to pastures new for next season. Sutton now makes the move for third, dives to the inside of Rainford into Westfield, gets the job done. So through goes Ash Sutton. Now let's see what he can do relative to Tom Chilton. Remember, Sutton's got a lot more boost, and also up and past Rainford now has gone Dan Camish. Rowbottom is on the back of the BMW, so Rainford drops back into the clutches of Robo, who challenges on the inside at Sterling and does go by. Rainford out wide. Proctor and Shedden are going to be on their toes to get past as well as Sutton accelerates down to Clearways.
Well, Rainford, I think, is hemorrhaging places because he's desperate not to get involved in it. He has a little bit of a moment coming through Hawthorns, gets an oversteer there. That's enough to lose momentum, and through goes Sutton, and then the others follow through. But of course, Rainford is concentrating on the Jack Sears Trophy.
And a big moment, and that is Rainford off the road and into the barriers, and oh so nearly up onto two wheels. Charles Rainford's race is run. That changes the focus in the Jack Sears Trophy, and that will change the focus in race control as well, because we may now need to neutralise the race to move that car, and then people are going to bunch up, and that's going to be really interesting. So keep an eye on the flags around the circuit. Ingram leads the way. He's got the fastest lap of the race, which is a new lap record. He's got the lap lead point. He's on target for another race win, but that all presupposes we stay green, and Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, will be assessing what to do.
I can't believe we are going to stay without the safety car. The safety car is now out. That car is off in a dangerous pace at Paddock Hill Bend. Little bit strange, because it was a strange lap. He had that moment at Hawthorns, then lost a load of places, and then goes off at the first fast corner on the next lap. I wonder if that was the result of someone else coming through, or whether he had a problem. We'll hopefully get some replays, but of course this will now back up the whole pack behind Ingram, and now in fact Chilton can play a little bit of a role in just letting Chilton get a good restart and let him get away, but a chance for everyone to catch their breath.
Just a little wisp of smoke maybe at the back of Charles Rainford's car as he was disappearing off the road. Might have been because of the spin, might have been something more sinister like a tyre going, but we'll try and see on a replay. So the safety car deployed. It's the 18th visit to the circuit of the safety car this year, and Tom Ingram's advantage will shrink, but the good news is he's got one of his teammates then looking after him, as it were, protecting him in second place. Charles Rainford is okay, he's out of the car. Now let's have a look from this angle. There's the BMW look on the inside, comes up towards Paddock, tap in the back, and then another tap. So there was definite contact twice. That's what did it.
Yes, it was a double assist, wasn't it? I think. Yeah, I think possibly having seen him lose places, Shedden was anxious to get past, because when you see another car that's hobbled, you want to get past as well.
Yeah. I think it was Taylor Smith, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh, yeah, 40 Taylor Smith. I thought, was it 40? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was Taylor Smith. You're anxious to get past because you sense the wounded animal, if you like, and he was probably a bit too eager, was Aaron Taylor Smith then at that point.
So we're going to be a lap or two while the car is moved. Charles Rainford okay, he's, as you saw, out of it safe and sound, walks away. Safety car brings the order through then, and it is Tom Ingram ahead of Tom Chilton, Ash Sutton third, fourth Camish, fifth Rowbottom, sixth Shedden, Proctor seventh, Cook eighth, Taylor Smith ninth, so he was slightly delayed in that, and 10th is Jake Hill. This helps Jake a little bit, bunches everybody up ahead, and he can make more progress when the race gets back underway. Remember that he is on medium tyre. So we are on lap 6. We are under safety car conditions here at Brands Hatch.
This is on board with Ingram. Watch the start. Lovely start. Matches the revs, clutch drop and throttle perfectly. Off he goes, gets a good run. Defends the inside. Got a teammate in front of him, Morgan. Remember, he's on the soft tyres, is it? That's why he can turn nice and tight. Slots in behind Camish on the inside. Out goes Morgan. Look at the grip that Ingram's got on those soft tyres. It's lovely.
Morgan recovered to 13th, by the way, when the safety car came out. This is Sutton.
Sutton on further back, an extra row back, so he gets past Shedden. Now you've got Ingram on the inside, a little bit of rubbing with Rowbottom into turn 1. Ash Sutton will be thinking, right, I'll probably go to the outside here and hope there's a gap. But then there's a concertina, so he goes to the inside, tries to follow Ingram through. Look at the traction Ingram has off the corner. The soft tyre is so advantageous, especially at the start of the race. Round the outside, all the way around the outside, side by side with Rowbottom is Sutton. He tries to go around the outside of Camish as well. He won't quite pull this one off. But again, off the corner, Ingram has great traction and drive. Camish stayed in front at this point.
And made it hard for Sutton at that point as well.
Yeah, he just nudged across in front of him, didn't he? But as you say, Camish is trying to get that third place, so doesn't want to give up. You know, he could let one car through and end up letting Rowbottom through, couldn't he? He did let Ash Sutton through later on in the race quite cleanly. So I think at this point, they're just trying to keep their position.
So Ash Sutton then is now in third place. Tom Ingram, race leader. Their engineers will be busy telling them about the state of play in terms of the resumption of the race. Charles Rainford's car is out of the gravel, so it's not long, I think, before we go racing again. You've kind of got two parts to this. One is to move the car, the other is to put the recticel barriers back in place, but that's not far from doing. So maybe just one more lap. There is the BMW. Battered and bruised, being brought back to WSR, which is having a pretty torrid day. That is now, if you like, one strike for each of the four drivers in a race and a half.
Yeah, it is. And when you consider how successful they were at the start of the year, it's a complete contrast, isn't it? And now, as it stands in the Jack Sears, Darrell de Leon is back in front by 5 points.
So Charles Rainford's car is removed onto the old rallycross circuit at the bottom of Tumble Downhill, and the safety car comes by. So the recovery vehicle is away. I think we should be able to go back racing this time around. The order then is Ingram, Chilton, Sutton third, then it's Camish, Rowbottom, Shedden down to 6th. Proctor is 7th, ahead of Cook, Taylor, Smith and Hill 10th. You've got Moffat 11th, ahead of Chris Smiley, who's the leading independent. Morgan's back up to 13th after his drums at Druids. Sam Osborne 14th, and Dan Lloyd bags the last point. De Leon is 16th from Patterson, Doble, Buxton, Halstead and Hamilton 21st. Safety car potentially in this time. We'll wait and see when those lights go out, but I don't think there's any more work being done over at paddock. So now Tom Ingram has to work out how to extend the advantage once more.
The restart rules will mean they'll all queue up nice and tight in a crocodile until they come all the way around Clearways and Clark Curve and get to the go board, which is at the start of the straight. So there'll be a close pack, and Chilton then can allow, if you like, Ingram to have the racing line at the start of the lap and not challenging him. That'll be the best way for the restart if he wants to help his teammate win this championship. Lights are out.
Ingram has used one of his laps worth of boost right now. Chilton has got a lap remaining, in other words he's used one of his 2, and Ash Sutton has still got 6 laps available. So Sutton on the back of Chilton, and he knows he needs to strike going into paddock before Ingram builds up an advantage. This is where Chilton very definitely can help his teammate, and Sutton will be wise to that as the cars come out of Stirling's. Then the race will be extended slightly because of the safety car intervention. We can add on a maximum of 3 laps for the caution periods, and we're ready to go racing once more here at Brands Hatch then as the cars come down towards Clearways. We understand from the Token Medical team Charles Rainford is all okay, and the green flag is in hand, ready to be waved at Tom Ingram. But Tom Chilton's job now is to fend off Sutton on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend as we are set to go racing once more at Brands Hatch. The green flag drops, Tom Ingram bolts away. What can Sutton do on the run up towards Paddock? Chilton covers off the inside line. There's a whole queue of Napa Racing Fords right on the back of Chilton as they come to the corner. Look at Jake Hill in the background, up alongside 2 of the Toyotas. Hill on an absolute mission. That safety car has been great news for him. Ingram starting to build the gap as Chilton now defends.
Yeah, everybody queued up on the inside. Chilton was always going to take that line to not even give Ash Sutton a thought of going down the inside. I'm surprised nobody really tried the outside move there.
Through Surtees they come on the Grand Prix loop, lap 9 out of 18 then. Look, Ingram getting away, and Chilton is most definitely defending from Sutton. Hill to the outside line of the Toyota there, but Aaron Taylor-Smith tries to fend him off, but Jake's got the run down the hill, and the BMW should go through. So Ingram leads the way, through Hawthorns they come. Chilton still second, and Sutton has not found a way by.
Yeah, Hill is absolutely flying. That was a great restart by him. Proctor trying really hard to get past Shedden further up the road, but not getting away through at the moment.
To Sheen Curve they come, on board with Sutton. There's a driving standards flag being ready for Josh Cook, by the way, as they come into Stirling's. So Ingram is building the race lead. He is heading towards the win, potentially. He's heading towards the championship in this race. Sutton knows that. Even if he can clear Chilton, it's still a hard task to get up with Ingram on that softer tyre. But Ash Sutton is not giving up. He's trying everything. He has got Camish tucked up behind him. Behind Camish there is Robos, then Shedden, Proctor, Cook, Taylor-Smith and Hill. As they started the lap, it shuffled a bit with Jake gaining ground. This is Mikey Doble's view. Darryl De Leon ahead as they come across the line. Ingram leads by nearly 2 seconds on that restart lap. 1.8 when the cars came over the line. And Adam Morgan there, look, is trying to squeeze his way up the inside of Moffat, and drama at Druids. That's Taylor-Smith off the road and into the gravel, and this will be another interruption.
Yeah, definitely another safety car following that as they came together on the run up to Druids. A clash of lines, and when you're on the brakes there, a slightest touch and you're off. Racing until they get to the safety car boards, and Senna Proctor trying to get through there.
So it's all up at Druids, where Aaron Taylor-Smith's Toyota is off the road. The safety car is called again. So our second safety car is called for, and the race once again is neutralised. Everybody slows. This allows the race to carry on, albeit in controlled conditions. So Tom Ingram, having built the gap, will have to do it all over again. And
yeah, well,
Tom
Chilton did
closes.
an excellent job, didn't he, of the restart on the first lap, of allowing him to get that gap. Aaron Taylor-Smith. Some would say that's justice for his move on Charles Rainford earlier, but we'll see what happened.
So Aaron out of the car, and he's okay. Let's have another look. This is earlier on in the previous lap. Josh Cook nibbling at the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith and making the car a bit lighter.
So there was already a little bit of contact there, and then going up to Cook goes for the inside. Aaron Smith moves over but isn't clear of the front of the car, and there's a touch.
Would be interesting to be a fly on the wall in the debrief at Toyota Gazoo Racing UK after that. Quite a hit into the wall, thankfully not on the driver's side for Aaron Taylor-Smith, but not much speed scrubbed off before it got to the gravel and into the barrier there.
Yeah, not what you want to see across teammates, is it? But, you know, it may be that Aaron was a little bit riled by that tap from Cook earlier when he lost that rear bumper and decided to aggressively defend into Druids, but he wasn't clear of the front, and that's where the touch took place. But you can't actually blame Cookie for that.
That's Chilton, who's got a problem up at Druids, and the car has stopped, so that's going to give Ash Sutton second place. But Tom Chilton's car has ground to a halt seemingly on the outside up at Druids. It's coasting down the hill. He's trying to get it fired up properly again, but Chilton has got a problem. So Ingram leads, Sutton behind him, and drama for Chilton, who is trickling down the hill. So something has gone horribly wrong for the car that was second, and it's happened under the safety car.
Well, I'm sure there were lots of people in the Team VERTU awning as soon as they saw that stopped car just for a second, split second, worried it was it could have been Ingram. It wasn't, of course, and Chilton is trying to get back to the back of the paddock and pull off there, which he does.
But it's his race done, come what may. So Tom Chilton is out of the race. The barrier there you see opening to let the car either be driven in or pushed in. So this is on board with Sutton, and look, Chilton's got problems heading up the hill. The car slows. Now Ash doesn't go past him because he knows he's not allowed to under a yellow flag, but Chilton knows he's got a problem and does exactly the right thing. He pulls out of the way. In fact, that sort of lane there that he goes to is the motorbike penalty aspects. If you get a penalty in bike racing, you use that for a slower lap, and Chilton, admittedly hugely disappointed, but has got the presence of mind to get out of everybody's way, not hold anybody up, not do the wrong thing, and just let the field go by. And having done that, coasts down the hill and into retirement. But there were some worried faces at Team VERTU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that car will quickly be moved while we're under safety car anyway for the Aaron Taylor-Smith recovery. But of course, it now means that the two championship rivals are first and second, even though Ingram has that nice 42 point lead, but he's on the soft tyres and will have the big advantage at the restart. But he won't be able to dawdle about, will he?
No, and Ash Sutton has got Dan Camish right up behind him as the cars come along Cooper Straight. So although we've lost Chilton, that car's already been towed out of harm's way. It's just getting the Toyota out of the Druids gravel. We understand it's an alternator that has gone down for Chilton, so alternator issues Chilton out of the race. That's the news from the pit lane. As you see there, Tom Ingram keeping the warm from the pressures up in the tyres. There is Jake Hill, who is now in 7th place, and he's not done yet either.
No, and again, the safety car will close them all up nicely for him. He was great on that last restart. Obviously, he's well inside the top 12 for the reverse grid anyway now, so lots of opportunity perhaps for Jake Hill in race 3 to bow out in style from his BTCC career at present anyway.
And Dan Lloyd is leading the Independents Championship from Mikey Doble, who's only 1 point ahead of Chris Smiley. So it's very, very close still. Dan Lloyd there is getting ready to go racing once more as the cars will work their way again down towards Clearways shortly. And the pace is starting to quicken. The lights are still on though, so there's going to be one more lap just to get that Toyota out of harm's way. There it is, work nearly done. And that will go behind the barrier, and the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK team will assess the damage as soon as and work out what can be done for later on, and then Josh and Aaron will have a word with one another about all of that. So there is the car nearly out of the way, and we ought to be able to go racing again at the end of this lap.
Yes, if you're Christian Dick, you'd say to your drivers that was all a bit unnecessary really, guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, there are incidents between teammates, and you never want to get involved with your teammate. Right, safety car in this time, we're being told. Jake Hill 7th, the next one to watch. There is Tom Ingram having a long look in the mirror to see exactly where people are now. He doesn't have his rear gunner in Tom Chilton. That's Spencer Aldridge, Tom's engineer. He'll be on the radio to continue the conversation. Tom possibly asking who's where, what tyres are people on around me, getting all the information he needs ready for the resumption of the race.
Barry Plowman standing next to him, engineer for Chilton, has taken his headset off because he's got no further input, has he?
No. Well, there's no power coming from the car either to help, so Barry Plowman's task is done. Now there is Jake Hill. How much further up the order might he be able to get? 7th is where he is currently, and Senna Proctor his next target as the cars turn now down towards Westfield. So lap 13, no extra laps added on. It's only one safety car interruption that will be prevailed for. So Ingram and Sutton are going to be nose to tail when we go racing again.
And Jake Hill will have the soft tyre for race 3 as well, because he's done the first 2 races on the medium, so he'll be looking really to go out in a fine way at the end. Right, let's watch the restart. We've got all the cameras on Ingram's car, all the cameras on Sutton's car. It's going to be very close, but Ingram has the tyre advantage and possibly the speed advantage. He's just got to get it absolutely right, but he's going to have to be giving it 100% on this lap. Wait for the go. On board with Sutton. They get to the board and off they go.
Green flag is waved, then we go back racing here at Brands Hatch as they come across the line. It is Ingram ahead of Sutton. It's Camish third, trying to defend from everybody as they dive into the corner. And in 4th place, Gordon Shedden then with Proctor squeezing up the inside of Rowbottom, and he clears him. He goes 5th, good move. This is Jake Hill up the inside line as well. Rowbottom's car gets a little bit crossed up, possibly with contact. Another Toyota goes deep into Druids. That was Josh Cook. Hill up alongside Rowbottom as they drop down the hill. Everybody going for the same piece of tarmac as Ingram leads Sutton.
Well, Proctor's super aggressive on that restart, really barging his way through, but opening the door. He got a reprimand in race 1, I think, for contact. I think it was with Moffat, but really opening the door aggressively there to move through.
Yeah, most people seem to have a go at Moffat in race 1 when you look at the judicial reports at the end of the race. But there is Tom Ingram, and look, half a lap in, and look at the gap he's pulled.
Yeah, he's nailed the restart using the soft tyre, pulled out an advantage straight away. Even a fired-up Ash Sutton just can't go with him.
There is Dan Camish fending off Senna Proctor, and Proctor having clear Rowbottom. Accelerates up the hill. Rowbottom also still behind Shedden, but Proctor is the one that's really benefited on this restart, gaining a couple of places. Sutton then launching himself over the curb into view, then Camish, then Proctor. And of course it's now up to Senna to try to shuffle himself forward if he can. It's quite nice for VERTU to get that Hyundai ahead of Ash Sutton. They don't really need to, but it would just help a little. It's certainly for points in the championship as well. I know we're focusing on drivers, but there are teams and manufacturers' points as well. So with Chilton out, Morgan delayed, it's up to Proctor now to help Team VERTU, and Hyundai is over the timing line they go, and Ingram's advantage is 1.6 seconds on lap 14. We've got 4 to go.
Yeah, and of course Proctor is on that soft tyre as well, so that's why he's got the advantage over Camish and Sutton ahead of him. As is Shedden, in fairness, he's on the soft tyre as well. You can see the difference. It's night and day, really, in terms of mechanical grip.
It's Gordon Shedden, who's having a really spirited race here on the back of Senna Proctor. He's been up and down the order a little bit within the top 6, but that Toyota going well. In the background, Jake Hill, who's kind of got stuck now after the most recent safety car period. He's, of course, got some bigger names to get past, and he can't find a way past Robotson. This is looking back from Mikey Doble's car at Darrell de Leon, and they've switched on this lap. In fact, Mikey Doble has got past the BMW.
Good effort. Mikey Doble just not giving up, fighting till the end for the Jack Sears.
Dan Lloyd is ahead in terms of points, and in the race Chris Smiley is ahead in the independents as they go through the right-hander of Westfield. That's Dexter Patterson getting on with the tail of Darrell de Leon, nearly unsettling the BMW, but Darrell is able to defend as they climb up now through Dingledale. Driving standards flag going for the Mick Halstead, Cooper rather, at the end of the lap as through Sterling's comes to Leon. There is Sutton, and you can see he's getting away from Camish, who's busy defending from Proctor here. There is Hill, who's about to come up to have a go at Robottom, who possibly got a tag in the tail there. You saw the car snap sideways all of a sudden. Dan controls it. Jake Hill right behind him and possibly to make a move up towards Paddock. Can't really commit that time, so slots back in behind the Ford as they go around Paddock. Way up the curb, though, is Josh Cook running in 8th place.
Yeah, aggressive drive by Josh Cook. Yeah, of course, Mikey Doble in the independents, but passing Darrell de Leon, who's in the Jack Sears. Lots of trophies up for grabs this weekend.
Yeah. And there still will be some up for grabs in race 3. I know we're almost out with the situation where Tom Ingram is champion, but there'll be things on the line in race 3 as Proctor has a great move up the inside of Camish from one side of the road to the other, goes darting through on the inside, and he's done it. Gordon Shedden tried to go as well, but he couldn't. Camish is on the lights, but Proctor has done it. He's made that move, and Jake Hill, look, he's under attack from Josh Cook. So after all the effort the BMW was making early on, now Jake just seems to be struggling because Cook goes through on the inside.
Yeah, well, maybe Jake Hill used the best of his tyres early in this race, but he's still in a great position for race 3 when he's will have the soft tyre.
So the race leader, Tom Ingram, working his way down again towards clearways up to the end of the lap, as you see Camish now versus Shedden. This is for 4th place, the 2 hot hatches, if you like. Ford Focus ahead of the Toyota Corolla, and Tom Ingram is bringing the race leading Hyundai up through Clark Curve, and he will put 16 laps in the book this time. 2 to go for the race leader. There he is. Ingram goes through. In other words, he's 2 laps away from title number 2. In 2nd place going through is Ash Sutton. He's given it his all this weekend. Indeed, he did so at Silverstone and at Donington. But in the second half of the season, that Hyundai has just looked such a strong car. And again, the Tom Ingram, Spencer Aldridge combination, I know we say it a lot, but it is true. They work so well together. It's like one of the paddock's best double acts, isn't it? As Camish tries to fend off Shedden here.
Yeah, let's see if Shedden does the same move into Sterling Surtees as Proctor did, sending out the inside lane. Camish defends this time. I think Camish is struggling a little bit with those medium tyres. That was a great pass by Senna Proctor on the last lap. He absolutely hurled the car up the inside and got it stopped on the apex. Again, soft tyre against medium. Camish struggling on the medium. Shedden on the soft as well, trying to follow through with Proctor, who's disappeared up the road.
And Proctor, Smiley and Sutton all being warned about track limit offences at Paddock and Graham Hill Bend on that previous lap. So a lap and a half to go for Tom Ingram riding here. It's the Mikey Doble Cooper goes through out of Westfield, and we've got there the fight still, Camish versus Shedden. Meanwhile, Dan Lloyd still trying to press on. Mikey Doble up behind him, so Mikey taking the Cooper into the fight. Here comes Shedden then to try to make the move on the run down towards clearways on the outside. He needs the switch back to the inside line heading out of the corner, and the gap is just about there for Shedden. Onto the last lap they go on the boost. It's Gordon, and he's going to clear the Ford. Nice move. Gordon Shedden goes through. Robottom fancies his chances of squeezing past Dan Cam as well, but he can't do it on the inside of Paddock. Great move by Shedden.
One more lap for Tom Ingram to become the 2025 British Touring Car Champion. I'm sure he's going to have no problem doing it. Further behind, everyone's still battling.
And it is Dan Camish, having lost out to Shedden, who's under attack from Rowbottom, Cook and Hill. This takes you down to 8th place then as the cars come through Graham Hill Bend. But as they accelerate onto the Grand Prix loop, Ingram is getting closer to his 2nd championship and will do it with a race to spare. Ash Sutton, their 2nd, Senna Proctor 3rd, and Gordon Shedden up to 4th. Winner in that reverse grid race at Alton Park. Getting away though here from Camish. Then it's Rowbottom and Hill's coming back at Cook.
Ingram is going to win this championship in fine style with a win. The perfect way to do it in front of the Team VERTU fans and everybody that's worked so hard to put this team together.
It's been a tough season off track for the Ingrams. It's been a brilliant season on track. And Tom Ingram has got Sterling's and then really Clark Curve to go. He is on target for a 7th victory of the season. And more importantly, for a 2nd British Touring Car title. He was twice an independent champion and he comes out of Clark Curve. For the 2nd time, the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is won by Tom Ingram. The checkered flag is waved. Tom Ingram celebrates in style as he comes across the line. He's done it. It'll be all smiles in the car. Spencer Aldridge, his engineer, is all smiles in the garage. And it is a delighted Tom Ingram.
Tom Ingram gives a big lock-up as he goes across the line in celebration. Respect from Ash Sutton, his big rival. Lovely to see that. The two of them, big rivals on the track, respecters off it. But only one man could win, and it's going to be, it is Tom Ingram, who has driven splendidly all year.
Let's see whether we can interrupt the emotion. Tom Ingram, British Touring Car Champion. Well done, Tom. It's the obvious question, but how does that one feel?
Oh, mate. Oh, my gosh. That is an absolutely amazing feeling.
And a champion's drive, Tom, to win the title and win the race. I mean, it doesn't get much better, does it?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. As I cannot put into words just how special this feeling is after everything that's gone on. Team VERTU, what have we done? Come on!
Tom, well done. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Tom Ingram, British Touring Car Champion. He'll compose himself, he'll make sentences for Louise in due course. But Tim, you've been there, you understand how much this means.
Yeah, it's huge. And every time we have a winner, every year it chokes me up because I know how much goes into it. I'm so pleased for him. It has been a tough, emotional year. It's hard enough trying to win a championship, but when there are things going on personally in your life, it's even harder, and no wonder he's hugely emotional. But what a fantastic drive. You know, he's been in the top 3 of the championship 6 of the last 7 years. And everyone felt like, you know, when was this 2nd championship coming? It's long overdue, and I'm so glad he's got it. He's been absolutely the most deserving driver to win it this year.
Absolutely right, and he's been so composed all weekend, but there the emotion spills over. You've seen in the pit lane, Laura Drysdale, Tom's long-standing girlfriend, who worked so hard behind the scenes to help Tom find the money, find the sponsorship to go racing. She's been a big part of this story as well, from Tom coming into the championship to now being a double British Touring Car Champion. And Spencer Aldridge, his engineer, they were together at Speedworks, they've been together at Team VERTU, and so much of it is done on the track by this man, but so much of it is done off track by Spencer.
Definitely, you win as a team. They've been together a long time, they know each other, understand each other. We said at the top of the programme how important that relationship is, with its whether it's with him and Spenny, or whether it's with Tony Carosa and Ash Sutton. It's such an important part of racing.
So Tom Ingram is celebrating. He's also having to do the correct thing by adding to the pickup and going offline. He will get to the pit lane and we'll hear from him once more. Round 29 of the championship secures the championship for race winner Tom Ingram. His 7th win of the season, with Ash Sutton 2nd, both in the race and in the championship fight. Senna Proctor takes 3rd from Gordon Shedden and Dan Camish. It's Dan Rowbottom 6th from Jake Hill and Josh Cook. Aidan Moffat 9th, ahead of Adam Morgan, recovering for 10th. 11th is where you find Chris Smiley ahead of Sam Osborne. Smiley, therefore, the winning independent. Darryl De Leon, 13th from Mikey Doble, who got ahead of Dan Lloyd at the end, and Dexter Patterson just outside the points, 16th from Max Buxton and Nick Halstead. Then Nicholas Hamilton in 19th, and we lost Tom Chilton, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Charles Rainford, of course. So there's one more race to go, but we know already who is the champion. It is Tom Ingram, who after 29 rounds is the champion with a 42-point cushion over Ash Sutton. But the fight's still on for third. Dan Camish ahead of Jake Hill. Dan Rowbottom is fifth. It's Adam Morgan sixth from the non-scoring Tom Chilton. Charles Rainford is eighth ahead of Gordon Shedden. And Senna Proctor rounds out that top 10. In the independents, 8 points now between Dan Lloyd and Mikey Doble with a race to go. Chris Smiley still in touch, but he can't outscore Dan Lloyd seemingly in the championship fight. Dexter Patterson is fourth, Nick Hamilton is in fifth. And there's also the Jack Sears Trophy. So, bad day for Darryl De Leon in race 1, bad day for Charles Rainford from race 2. It's Darryl back ahead, and 5 points between the two BMW drivers with one more race to go. Right, winning drivers make their way to the pit lane. Tom Ingram full of emotion, but he's a double champion, and Louise is down there.
Yeah, let's dive in and grab a word with Ash Sutton, the first of the drivers coming in. It's going to be a while until we get Tom down here in the Parc Fermé. He's been celebrating on the way in, as we saw, and understandably so. And Ash, I mean, you did pretty much everything you could do in that race. I think you made up 7 places, was it, on the medium tyre? You can only do what you can do.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like I've said all day, it's been out of our control all day, and look, we kind of knew it was always going to be a tough ask. But fair play to Accelerate, Team VERTU and Tom and his crew. They've done a sterling job. The car's been in a completely different league to anyone else on the grid. So, yeah, there's only so much you can do when you've got one hand tied behind your back. But as a result for us, we're fully focused on the manufacturer's side of things and the team points. So you can see me working the team game there with Dan, making sure we get Dan through when I put a move on Rainford and whatnot. And I saw Senna coming, I was like, oh, give us a break. Not another Hyundai. But yeah, luckily we stayed ahead of him, so it's going to go down to the wire on that one.
Tricky race for you to manage, wasn't it? I mean, okay, tricky race for everybody to manage, but I suppose it became a little bit easier. What was your thoughts when you saw Tom Chilton peeling off? Because he was making life, as he should do, a little bit tricky for you before the second restart.
Yeah, obviously I'm not sure what happened there, so yeah, not ideal for him, but obviously it plays into our hands for sure. We had a load more boost than him, so I was quite hopeful that we would have been able to do the job anyway. He for sure would have made it difficult. But ultimately, we're going up against Tom and Senna for the teams and manufacturers. So beating him wasn't really crucial. It's staying ahead of Senna.
Well done. Congratulations. Great to see you, by the way. Some lovely sportsmanship just running alongside Tom on the way in there. I mean, Senna, great result for you to finish on the podium, but also to be here. I mean, he's just over your shoulder, Tom, about to come in, and it's a big moment for the team, isn't it?
Yeah, massive. You know, it was great to come from 13th then and get a podium. Big thanks to all the team, but this moment's on Tom. You know, I'm just emotional for him and emotional for myself because, you know, this is the last meeting of the season, and you know, it's coming towards the end of it all. And I hope we'll be back next year. So, well done to Tom. Full credit to him and the team, and this moment's for him. So, well done.
Well done. Congratulations. And I'm going to, Tom, just interestingly, that's the quietest. Normally, you would hear a champion coming into Parc Fermé, engine absolutely revving, but he's just literally coasted in, just soaking up the moment, obviously. And this is the moment that every driver dreams of, every driver waits for, the opportunity to stand on the bonnet of that, on the roof of that car as now a 2-time British touring car champion. Where's Spenny gone? Here he is. Let's grab in dive in and grab a word with Spenny. I mean, that's a special thing to see your man up there, isn't it?
So cool. He thoroughly deserves it. What an absolute superstar. But the car working really well, especially in that race, but he just managed it perfectly. He's here now.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you had to manage, a tricky one for him to manage.
Absolutely, with all the stress and pressure of it, and managing that tyre, but we saved it to the end, saved the deployment as well, so awesome job. What a top driver. Congratulations
to you, because it is a mammoth team effort. Let's see if, let's give him his moment with Laura's partner, Tom Chilton, coming in to congratulate him as well. And obviously, yeah, there he is. He's looking for Spence to his man Spenny to celebrate the moment as well. At some point, hopefully he'll take his helmet off and we can grab a word. No, a few more people to go and celebrate with. Tom. I don't blame you. I mean, you want to celebrate this with everybody because it has been such a huge team effort. But let's talk about this moment. I mean, we could tell you were lost for words in the car. Have you had a little bit of time on the lap in to gather your thoughts? Nope.
Not really, no. I could lie to you, but I have absolutely no words.
Let me ask you a simple question then. I mean, that was a tricky race to manage, but to win this title, your second touring car title, not just with the win, with the fastest lap, I mean, that just absolutely ticked all of the boxes, didn't it?
It really did, yeah. The car, as it has been every single round this year, has been on another planet of perfect. And I cannot say enough good things for every single member of Team VERTU because what we've put together this year has been nothing short of unreal. I've had the best year, the best years racing of my life. I have laughed, I've had a smile on my face all the way through, and yeah.
It has been a very special year on the track. I mean, you've pretty much been in control from sort of halfway through this championship. I mean, it's never done until it's done. But the manner of this win, the amount of wins you've had, the points you've had, it's just surpassed anything you've ever done before, hasn't it?
It really has, and it was, it's been a first for me coming into the finale weekend, leading the way in and ahead of the points. So there's been a lot of pressure in from a different reason, because everyone's sort of been saying to me, "Don't mess it up." It's different when I've come in before and I've been second or third, and it's good luck this weekend. You can still do it, and this weekend's, I've felt the pressure as much as I've sort of said, I'm fine, I'm chill, I'm all right. I have felt the pressure, like we said before. So, yeah, to get it done in two, in race two with one to go, I'm proper chuffed.
What a race it was. I mean, that was proper touring cars. First couple of laps, you're in the lead, jobs are good, and then, of course, this is the BTCC. It kicked off on a couple of occasions.
Thank you, buddy.
Well done, everyone.
Thanks, Ash. It's yeah, it was heavy going. I saw Ash obviously got a lightning and absolute rocket start and was right in the mix. And when he was there, I was kind of, "What are you doing here, man? How's this happened?" So we always knew that Ash and Napa were going to come out, all guns blazing and always go for the maximum points, and they've absolutely done that in buckets. So they've really kept us on our toes, and it's been a great season. It really has to go toe to toe with Ash all the way through, and it seems like we've had more battles this year than we ever have done. So yeah, a massive thank you to everybody, absolutely everybody, because honestly the amount of messages I've had coming into this weekend has been out of this world. So from everybody, thank you.
Congratulations. Go gather your breath because you've got another race to go yet. So let's go over now to Nikki. We can find out where everyone's going to be lining up on our final touring car race of 2025.
Indeed, thank you so much, Lou. And well, we just have to say a massive congrats to our provisional British touring car champ, Tom Ingram. I mean, he truly does deserve it, and it's kind of come full circle because Brands Hatch was where he took his first win in 2016, so almost 10 years on, he's back taking his second title. What a moment.
Yeah, and I think the sad thing about what you've just said is that he isn't a multiple British touring car winner. He's a fantastic driver, as good as anyone on that grid. I'm a massive, obviously, fan of British touring cars, but he has been super special this year. That whole team, the package has come together. He's done what he's needed to do. He's been so fast. Ash Sutton probably knew halfway through the year it was going to be a difficult one for him against that car, the team, and Tom. Nobody deserves it more than Tom, and it's great to see Bruce's dad here and all the everybody else just supporting him today.
Oh, it really does. You can see what it means to him, the team. All of that hard work has finally paid off. But Ash Sutton gave us a bit of an exciting finish there. It was very much still elbows out. He didn't give up until the checkered flag was waved.
Yeah, exactly. I've never known Ash, give up, as we see pictures of the cars in that race going round. I've never seen Ash give up ever, and a lot of help was coming from Tom Chilton when he could, but obviously he struggled. John Cleland-esque that was across the line. I was very impressed with that. Was it vibrating there, Tom? Yeah, I bet you did after that, mate. That was a proper lock-up, but yeah, fair play. Excellent, mate. Firstly, well done. Thank you. Top man. Well done.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, such an emotional moment, and now that's exactly what you want to be doing,
exactly
isn't it?
That.
The super reverse control.
Yeah, it's just what I wanted, is to pull out number 12.
Where is your mindset right now? Is it something, because in the car you were just like,
No,
I think it's really difficult because we've sort of come into this weekend in the lead, as I've just said to Lou there. So it's the first time I've had the pressure of having to lead into the finale weekend. So there's an awful lot of pressure, and I've tried to be really, really sensible with it, not trying to think too far ahead, just take each lap as it comes. So, you know, the last lap of that was fairly emotional coming in, and yeah, I just wanted to seal it off as best as we could.
Absolutely, but it's not over yet. You've still got one more race to go.
And there's a big dent in the roof as well. Which
let's get on with our reverse grid draw. So each ball represents a number. That number represents the finishing position from race 2, and the number you call will then move up to pole position.
Can I put it back? Can I put that one back and do another go?
Oh no, what
it's
number
9.
is it? It's number 9.
Number 9,
which
please.
is Aidan Moffat. Has moved into pole
There we
position,
go,
which
Aidan.
puts you unfortunately down in
miles
9.
back. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, still, this is time to go and celebrate.
It absolutely is. Yeah, the trouble is I really want a beer now, but I've got one more race to go. So
yeah, hang on a minute. You've got a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
And then we'll do fireworks and beer. How does that sound?
Sounds like a great idea to me.
Brilliant. Tom, huge congratulations.
Thank you very
and we'll
much.
see you for the final race of the season. Quite tricky, isn't it? You've just won the championship title decider, and then you've got to focus on a race ahead. You know, he's got a little bit of time, but not long before we go racing again.
Yeah, but you know, they're professional sports people, and we've had it before where people have, you know, won the championship in race 2. They've got to get back on it. He'll probably have a cheeky little non-alcoholic drink, I'm sure, but I've got to say, I'm very impressed with what that team's done this year. They have been unbelievable from free practice 1 at the very first weekend, so fair play to you guys.
I'd love to know what a cheeky little non-alcoholic drink is.
What are you doing later on? Should we go out for a drink? Get Steve Ryder back as well.
I think I'd prefer the alcoholic one, that's all right. So Aidan Moffat, though, what an opportunity for him on pole position.
Amazing.
The season.
He's had a terrible start to the weekend, but pole position just shows in British touring cars you have to keep going and have to just keep believing you can get back up the front. And Aidan could win this one. He's been brilliant here before and in his old Mercedes.
And it's Josh Cook alongside him, which kind of makes up amends for the first race where he's right at the back.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that because there's maybe a bit of an inquest, I think, with what happened with Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Well, let's see what happens anyway. It'd be great front row, that would be.
All right, well, it's time to decide some more trophies with the final round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Let's go to our commentators, Jade Edwards and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks. The car's already on the formation lap. 4 classes within this series, and 3 of them are resolved. It's only the RS Pro category that is to be resolved. Tom Bradshaw was the leader by 10 points over Joe Marshall, and there are 11 points up for grabs. So Tom Bradshaw has virtually done it, as you see him working his way around to the grid. The grid is based on the results of the earlier race today, which means that Joe Marshall is the man on pole position, and it is Tom Bradshaw with him at the front. Then you've got Oliver Cottam lining up 3rd. And Rhys Summerfield, who took a maiden class win earlier on in the day, he is 4th ahead of Ethan Hamilton. And Jacob Toft, who is now out of that title fight for Pro. Been a tough weekend for Jacob. He will go from 6th on this grid. Starting 7th is Toby Trice, and 8th Sam Harvey. 4 wins to Toby this year, 2 for Sam. Then you've got Matt Kyle Henney, who's been an outright race winner as well as being successful on 7 occasions in Pro-Am. Dan Zelos next. Oliver Meadows won the RS Am Championship earlier on in the day. He's on row 6 with Daniel Lewis for company. 7th row, Dean Burden and Amy Watts ahead of Jason Baker and Jonathan Moore. He is the Club Sport Pro champion. Indeed, he won that at Silverstone. 14 class wins he's had now, ahead of Lydia Walmsley and Charlie Tuthill, who was a class winner earlier on in the day in Club Sport Am. Hannah Chapman has won the Club Sport Am Championship, though. 13 class wins to her. Paul Porter, Katya Loggy and Alistair Weston round out the grid. So, cars to the grid, and Jade, for Tom Bradshaw, he just needs really to keep out of trouble, doesn't he?
Easier said than done, though, sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. Sometimes there's a case where you're playing it safe. You can sometimes play it too safe. So, yeah, he's got to manage that as best he can.
There is Tom Bradshaw, who's an experienced racer. He's also stopped the car well short of the grid marker line. Doesn't want to get in any jeopardy for just creeping over it and getting a penalty. He's playing this ultra safe.
Yeah, absolutely. But it won't give him the best opportunity at the start, especially if Marshall gets one of his demons like he's well known for.
And Joe's had a great weekend. He's won the previous 2 races. It kind of makes you ask why he couldn't do that more often. He won at Alton Park, then he had a rather difficult period, but he's been absolutely unstoppable this weekend.
Yeah, it's always really nice when a driver you get told, why can't you just win more? That's really a really nice thing to hear. But yeah, it should be an exciting final race of the season for these guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And we're about to go racing then. Lights are out. It's blast off and Bradshaw makes a dreadful start. Reece Summerfield leaps around him. And Tom Bradshaw staggers up towards paddock, having got away a bit like a drugged slug, but he's going to be, what, 4th, possibly 3rd round the outside, and there's more contact. He gets run out wide by Ethan Hamilton. Oliver Cottam has got damage looking. He's on the grass on the inside. That could not have gone worse for Tom Bradshaw. No,
that was a jump start. I actually was watching it out the window here. He managed to stop it, didn't cross the line, which actually benefited him that he was a little bit far back. But yeah, that was technically a jump start, so we'll see how that plays out later on. But he then was in a bit of a fluster and just got caught out, ran wide, and he's dropped a good for you positions.
Yeah, he's down to 5th on the road, but that's going to be 4th in class. Reece Summerfield in the orange and white car, and that's Oliver Cottam now. He's gone on the grass and then presumably not been able to turn at Druids. I wonder whether he had suspension damage and therefore couldn't turn and just went straight on. Anyway, that's going to be a safety car, isn't it, to get him out of the way. Reece Summerfield, I was just touching on, he is not in the same class, so he's not scoring points against Bradshaw. Safety car is indeed called for as the field accelerates out of Westfield, and there is Tom Bradshaw, who's now going to be able to close back up on his rivals, and there's another one off as well. That is over at Surtees. That's Charlie Tuthill, who won his class earlier on in the day, and he's certainly been roughed up. Look at the witness marks on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see what happened to Cottam, because he looked like he was slowing, knowing he had an issue. So to then go into the gravel after that, like you say, unless he couldn't turn, and he was going maybe a little quicker than he should have been. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see actually what happened to him, because he looked like he knew he was injured.
Unless he had a little bit of an assist into that gravel. We'll
potentially
unravel it all, I'm sure. While the safety car is out, that gives us a chance to do lots of unravelling. So, safety car brings them round at the end of lap 1. And let's have a look at some replays. Look at Tom Bradshaw, 2nd on the grid, as Jane absolutely correctly said. The car moved, he stopped it, he wasn't moving as the lights changed, but then he bogged down, and so he staggers away from the line. And as they go through paddock, he was up alongside Cottam. Bradshaw there with that little hesitation after the creep, and then he's delayed. Now, what happens to Cottam? Where, if anywhere, is there contact? He's on the inside there, look, going into paddock. And
contact with Bradshaw, front wheel to rear wheel. But he looks like he knows he's injured here, so it'd be interesting. So he's now on the grass. I don't know how he makes it to the gravel at the top of Druids. It's interesting. Don't seem to have maybe caught it. And then here's the secondary incident here, onto the back straight. Yeah, contact, turns him round, and then the gravel round here is deep. So if you're going in there, you get your packed lunch out, because you're not normally getting out.
So that's the end of Charlie Tuthill's race, sadly. And there's that car to move. There's Oliver Cottam's car to move as well. So yes, as you say, it was the contact against Tom Bradshaw. So now we know that Cottam is out of the race. We know that he got damaged. But what, if anything, did that do to Bradshaw?
It will often depend on whether he had, or how much steering lock he had on. If it was front to rear, sometimes you can get away with it, but it obviously depends. If you've got lock on and your wheels are sticking out and you get contact, that can then obviously either just innocently knock your steering out, which most drivers can deal with. Other than that, it could have weakened something internally as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, so Oliver Cottam either with damaged suspension and or a puncture. That car being hoiked out of the gravel up at Druids. Then you've got Charlie Tuthill's car over at Surtees. So this is going to be a lap or 2 at least, isn't it? So Tom Bradshaw, possibly with damage, in 5th. Reece Summerfield is in 2nd place. Now, Reece Summerfield is in the AM class within the RS Pro division. So take him out of the equation, you score points in your class. That means that Bradshaw, 5th on the road, is scoring 4th place points. 4th he is in RS Pro. So it's still not enough for Joe Marshall to win the championship. Joe needs it to be Bradshaw in the gravel and out of the race, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, that's the thing, is I bet when he saw the contact sort of happen, he thought this could be the chance. But Bradshaw continued and seemingly looks okay. We obviously can't see until we get back up to full speed, but he hasn't looked like he's struggling at all yet. So this is what I mentioned about, playing it safe, knowing you've got a championship to win. Sometimes you just need to crack on and get your head down and not think too much about being too sensible.
Oliver Cottam's car is being dragged, or about to be dragged, through the gravel. Now let's have another look. So this is the high shot. There's the contact. Bradshaw up onto 2 wheels, isn't he, as he gets launched and goes way out wide. Cottam at that point knows he's got the problem. He pulls onto the grass. So we saw that bit. Yes, he heads up the hill.
Got nothing on the front end there again, but Has he then tried to keep going? Yeah, so he's thinking, I don't want to stop here, it's a long walk back. I'll try and keep going. He's got no front left, and he's just driven straight into the gravel.
Right.
I know there's a bar at the top of Druid, so maybe that was what he was aiming for there, I'm not sure.
And that is Tom Bradshaw feeling the contact, and straight away the panic must be, oh no, what's broken on my car?
Yeah, his brain now will be searching for, you know, through the car what he can feel. Is anything broken? Is my steering off? What's the issue? It does take you a couple of corners just to make sure you got a feeling of the car being fairly normal.
Shall we give Oliver Cottam the benefit of the doubt and suggest that he thought there was an access road at the top of Druid and then realised there was a gravel trap?
Yeah. I mean, as a driver, when you've got injury to car or whatever, you look for the orange squares on the barriers. That tells you normally there's a gap. So technically there may be a gap there, but you've got to get through the gravel before you get to that point. But, you know, all of these things happen. He might not have known how damaged the front of his car was. He thought I could get it round. All of a sudden, he can't steer and he can't slow down. Yeah, so one of those things, I'm sure he'll learn from it.
Real shame, because earlier on in the day he got third place, which was his best of the season. So he's certainly raced well this weekend, has Oliver. So the final race of the season is going to be a little bit shorter on laps. The previous race got 14 in it. We're not going to do that, of course, with the safety car on track. But all of this, in a sense, now helps Tom Bradshaw. The fewer number of racing laps, the less likely he is with the damage to lose places.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, if you're in Bradshaw's position, you'll be hoping the safety car stays out as long as possible, because that means you don't have to fight for as long when it goes green again. He's not in a position where he's going to lose a championship if he stays as is, so it's not like he needs to move forward. Equally, those chasing him, Joe Marshall, will be willing the safety car to come in, so it does give him that fighting opportunity to do what he can towards the championship. You know, it is Tom's to lose at the moment, but as we see in many races on these events, anything can happen.
So there is Tom Bradshaw then, who's an experienced single-seater racer as well as Porsche racer, as we've been saying during the course of the year. He still leads the championship, but only by 4 points, so he can't really afford to be giving too many places away.
No, and that's what, you know, surprised me with the sort of fluster at the start. You know, Tom's done a lot of racing over the years. Whether he knew he maybe had a slight issue with the car, which is why he kept away from the line, almost giving himself that margin for error, I'm not sure. But yeah, the first couple of corners for him were definitely heart rate up, eyes on stalks, I can imagine. But I'd imagine now they've all had time to settle down into it. Safety car lights are now off.
So that means we're going to go racing this time. So Nigel Jones, who is the clerk of the course for Sprint Challenge, is going to give the instruction, and the regulations for this race in terms of safety car restarts different from touring cars. There isn't a go board, so it's up to Joe Marshall to decide when and where he wants to accelerate, and he's gone early.
Gone already, yeah, that was an early one, but he seems to have made it work. It just depends on how much of a run he gets through this final corner here. But yeah, look at the gap already. He seems to have chosen a good point to go, and yeah, he looks in his mirrors into turn one and he'll think, that'll do.
Will he ever, over the timing line? And not only will it do in terms of the gap, the car behind him he's not really racing against, because Rhys Summerfield is leading the AM class, so it's Ethan Hamilton third on the road who is the real opposition. Now Tom Bradshaw is ahead just of Sam Harvey there. He's actually fallen behind Tom Bradshaw, Jacob Toft. Now that is pretty impressive in a sense, because Jacob was struggling early on in the weekend, but he's come up from 6th on the grid, so he's made good progress forward. And there is a black flag being shown for Jonathan Moore.
That's interesting. I wonder what that would be for. Black flag is fairly serious. That means you're straight into the pit lane.
Yeah,
flag,
and report to the clerk of the course. It's not an exclusion. The clerk of the course may say you can go back out, but by the time you've been to see him, it's all academic. There he is, limping round. Now, has he got damage that he's being brought in for?
But even a black flag, he has got damage,
yes,
but
front, yeah.
Maybe he's been shown a meatball flag, as we call it, the black and orange, and ignored it, and therefore it's resulted in a black flag. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, he must be able to feel that as he drives round. Not turning in so well round. Oh, and he's going round for another lap, so he'll get that black flag now and either stop on circuit or pit immediately.
Yeah, because the car being damaged and in a dangerous state means that he needs to be in actually see a black flag for him as he went across the line, but it's on the timing screens. It's being ready for him now. Anyway, in the meantime, Joe Marshall, the race leader, is yet again building up the lead. It's been his weekend of absolute perfection thus far as he comes through, with Ethan Hamilton second in class, but Rhys Summerfield between them on the road. So Marshall already 1.3 seconds clear, and already he's done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's got his head down and he's trying to build the gap. But Ethan's looking strong. He's showing his nose. He's flashing lights. He's even got an indicator on at some point. So he's trying every trick in the book. But Ethan's had a really strong weekend. He's been competitive this weekend, and he's always been pretty good around this Brands GP circuit whenever I've raced against him. So it'd be interesting to see. He's much quicker than Summerfield, so he's got to race past him now.
Now here are the leaders coming to Surtees. Look who was up the road. Jonathan Moore in that crippled car. Hamilton to the inside of Summerfield, goes through for second in the race, second overall. In fairness, Jonathan Moore is keeping out of the way, indicator on, but you can see the damage. Why would you carry on with that? Because he's already won his class in the championship. There's no need to try and score more points unless he just couldn't actually get it to turn into the pit lane.
Unless he didn't know the severity of it, you know, he could have had some contact. It starts vibrating. He might just think, oh, it's something's knocked out of line or whatever. I can't imagine any driver would know that it's that damage and choose to carry on. But again, you know, it's one of those things that these drivers will learn from when they watch it back. You can see, I mean, I would even stop now. Maybe not back here because that's a long walk back to the pit lane. But yeah, he's so damaged here, and now you know you could be risking dropping fluids or having issues for other cars around you. It's it's not ideal.
And if he's in a part of the racetrack which is slow and narrow and a gaggle of cars comes across him, he won the championship in his class at Silverstone, so you know it's not that he needs to keep going for points. However, healthy cars are evinced by Joe Marshall, the VERTU entry that goes by in the lead of the race for Team Parker Racing, 1.2 seconds clear of Ethan Hamilton, who has not been a winner in these cars, but he's on a big charge. Tom Bradshaw in number 43 there, the darker blue and yellow car heading up the hill, still leading the championship, and as long as he finishes where he is, that's enough to give him the title.
I have to say, Ethan Hamilton is a chunk quicker. Last lap times 31.3 to a 30.9. So Ethan's on one in this race, and he's already, you know, past Summerfield, who looks like he's now sort of struggling a little bit and falling into the pack. But Ethan is, stonking ahead, and he's on the hunt to get the leader.
In good news, Jonathan Moore has come into the pit lane this time. There he is, and so the somewhat damaged car limps down the pit lane, and the Toro Verde GT squad will assess the damage and shrug. It's the end of the season. He ain't going back in the race, I wouldn't have thought, so that's him done with 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Finally in the pit lane. He'll probably get out, look at it and go, oh, didn't realise it was quite that bad. And yeah, you know, he's driven well all year. He's not a driver that we know to have issues like this. So, yeah, probably just a misjudgment on his part, but something he'll learn from in the future.
Meanwhile, there is the Summerfield, Tofts, Bradshaw, Harvey battle turning through. This is now for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. Tom Bradshaw still on target to take the championship, even if Joe Marshall is going to score a 3rd win of the weekend, as seemingly he is. The gap between him and Ethan Hamilton was 1.2 seconds last time. It's Ethan's last chance of the year to take a race win, and actually the gap's gone up. It's gone up now to 1.5 seconds, so Joe Marshall responding. Yeah,
so Joe might have seen, you know, that he's caught a little bit on that lap and thought, not on my watch, and he's obviously responded to Ethan Hamilton's lap times and built a bit of a gap, which is very, very good.
Downhill they come then, so Rhys Summerfield turns through and accelerating onto Cooper Straight as Toro Verde GT assesses the punctured tyre, and maybe the rubber had got caught around the grille and the wheel arch wouldn't turn, the wheel just wouldn't turn away from it.
Well, you know,
anyway,
yeah, we'll see.
He's done. And the judicial report will be interesting to read later. Dan Zelos goes through. Rhys Summerfield then heading towards us. Just as we've been saying about Joe Marshall having a great weekend, it's been Rhys Summerfield's best weekend of the season too. Yeah,
he's really been super strong this weekend, and you know he's in a different class to the rest of the cars around him, so he's excelling the class he's in. And if he continues this championship next year, he'll definitely be a name to watch for the overall championship. He's put on a brilliant show this season and just seemingly got a little bit better and better each time out, and yeah, ending on a high this weekend.
Yeah, he was always quick in Ginettas. He's been quick in the Porsche Caymans, if a tad unlucky at times, and he's dropping back a little bit from Hamilton. He doesn't need to defend from all of these cars. His opposition really is Matt Kyle Henney, who is in the red and white car way in the background, but if he does defend from this pack, then he's certainly got a buffer between him and their Matt Kyle Henney. The class champion, Oliver Meadows, is 4th in class, down in 11th overall. 6 minutes to go, leaders go by, and Tom Bradshaw now doing just what he needs to do to win a championship.
Absolutely, and going back to Summerfield, you know, although he's not racing these cars, he's able to hold his own pace against them, so it's pushing him on. He might not, he's a little bit of contact there, but he might not defend overly against them, but whilst he's quick enough to stay in front, that's where he'll try and stay, because again, it goes back to that point of overthinking it a bit too much and ended up losing overall. So yeah, he seems to have the pace to stay at the front of this chunk. I mean, if I was Bradshaw, I'd be a bit nervous to be so tight within cars. Anything could go wrong, but it seems that they found the rhythm now and they're all sort of moving as a pack.
Bradshaw there, perhaps just bouncing a little wide over the curb. Sam Harvey is the one flashing the lights. Tom Bradshaw there, you're riding with him. He checks the mirror and knows exactly where Sam Harvey is. Now, the start of Tom Bradshaw is to be investigated after the race. You called it, and he wasn't over his mark and he wasn't moving. He went and he stopped.
Yeah, so there's different ways to look at it. Is that he technically has made a jump start. He went before the lights, and that is a jump start. However, he came to a full stop. He didn't gain anything from it, and he didn't cross his line. So it will depend on how they see that, as whether he's gained an advantage or whether the rule is the rule and a jump start's a jump start. It depends on, you know, how they see that, but he definitely didn't gain anything from it. But it was an error on his part, and you know that's down to the driver, unfortunately.
So what that means is that we can't definitely say where Tom Bradshaw is going to finish at the end of the race, and that's going to slightly cloud his reaction over the line as well, potentially. There he goes. So let's have another look. Car's second on the grid. It creeps, it stops, it wasn't over the line, and it wasn't moving.
No, it's hard, because in logical terms, you can see him here on board, goes, stops straight away, see his eyes straight away go big, and then he sort of blinks like, he knows he's made the mistake. Logical terms is that he gained nothing from it. He didn't cross his line. However, rules are rules. They may just deem that a full start, and therefore the penalty comes. It will be down to the clerks.
He did move before the lights changed, but equally he stopped before the lights changed. So while all that is going to be deliberated upon, one decision has been made, and that is to give Sam Harvey in number 70 there, coming under the bridge, a 5-second penalty for track limit abuses. So that kind of helps Bradshaw, even if he does get a penalty, because one of the cars behind has been penalised anyway. So we'll see what does come of this post-race. If you were from Team Parker Racing, you'd be urging the officials to have a look at Bradshaw's start, because that's another lifeline you might have in your armoury.
Yeah, it'd be the tactics to try and look at everything. It's a shame as well, because if this race comes to the end where Tom stays in position as here and becomes sort of champion-elect, he almost isn't totally sure until he knows what the result of this jump start is. But if it was me, I would probably say, you know, he didn't gain anything from it. Like I say, the biggest thing is that he didn't cross his line, so he has not gained any distance, but we'll see.
The worst he can be is 7th in class, so I need to do the numbers in a moment and see how that would affect things. But he's also now being given the driving standards flag for track limits, so blimey, pick on a man when he's down. Exactly. False start, roughed up at the first corner, he's being investigated, a driving standards flag. Anything else?
Yeah, we're trying our best, Tom. Just keep it on the black stuff. But yeah, there we go, black and white for car number 43. I mean, yeah, we haven't seen too many track limits this weekend, but we knew they would creep in at some point, didn't we?
2.5 minutes of the championship season to go. Anything else we can lob in Tom Bradshaw's direction? Blimey, I don't know how much of this he's aware of inside the car. He's just got to get on with his race. The guy he's defending from has a penalty, so that in a sense is a spurious battle. As it stands, he's going to win the championship by 4 points, but as it stands.
Yes, 4 points is not that big when you know you've got something hanging over your shoulders of potential penalty. So, yeah, he'll sort of know about the track limit stuff. I don't think he'll know necessarily about the full start thing. We've got most of these support categories have what's called a receiver, so the clerk can speak to the drivers, but you can't return the conversation. So they'll often come across the radio and say, car number 43, black and white flag. So you as a driver know that. I don't know whether they'll actually let him know about the full start being checked after the race.
But it could cost him 3 points if he drops from where he is now to last in class. So should still just about see him as the champion. However, there, down towards paddock goes Jacob Toffs, number 27, and Tom Bradshaw, number 43, could do with just finding a way by Jacob, if possible, just to secure things. Jacob is busy looking for a way past Reece Summerfield, and Tom Bradshaw ideally would like a place, but doesn't want to put himself in jeopardy and not score anything. And Toffs there tries the outside against Summerfield. We're on the last lap. There's less than a lap time left in the race as Toffs gets up the inside at Graham Hillbent. All of a sudden, he's on his toes.
Yeah, he's come alive, isn't it? And it's, you know, Summerfield's driven a great race. He's had the pace, but he has been the slower car of this pack. And now that we're on the last lap, last race of the season, drivers already get a little bit excited and think, right, this is my last chance to do anything. But it looks like he's held him off for now. But again, going back to Tom Bradshaw, this is a situation where, as a driver, you think, I can capitalise on this. However, if I find myself in the mix of it and it goes wrong, it can go really wrong. So again, it looks almost like he's letting them do their own thing, and he's sort of standing firm in his position.
But it's been a great drive by Joe Marshall as he's heading towards the checkered flag, and there in the background, Bradshaw up the inside and Toffs out of Westfield. He's done it. That is going to help even more in the quest for the championship, because if he does get a penalty for the start dramas, shall we call them, then that just gives him a little bit more security, because he's higher up the order should he end up dropping down the order. Down towards Clearways they come. So as Bradshaw gains a place, Joe Marshall is about to gain another victory. It is 3 out of 3 at Brands Hatch for Joe Marshall. An absolutely stunning weekend, but it's not quite enough to give him the title, which goes to Tom Bradshaw, who comes across the line. He finishes the race 4th. He finishes it 3rd in class, having gained that place on the last lap. And Tom Bradshaw is a very happy man, relieved if perhaps more than ecstatic, but that has been a very tough 20 minutes. Contact, safety car, funny starts, investigations, everything thrown at him.
Yeah, you actually saw his face kind of drop there as he crossed the line, like relief in his face. As a driver, if he doesn't know anything about the start procedure situation now, as a driver, I would say that I've got away with it because no one's given me a board to tell me there's a penalty or anything like that. So as it stands, he's champion, and yeah, what a great drive he's had all season. And yeah, that drive there was definitely not comfortable for him, but he did the job, crossed the line, and he's now champion of this 2025 season.
He's had more wins than anybody else in the history of Porsche Sprint Challenge. None have come this weekend, but he has taken the championship, and this is the reaction as he crossed the line.
It's always interesting to see how a driver reacts to winning a championship. There's some proper emotion and they can't control themselves, but Tom there you go, there's the relief. I did it, all the hard work over the season, finally able to relax and look forward to a nice drink later to celebrate with him and his team, no doubt.
And his father is here as well, John Bradshaw, himself no mean racer in the 1970s in single-seaters, and John came back into historics a good few years ago now, and he and Tom have shared cars, and Tom has raced his dad's cars. He's been a good Formula Ford racer as well as Formula Palmer Audi racer, and now he's a Porsche champion as our Alistair Weston finishes his last race of the year. Round 18 of Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, won by Joe Marshall from Ethan Hamilton. Reece Summerfield 3rd, winning the RS Am class. Tom Bradshaw 4th and the new champion, ahead of Jacob Toffs and Matt Kyle Henney. Then Toby Trice 7th from Dan Zelos, Sam Harvey and Dan Lewis in 10th place. 11th going the way of Oliver Meadows, the RS Am champion. Dean Burden behind him, and then Amy Watts from Jason Baker. Lydia Walmsley, a class winner in Club Sport Pro. Hannah Chapman, a class winner in Club Sport Am. She'd already won that title. Paul Porter next from Katia Loggy and Alistair Weston. And the Club Sport Pro champ, Jonathan Moore, we lost with damage early on into the pit lane. And Oliver Cottam and Charlie Tuthill, we lost into assorted gravel traps on the opening lap of the race. So all of that, of course, confirms who does what in the championship, and it means that Tom Bradshaw defeats Joe Marshall by 4 points in the RS Pro class. Jacob Toffs 3rd in RS Am. Oliver Meadows victorious from Matt Kyle Henney by 16 points. Reece Summerfield 3rd after his class wins today. 2 out of 3 victories this weekend. In the Club Sport division, we end up with Jonathan Moore, we had been told, as the class champion at Silverstone, so I would query those points. Hannah Chapman is the Club Sport Am champ, confirmed. Again, that was done at Silverstone. So there's a question mark over those numbers, but there's no doubt that it is Tom Bradshaw, the driver of the season. He wins Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and we'll be back at Brands Hatch after the break.
After a jump start from Tom Bradshaw, racing got underway. Drivers behind the poleman Joe Marshall traded places, but it was a straightforward victory for Marshall. Lights to flag, making it 3 from 3. And plenty of relief for Tom Bradshaw, who takes the Porsche Sprint Challenge title after a strong season. He's catching up with Lou now.
Congratulations. Exactly. You didn't make life easy for yourself in that one, did you?
Oh, no, I drove the first lap like an absolute prat. And to be fair, I pulled up on the line and I felt really calm, collected, cool. Just made a complete hash of the start. And then, yeah, I had some pretty hefty contact coming through Paddock Hill Bend on the right rear. And immediately felt the tracking out, and I thought, that's it, done. I've lost the championship in the last round. Safety car came out, and luckily I managed to get a feel of it, make sure that it was safe behind the safety car, which it was. And yeah, then it was just cling on for grim death and counting the laps down. Really, it felt like 2 hours, not 20 minutes.
It sort of sums up your weekend, doesn't it? Because you've been so in control pretty much across the season, and then it's kind of, if it could have gone wrong here this weekend, it has gone a bit topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I mean, last meeting at Silverstone was pretty disastrous. Really, I went into with a 30-point lead and came out with 9. And then to see Joe so quick this weekend as well, I was sort of going, oh, this is going to be tight. But yeah, I've kept my cool and my composure throughout the weekend, apart from maybe that little hiccup at the start of that race. And yeah, I'm just absolutely overwhelmed and over the moon. Team thoroughly deserve it. So I want to say a massive thank you first and foremost to Jules Westwood, who gave me the opportunity last year, Jake, my mechanic, Josh, and Jonesy, the engineers. Done a phenomenal job all year. I'm confident I've had the best car all year, so I've had to drive it around and do my bit, and it's all come together at the end.
Well, you said coming into this weekend that you wanted that car, and I presume your ovals as well, to be smelling of champagne on the way home, and they are going to be that, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, and also just to slip past Jacob on the last lap as well means I get to finish it on the podium as well. So over the moon.
Fantastic result. Congratulations, and let's bring in the man who ran you hard into second place. I mean, Joe, you've given it everything. You could not have done any more across this weekend, could you? Three wins. It's been a dream weekend.
It's been an amazing weekend, I think. From our side, the team, all my sponsors, what a weekend for us. Tom's been great all year, so it was his to lose this weekend. We had a little bit of catching up to do, but we just showed what we can do. A massive thank you to Wera for this year, and obviously my mum and the team. It's just been an amazing year, so yeah.
I mean, you did a couple of rounds in this championship last year, but it's your first full season. Yeah. How happy are you with the pace that you found and the fact that here you are, 4 points behind winning the championship?
Well, yeah, so I'm like a year behind everyone else, really. So I decided to join with Team Parker this year, and they've been absolutely phenomenal, trying to get me dialed in. I made a few mistakes in qualifying throughout the year, which has just put me on the back foot, but this weekend it's all clicked, and if I do it again next year, we'll be starting strong.
Is there a question mark over that, or is it like, well, I might do this, I might move up to the Carrera Cup? Where's your head at the moment? I suppose budgets are an important consideration, aren't they?
I would love to do it again next year, obviously budget depending, so I'll be working on behind the scenes over winter, and hopefully I'll be on this grid again next year.
We keep our fingers firmly crossed, because from what we've seen this year, you'd have a good shot at the title going into next year. Let's bring in the man who's finished in P2 in that race, Ethan. A good result for you. From where was it you started? P6, P7, P5?
Yeah, no, it was a good race. We just kept it clean off the start. There was a few sort of shenanigans going on in front, and we just kept it clean. I was into P3. And then managed to get Reese into turn 4 after the safety car restart. But to be honest, this has probably been the best weekend of the year, and I'm hoping we can carry this on into next year.
Why do you feel it's come together so well for you this weekend?
I don't know, something just seems to have clicked. Like even in qualifying, it was really difficult because it was a wet, drying track on slicks, which is like so sketchy out the back. But yeah, I just feel like we've had good pace all weekend, and yeah, buzzing to be on the podium.
Well done. Well, I'll let you get off to that said podium, just over my shoulder here. We have got our final F4 race of the season coming up. We crowned our champion in this series yesterday afternoon, but one more race to go for these guys. So let's go over to Phil and to Richard to be talking through it.
Thanks very much indeed, Lou. Yeah, I wish we could have some more races actually this year. It's been a very good year. We've said how competitive it is, but Fiona McLaughlin actually still wrapped it up with 2 races to spare, which in the mix of things was good going.
He certainly did. He did an amazing job and absolutely dominated in the end. But he just chipped away at the start of the season, just kept getting points. He got the odd win. I think it was 5 wins in total, but you know, High Tech and the Red Bull driver has done an amazing job and really did deserve it in the end. And you can see there on the shots that Dom, the team manager, was absolutely delighted to get yet another championship for High Tech. So yeah, well deserved as a team and as the Red Bull driver.
I think they're probably already fully booked for next year, hearing what we're hearing, and the top teams are, like Rodin will get booked up as well, multiple champions in the past, and I'm hearing it all the way down the grid, and obviously names will come out, and F4 and MSUK will promote that over the winter, so we've got a little sort of mini soap opera going on over the winter where we get to know the names who are coming in, and that's exciting.
It certainly is. I actually quite enjoy this time of the year where you're sort of trying to help drivers, the young drivers moving up from karting into cars, or from Ginetta Juniors or other junior categories into F4, and it's quite nice to go do that test program sort of between now and the start of the year, and start getting the new talent in some of these big teams. And what's great is all the teams have won this year, so you know, it means that every team is going to get a chance of signing drivers, and it's going to be even more competitive hopefully next year.
And they've all been able to put their prices up as race winning teams. We wish them well. We look forward to it. It's going to be exciting, but we've got one more race to go of this fantastic season. Here's how they line up. Round 30 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. Double pole this weekend for the Flying Aussie Jimmy Pazik. Adam Alazari making it an all Rodin front row. Ethan Jeff Hall on third with Fionn McLaughlin, the champion, on his outside. Theo Palmer's been rapid this weekend. He lines up fifth. And third in the championship now after running second for so long is Martin Molnar. Dries van Langendonk next up from August Raber. Then it's Chase Fernandez and Thomas Behrman. Colt Hewitson, with his first rookie win in the last race, is next with Tommy Harfield, who of course won at our previous race. Ian Kraling and Henry Jocelyn on row 7. The 8th row, Joseph Smith and Alexander Savinkov. Xavier Avramides for High Tech is on row 9 alongside Guy Olbash for Rodin Motorsport. And the last two rows, Piotr Orzechowski, Yuhao Fu for XL, Henry Mercier for Argenti, and Hani Sadiq for JHR.
The big story is now all down to the teams championship.
It is, yeah.
So we've obviously the drivers have won it. Second is looking like it's Pazik, Molnar third, Harfield fourth. Although it is quite still fairly tight between those three. But yeah, it's looking likely that the main story of this race is going to be who can win the teams. Rodin starting on the front row with both their cars. It's the top two scorers of each team inside the top 10.
Yep.
And High Tech are starting fourth, and we got 10th. So
right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, you'll note that Phil is all over the maths on this, so I'm going to hand over to Phil on the arithmetic.
No, I was teeing you up there. I was doing the,
right
the
back
intro.
catcher.
So there's the intro, now you do the maths.
Thanks very much. And if there's a third car, the points get bumped up.
Yeah, there is that as well.
One team, so which to be fair, you did the research on and
I did.
And double checked on, because it's very complicated.
It is, yeah.
TSL are over it though. So the timing team that look after everything for us, and they feed into the graphics. So no doubt we'll have an update throughout the race of that. But the upper hand at the moment is with High Tech.
It is points-wise, but as they finish where they start here, it goes to Rodin.
It goes the other way, because you've got an all Rodin front row. So confused? You will be.
I am.
So let's get ready for some FIA sanctioned single-seater racing here. Brands Hatch GP. Lights are on for the last time. Good luck, everybody. Lights out and away we go. It's a good start from Jimmy Pazik. And Alazari's going to slot into P2. The bun fight behind goes on. And I'll tell you what, it's very nearly looking like 4 wide to go into paddock. They sort themselves out. And it's Jeff Hall, isn't it, up into third.
Langendonk got an amazing start as well. So he's going to try and help with the points for Rodin as well. But obviously with those two out front, his points don't count. But McLaughlin there in fourth. I think that's Jeff Hall who's in third there. So at the minute, Rodin have just got away there first and second.
They have perfect start for them. We've got half an hour of F4 action to go. We just needed to update you on the previous race. I can't remember if viewers saw the first race live or not, but there was a technical infringement, wasn't there, for Chase Fernandez, who got taken out of the race. If you've been following it on TSL, you might not have seen that, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah, so he was disqualified, and unfortunate for him, but let's see if he can make up some places. He's 9th at the minute, so let's see if he can make up some places in this race. But look at this, Fernandez there battling hard with the Argenti car of number 47, which is Raber, who had to start from the pits in the first race.
Back in the grid now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's battling away with Fernandez already.
Yeah, good to see him having served his penalty points notice, as it were. So starting back in the main pack for this last race of the season. And Dyson going on right the way down the field, but Jimmy Pizik will want to go out with another win. Pizik in the 93 car, 5 wins so far. If he takes this one, it will be 6 to McLaughlin's 5, and that will be a little bit of bragging rights for the Rodian man.
It certainly will, yeah. Obviously, you want to win as many races as you can, but it's all about trying to score as many points as you can, and that's exactly what McLaughlin did to win this championship with 2 races to go. Another Red Bull driver actually won with 2 races to go yesterday, with Coronel winning the Ginetta Junior Championship. So Red Bull having a very good weekend. Not sure how they did in the F1 race today, but they definitely did well in their junior programme.
Yeah, he was blistering from the word go in that junior series, wasn't he?
Yeah, certainly was. He's he wrapped it up yesterday, and just like McLaughlin did. But let's see, there's Hewitson as well. He's trying to go for the rookie top 3, isn't he? So he's battling hard. He had a good race in race 2, getting a podium, and he's battling with his teammate Theo Palmer.
Yeah, we get the thing with the rookies that you get first-year drivers and then maybe second-year drivers, and you get the drivers talking about rookies as opposed to. Sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? But yeah, he's done really well, and he's got up into 3rd place. Thomas Bevan second in the rookies. Theo McLaughlin overall champion, obviously the winner, but Theo Palmer and Hewitson, they're actually tied together in this one, Phil. They're 11th and 12th.
Yeah, they're very close in the race as well, and the championship. So let's see who comes out on top. But yeah, they've got Kraling there in that mix as well. He's been driving for Argenti for the last few rounds, doing a great job, trying to learn as much as he can. But we're on board with McLaughlin as he comes over the start-finish line. He's in 4th place, chasing down Jeff Hall, the Mercedes junior driver. So the Red Bull chases the Mercedes junior driver as they go through paddock, back up the hill into Druids as they brake as late as they can, turning in as early as you can as well. It's a very unusual cambered corner. So yeah, you can see a lot of lockups as they're trying to get the car stopped into Druids as they now come back down to Graham Hill. But yes, an amazing job from McLaughlin once again. Obviously, he's now going to try and help the high-tech team to take the team's title.
That's what he needs to do, and it might be his part in possibly 3 years on the bounce next year. They will be back, all the teams, as Phil said, in the build-up to this, having won races, and you can go with any team. Let's have a look at the start.
If you look further back, the McLaren car of Langendonk, he made a great start, went down to the middle of the circuit, actually got alongside McLaughlin, as you can see further out on the outside, but then had nowhere to go with Jeff Hall keeping them all behind.
He did. That was a blistering start, wasn't it? And made up a few places using the outside line there as they go up Haywards Hill in towards Druids. Here's a replay from McLaughlin.
Almost on the limiter there. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin. It's not bad. He got the second phase, was pretty good. Jeff Hall didn't quite get the best start there. You can't quite see Langendonk on the outside, but nearly got it down the inside. But Jeff Hall managed to cover it off nicely. But they are allowing the Rodin cars in front to get away there.
They are, yeah. They don't really want to do that. It's still 1 and 2 with a decent gap between Pizik and Alazari in 2nd position. Jeff Hall is in 3rd. McLaughlin still 4th. Top rookie Van Langendonk in the rookies as well. And then Martin Molnar is going to wrap things up with, at the moment, 6th position, 3rd place overall in the championship. Again, a good year for Molnar. He did chase the championship lead, the championship winner for all the way, and just dipped off a little bit. Hasn't quite run from the end of the season.
Yeah, I was talking to the team owner of Virtuosi, and yeah, he said that it was such a good start to the year, and he was on such a roll, but it just sort of phased off a little bit. I think maybe Knockhill sort of wasn't great. They had him and McLaughlin had a coming together, and there was another one at Zandvoort as well that Molnar got involved with. So he just had a bit of a bad run in the second half of the year, but he's definitely got some pace. He's just been a bit unlucky with some of his racecraft at times, but yeah, I hope to see him going strong in the future years, whatever he decides to do. But yeah, he's definitely put Virtuosi on the map, hasn't he?
He has this year, and he's run on his own for a lot of the time. He hasn't had a teammate. Obviously, Salim Hanna came in and won both the races at the Grand Prix, won another race with us as well, so that helped him. But a lot of the other weekends, he's been on his own pretty much. Yeah,
he has. Yeah, no, it just shows as well that when Hanna did come in and do those support races of the British Grand Prix and won them for Virtuosi, it just shows that they've not just got one good car, one good driver. They do actually have a very good team there of good cars and good mechanics that obviously put the cars together well. But it's what they need, because yeah, we've seen it before with the likes of High Tech and Rodin, who have won many championships. They have the reason they win the championship is because they have so many cars up there, and that's what other teams need to aspire to do.
I was chatting to Charlie Edge, who is here this weekend. He can't race because he did the Challenge Cup, and he came and thanked us for the commentary, which was really nice of him. I had a chat with him and his partner. He's hoping to come back next year, and it is a struggle for him budget-wise. We know that, as it is for many people. But he's not the kind of youngster that's coming from overseas and being flown in and all that. It's a different profile. But he wants to do the full season, and I congratulated him. I think he's done a great year, Charlie Edge. As we get a little issue there for Henry Mercier, which is a pity. But Charlie looking forward to coming back, hopefully a full season, maybe Challenge Cup, but hopefully again with CDR. And the point I was coming to is that CDR, have done well when they've had more people in the car as well.
Yeah, I think Mercier is planning to come back as well. We're going to see again what happened. He's run wide there, he's come out of Surtees, so as you get on that exit curve, it just drags you off the circuit, so he's lost all his momentum and dropped right to the back. But let's hope that he does come back next year and fight for some wins, because he's had a big, strong learning year this season, and he's definitely he's got some unfinished business.
Yeah, I mean, he's had rookie podiums, and that's how you've got to measure it for some of the new drivers, and that's not easy. It's not been easy this year.
No, not at all. And I think, like you said, it's because all the teams have been winning races. It's been so competitive this year, and that's why it's been even harder for someone that's come over for their first year in cars. But back on board with McLaughlin as he's going through Graham Hill Bend. Always got to be careful not to run wide there onto the exit curve, because you have got track limits. Then you go into Surtees, trying to get the best rotation you can on the car. Up the hill, use a bit of the exit curve. Now you've got the long stretch as you go down and back up into Hawthorns. You've got to almost try and sort of just lift as you throw the car into Hawthorns, get as much rotation as you can, just nibbling the inside curve, running wide and not using too much of the exit curve. Very bumpy now into Westfield. You've got to use a lot of the inside curve. Then you've got a big bump there, as you can see his helmet bouncing around. Back down into Dingledale, which is now Sheen curve, completely blind. Throw it over the inside curve, not run too wide. Then you've got the left-hander, as you've got to use all the curve and all the camber as much as you can to try and carry as much speed. Coming into the last corner now, you've got to brake as late as possible. Get the inside thin part of the curve, as you can see there. Run wide, look at the white line crossing the circuit to find the exit point. And there we go to start another lap of the Brands GP circuit.
Yes, a fascinating lap that we see, and I've got a question really which I wanted to ask about Finn. You win the championship on the Saturday, we've still got the team championship to go for, and he's gunning for points in that. But is there, as a championship winner in single seaters, slightly less motivation to gun once you've won the championship?
No, not at all. It's just you become more relaxed. As you can see, Crailing here with one of the XL cars, and is that Fu in the XL car?
Yeah, it is 69 feet.
And then we've got the JHR car as well, trying to go on the outside as well.
Sadiq.
And but going back to the driver who's won the championship, it takes the pressure's off. You almost come a little bit too relaxed, but he'll be fighting to want it. He'll want to win this race. Of course, you want to win as many races as you can, but he's been told, he's been looked after well by Hi-Tech. Hi-Tech want him to try and help them win the team's championship, so he'll do whatever it takes.
Have you done the maths yet, by the way?
At the minute, it's not looking good for Hi-Tech. It's actually looking better for Rodin, but I think, where's Behrman? He's 10th. So yeah, for me, the way I see this is Rodin are going to nick it by a couple of points.
Wow.
But I'm going to let you do the maths.
No, 2 and 2, and taking drivers out of the equation is too much. It's got to go to TSL this one, I think.
The only thing, like you said, the only thing you've got is Lanendonk, who's in 5th.
The third Rodin driver, he doesn't score any. That place goes down to the next driver, which is Moldar for Virtuosi. So Virtuosi pick up the points that the third Rodin car might have had.
Yeah, exactly.
So who can score.
So Behrman will move up to 9th, the way I see it.
2 points.
Yeah, that's 2 points. And then obviously you've got McLaughlin, who's 4th.
He's 12.
He really needs to be 3rd.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's at the minute, the way I see it, is Rodin might just nab this team's championship off Hi-Tech, which...
they'll be happy about that.
They will be. They've worked hard to get all their cars on the grid, because they started with 3, didn't they?
They did.
Now running 4, and obviously we've had Ella Lloyd in that as well. Let's see this battle with Crailing and Sadiq. So Sadiq goes for the switchback and manages to throw it down the inside. Great move from Sadiq down the inside at Paddock Hill Bend, and manages to keep it on the track on the exit.
Need a little fan club, don't we, for Sadiq? It would be the Harney Army, wouldn't it? Which would be pretty good. That was a lovely move, wasn't it?
It was.
Really good seeing these newcomers coming in, doing the business. Superb stuff.
Yeah, that was a very good move. So yeah, here we are. The leader is Pazik, and like you said, with this, as it finishes now, he's going to take his sixth win of the season, which is definitely going to be something that he's going to be happy with. He was here in this championship a couple of years ago with High-Tech, actually, so it's now he's moved to Rodin, and he's going to take the team's championship away from them.
When he was announced as the Rodin driver, you know, very clearly he's been a threat all year, and we thought, yeah, there's a potential champion. We were right. And I've got to say, his interview with Louise after the race where he lost the championship, Phil won it. He was great. He was very, very gracious about it, but completely upbeat and natural and honest. Yeah, which was lovely. Really love that about Jimmy P.
Yeah, and also I think you were saying as well with McLaughlin doing his interview, he was actually quite emotional, which he would be. Yeah. He's put a lot of work into this, and with him and his family and the team and Red Bull, they've worked so hard to make sure that he was on the grid this year, and he's absolutely paid them back.
So quickly, we've got Palmer ahead of Hewitson at the moment. So in terms of rookie points, McLaughlin first, Van Langendonk second, Behrman third, Palmer fourth, and Hewitson fifth. So fourth and fifth points are going to be 12 and 10, 2 points plus, and what's the gap at the moment between Cole Palmer? It's football, isn't it? 2-14, 2-3-7. Again, it's going to be very nip and tuck on third in the rookies. So Palmer taking 2 points out of him, and it's going to take it down to 1. So he needs to get another.
Yeah, needs to get another place
up. Yeah. But Hewitson, that rookie win in race 2 today, his first rookie win in the championship, looks like that has done him the power of good to get him up onto that overall podium for rookie podium. In other years, we've not really paid too much heed to that, but this year it's been so strong with rookies, the first year drivers, that we have had to, and it's been fascinating to watch all season.
It certainly has, yeah. We just saw there a bit of a battle with Smith as well, who's chased them down. He joined the High-Tech team quite late on. He was doing Ginetta Juniors early on in the season, and he joined High-Tech when they lost Leo Robinson. So he's jumped in and learning, and hopefully we'll see him back next year.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Really great idea, isn't it, to come in, and some drivers will do maybe 3 rounds towards the end of the year, retain rookie status for next year, and then come back and do a full season. He's done a little bit more than that. He'll lose rookie status, which he would have done anyway because he's done Ginetta Juniors, but this could set him up well if he gets some good testing under his belt. Another driver we've got to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Talking about the testing they're all going to do, that will actually start next week.
I can well believe it.
And then they start looking at some of the Winter Series championships that are either in Spain or the UAE, and they really do get quite a lot of mileage and practice their starts, their qualifying, and get loads of racing under the belt before they even join this series. So it's really completely changed to what it was like a few years ago.
Do you get to go out to those?
I did, just for a little bit of sun.
A bit handy and a bit of sunshine, top up that vitamin D, it's like.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy that.
Yeah.
Think of us sitting in South London in the rain with the heating on. Turning up the heating at the moment, though. Pazik, fastest lap, 125.04, and Alazori still in second. I've got to say, this has been pretty typical of the racing we've seen. I haven't seen huge amounts of battles all the way. We've seen 1 or 2 little battles which have gone well, and I don't want to see incident, but these races have been pretty calm this weekend.
It has, yeah. As you said that, we have got track limits, which is also our favourite subject, which number 62, that's Crailing. 5-second penalty, so he's probably run a little bit wide coming through Graham Hill, but that's what happens with some of the newcomers, the younger ones who are still learning. So it's a big thing, and unfortunately we have to deal with it on the UK circuits. I mean, you have to deal with it on any circuit, but the UK circuits are particularly harsh for it. But yes, that's Crailing who's going to serve that penalty. He's down in 20th at the minute, but yeah, that's we don't want to see that sort of start changing the results at the front, do we?
No,
that's not going to be ideal.
One thing I will say, we're talking about track limits, is that the repaint of Brands Hatch, the team have done a mega job. I mean, the edging and everything, look at the edges, the curbs. It is so smart.
Apart from that bit coming out of
the Mini's built that earlier on. Jonathan Palmer will be sending the bill.
He was putting a curb there,
but it has looked fantastic.
It has, yeah, you're absolutely right.
We've got carpet in the commentary box as well.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic up here. Yeah, very, very nice. I mean, we shouldn't really be talking about the commentary box. We should be talking about this race, but we want to see a little bit more action, guys. So let's start making some moves. As you can see here, we've got that Molnar that's chasing Langendonk. So Molnar is looking quite racy now. Maybe his car has been set up to come on a little bit later in the race. So hopefully he can make a move, because he does need to try and do something to try and stay in this fight for second or third in the championship.
Yeah, let's hope we see something just to go out on a little bit of a high here in the F4 Championship. So it's the young Hungarian chasing.
He is getting closer. He's definitely got a good run out of Graham Hill. He's now got the run through Surtees up the hill, so he will get the slipstream. Most of the championships after F4 have got DRS, so we will to be seeing the rear wing open now, but in F4 we don't have that. So it's just all about the slipstream and trying to get the best exits you can, but he is definitely putting pressure on the McLaren Junior driver.
He's been a revelation, as you might remember, won his first race day after his 15th birthday, pole position.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Really great story. Hopefully going to come back as well. I know the European option is there as well, maybe, as you were saying. Some drivers will be looking at Spain, like Rocco Coronel from the Ginetta Junior Championship, going out to race in Spain, but there's a lot of kudos to come racing the UK because of the super licence points as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, yeah, any of the championships have got those super licence points, but it's kind of down to whether the drivers prefer which team they like or which country they want to race in. But I know that I was talking to the McLaren Junior driver, who's head of the McLaren Junior driver programme, and he said that he's really getting on well with his roading team and he's thoroughly enjoying his time here. So we will probably end up seeing him back in British F4. He should do, because he's obviously come over here and learnt a lot already. But there's a lot to be said about coming over to the UK, driving on difficult circuits in difficult weather conditions a lot of the time, so that they can take into their future career. As you can see, Molnar almost threw it down the inside there, didn't he?
He did. He's having a look. Martin Molnar getting very serious about this. Now he is close enough to do something. And Dries van Langendonk will have a look. So the young Belgian is in the position here. You were saying about the car coming on stronger later on. You'd want a car stronger earlier to get in front, really, though.
You would.
On GP.
I would prefer that, but then it's sort of down to defending. But you know, in this sort of category where it's very difficult to overtake, you do kind of want it to be turned on instantly, so you can really start pushing for the lead straight away. But let's just see if Molnar can do anything clever here, where he can just get in the mirrors of the car in front, or just try and get the exit so he can throw it down the inside of the next hard braking zone.
Martin telling me he was start of the year, has something like 50 or more flights, you know, that he has to do coming into race in this championship. Massive commitment, not just in terms of the circuit time that you have to do, but the logistics of travelling around, and a lot of that he's done on his own. It's character building for these youngsters as well. And you can tell that, can't you, when you get to chat to them?
Yeah, they mature very quickly when they have to do all that themselves, and they have to spend a lot of time with adults who are running their cars, and doing a lot of travelling. It does it takes it out of them, but it's definitely character building and matures them very quickly, so it sets them up nicely for the rest of their life. But is Molnar going to try and do something? Yes, he is, but it's too late. I don't think he was quite close enough, but Langendonk did leave enough space there, but you can run quite wide through Surtees there, so you don't lose too much time, which is exactly what Dries did there.
Well, at least we see in the battle, though, 5 minutes to go, still time for Martin Molnar to use his 2 years of British F4 experience. Last year's rookie champion, moved up into the overall standings. Of course, you can be rookie championship as winners, and winners we've seen Phil McLaughlin do this year. He's just lost that little bit of momentum that you get when an initial go disappears, and he's got to rebuild it all again and try and get back on. But Van Langendonk, that first big challenge, he'll know that he's fended that off, and that will mean he'll have a little bit of extra confidence perhaps as he rounds through Clearway's Clark curve onto the Brabham straight to tick off another lap. A reminder, we're looking at the driver riding on board from our champion.
Yeah, he is closing very slightly, isn't he? He's, so Jeff Hall 25.4, but McLaughlin only at 25.5, so no, he didn't actually close in on that lap. They've both done the 25.0 as their best lap time. In fact, the top four have all done the same lap time. So this is why it's so close, and they don't get to run much closer than this, because they're all doing the same lap time. You know, it's all about trying to get an exit to get the slipstream to give you a little bit more speed down the straights. But unfortunately, when they're all as good as they are now, especially at the end of the season, when they're all at their best, it's tricky to sort of see a move. But McLaughlin is definitely looking quite racy now. Maybe he can make a move, and this will make a big difference if he can if he can get into third, I think that one might put it back to high tech.
Well, I've been doing some maths.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I haven't. Liz from F4 has been doing some maths and has let us know that as it stands, Rodin win the Team Cup by 1.5 points.
No way. Wow.
So what are we looking at then? So we're looking at McLaughlin getting up to third. So points-wise, that's 15 to 18. That's 3 points. So yeah, he's
exactly.
got no pressure feel.
That's how I worked it out. So and let's
you could do it.
Well, I did actually get some help from Eve, who runs the championship. Unless we see some penalties, which we have just seen another one from Kraling, so that's 10 seconds now, which is not good for him. He needs to be bringing it back just slightly, just to try and not run as wide on exits. But look at this. We've got 3.5 minutes left now, so definitely McLaughlin is closing in. He has that lap, he's done a 25.3 against Jeff Hall's 25.4.
Will he know that he's got to get third for that? So they'll be egging him on there. So, OK, we've given you the title for the driver.
Yeah.
Double titles.
Your turn
now. Get on it, son.
Yeah, there's no way Jeff Hall is going to let McLaughlin take it, though. Not a chance. These two are sparring partners in go-karts. And as we remember, Jeff Hall was World Karting Champion. He was World Karting Champion last year. McLaughlin was going for that as well, but he's now taken the title back by winning the British F4 Championship. So this is all about who's going to, is he going to be able to try and repay High Tech for that amazing championship win?
We'll see. We're looking at Juha Food just now in the previous shot with Guy Olbach, the fourth Rodin driver this weekend.
Yeah, he's in the green liveried Rodin car, isn't he?
Yep.
And we can still see this battle getting quite tense between Langendonk and Molnar, but Molnar I don't think has dropped away slightly. Yes, so it's these guys they've pushed on here, haven't they? The two Rodin boys, and then further back it's all down to McLaughlin now. He's done the bit for himself. He really needs to start trying to pile the pressure on Jeff Hall in the Argenti car. So let's see, as he's got a few, Bobby. Is it one lap? No, two laps now.
2 laps, yeah.
2 laps to do it. Can he do it, or are Rodin going to take the title?
With Jeff Hall, I was going to say earlier on, he's really put himself in a good position. I don't know whether he's signed for next year or whatever, or if he's coming back, but it would be a great thing if he did.
Yep.
And the last couple of rounds with that win, with this performance here, outright podium again, it gives him strong stock for next year.
100%. He's had a bit of a hard first half of the season, but he's been very strong for the second half, and I definitely think Mercedes should be backing him again for another year, because he's learned a lot this year. He won Ginetta Juniors last year. He won the World Karting Championship. He's now been signed by Mercedes. He's had a fairly strong second half of the F4 Championship. Let's see him come back and fight for the title.
I would love that. I'll tell you what, I can't wait for next year already. It's going to be really, really good. Once again, we'll have new names coming in, some returning names as well. Rodin will be looking to get the overall title, but they'll be happy with the team one here. Physique confirmation of his fastest lap, the race leader, and are they going to do almost a one behind each other finish here? We've got one more lap to go as they round Clark for the penultimate time. Physique ahead of Al-Azari. Adam's had a good season, bag wins as well.
Yeah.
Fastest off the front wins and reverse grid wins, so he's been a very good package of a driver as well. 1 and 2 then for Rodin. Heath, Jeff Hall next up, then McLaughlin still there in 4th place, not quite close enough to get stuck in here, so it looks like we are going to have that Rodin team title.
It looks that way, doesn't it? McLaughlin definitely doesn't look that close unless something happens on this last lap, but it is looking like it's going back to Rodin, who have won. They won many championships in the early days. Their first one with Lando Norris back in 2014, I think it was. And that was their first, and they got many more after that. But High Tech have come on real strong over the last few years that they've been doing F4, and this man is their latest champion for that team.
And you want to see that. You want to see all the teams battling it out, and you see some teams strong at some circuits, others at different ones too, and it's just a really good thing to see, rather than having one team running away with it all the time. So long may that continue.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's been a fantastic season this year with, like you said, so many teams winning and so many drivers getting that top spot. It's been a really good year, and like you said, I think next year is going to be even stronger. McLaughlin is a little bit closer there, but he's only got one corner to do it, and it's going to go to Physique for the win and Rodin for the team's championship.
Here they come then, the run down to the flag, and Jimmy Physique will be the driver with the most wins this year. Crosses the line. underlines his second position in the championship with his 7th win of the year. Pizzic wins, Al-Azhari second. On board we go with Fionn McLaughlin, this year's double champion, who takes 4th place behind Ethan Jeff Hall. It's a super job by the Rodin team to clinch the team's championship in the last race of the season. Great performance from them at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, certainly was. You could see how frustrated McLaughlin was as he crossed the line, because he knew he had some pace there to try and do something, and he knows that the championship has gone to Rodin now. But yeah, great job from Dickie, who runs the team, and all the guys at Rodin who have done a fantastic job to help win the team's championship.
And the one thing we know with Jimmy, he's going to give a good interview as well afterwards, which he always does. The Aussie, reigning Australian F4 champion, and as I said, we've had some quality drivers on the F4 podium championship-wise over the last few seasons. The Rodin boys, rightly, I think, will deserve a brew this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have more than a brew.
I've just been polite, really, but there we go. Delighted they are. Equally, High Tech will do the same, and I think there's plenty to celebrate for all the teams, really, in British F4. It has been a good season, very, very good season indeed. Lots of different winners, and we love it when there's a strong driver, but we equally love it when the whole field is strong. Round 30 of the Wera Tools British F4 Championship, and a 7th win for Jimmy Pizzic ahead of Adam Al-Azhari, 1-2 for Rodin. Argenti 3rd through Ethan Jeff Hall, and another rookie win for Fionn McLaughlin. Second of the rookies goes to Dries van Langendonk. Martin Molnar was in 6th. Chase Fernandez 7th from August Raber and Tommy Harfield. Thomas Behrman wrapping up our top 10. Theo Palmer got the better of Cole Hewitson. I think Cole just doing enough to take 3rd position in the rookie standings. Henry Jocelyn was 13th from Alexander Savinkov, then Joseph Smith and Xavier Avramides. Yu Haofu 17th after that great battle with Guy Albaj. And then it was Hani Sadiq and Piotr Orzechowski in 20th. 21st goes to Henry Mercier after that little off earlier on, and Ian Kraling, I think, maybe had a penalty, and he is our 22nd finisher. So championship standings, Fionn McLaughlin, as we know, champion. Congratulations again to him. Jimmy Pizzic 2nd from Martin Molnar. Tommy Harfield in 4th from Ethan Jeff Hall and Adam Al-Azhari. August Raber 7th, and the top 10 completed by Tom Behrman, Henry Jocelyn and Rowan Campbell-Pilling. McLaughlin, the rookie champion, ahead of Thomas Behrman. There's confirmation. We've got our maths right. Cole Hewitson nicks 3rd place from Theo Palmer, and Xavier Avramides in 5th. Challenge Cup, many of the drivers away this weekend, but Ari Bansal wrapped it up last time from Ella Lloyd and Charlie Edge, who is supporting his teammates here in 3rd place. Well done, Charlie. Elba Larson 4th, ahead of Ian Kraling. So cracking year. Celebrations going on for Rodin, as you can see, and we'll hear from the boys in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
In the final race of the VERTU F4 British Championship, it was James Pazik who managed to hold on from pole position to take his 6th win of the season, securing himself 2nd in the driver's title and a 1st place for his team, Rodan. But it is, of course, Fionn McLaughlin who reigns supreme as this year's British F4 champion, and he's with Lou.
Yeah, and it was a very emotional Fionn who came into the Parc Fermé yesterday to take that win. Have you got a few more words now? You've had a little bit of time to reflect on that championship win. Are you able to kind of sum up what it means for you?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. Obviously, we worked hard all season to do this, and I think the team made a strong car all year. And yeah, I think obviously it was most important to be consistent. That's what I did.
I mean, you obviously came into the championship as a rookie. I mean, presumably that was your goal from the start. Did you ever dream at the beginning of the year that you'd be taking the overall title? You're going to tell me, yep.
Yeah, one year ago exactly, I was here watching, hoping to be in the grid, and I was, and I just said to the team, I'm going to come and become champion, and that's what I did, and I'm just happy with how we did, and obviously a few mistakes during the year. I could have done better, but I'm proud.
You can't do much better than winning the championship. But what's next for you? Have you got plans yet, or are you just going to go away and think about it?
Yeah, we have plans. Obviously can't announce it yet. It's not my thing to do, but it'll be announced soon on Monday, and yeah, we'll see the future.
Look forward to seeing what that is. Well done. And let's grab a word with our race winner there, Peter in the championship. But that win has just secured, I don't need to tell you, the team's title for Rodan. So a really good day.
Yeah, I mean, we did everything we could coming into this weekend for the Drivers' Championship. Couldn't quite get there for that, but I mean, yeah, we got there for the Team's Championship, and I couldn't be happy for the team. We've had a tricky season. We've definitely had our ups and downs, and to come out on top as a team has been super cool.
Well, you say P2 in the championship. I mean, that is just to remind you where a certain Oscar Piastri finished in this championship in 2017. So not all bad. You know, Australian F4 champion last year, runner-up in this. It's been a good couple of years for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a really good year this year and last year. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we can keep up the momentum, whatever we're doing next year, whether it's still in single-seaters and everything like that. But, I mean, I'm super happy. But, yeah, we did everything we could, as I said already.
What does this mean for the team claiming this title for them, or helping to claim the title for them?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's super good for them just to show that we're really strong as a team, showing that it's not just one car on the team that's fast, it's everyone in the team. And I think that's been really key. It just shows the effort that we've gone through this year to be able to put it together and to be able to get P1 in the end, by especially not coming into this weekend leading the team championship. We were 40 odd or 30 something points away, and we've just had a stellar weekend, which has just helped us so much. But yeah, and I think we only clinched it by
1.5.
Yeah, so any little bit of a difference in that result could have made a massive change. So I mean, I'm super happy for the team, as I've already said. But yeah, it's been very good.
Let me ask you the question I just asked Fionn as well. Do you know what your plans are for 2026?
Sadly, not at the moment. I don't know what I'm doing next year. I'd love to continue with Rodan in their pathway that they have. But no, we'll see what happens. But I mean, it definitely helps doing stuff like this.
It's not a bad way to end a season. Congratulations, well done. Right, Nikki, back to you.
Lovely stuff. Well, congrats to our race winners there. But it is time to get straight back out on track. The battle is very much on for second in the final round of the VERTU Mini Challenge. Let's join your commentary team, the double delight of Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
And we've got the big JCW Sport battle going on as well. I think Archie Johnson, I saw him, he was bouncing in the paddock, and he was saying that, he said, nearly there, just got to finish. But as we know, that's not always given, is it, in minis?
Exactly. We'll see what happens anyway.
Here's how they line up. Nathan Edwards on pole position once again. Tom Ovenden, our new champion, alongside Max Edmondson and Nicholas Tandy. The right honourable, I think. It's very formal, isn't it, Nicholas? Then we've got Josh Porter and Alex Solly on row 3. Fourth row, Jensen O'Neill going and Charlie Hand, followed by Nathan Harrison and Harry Campy. Albert Webster and Lewis Selby complete row 6. 7th row, Owen Hillman and Cam Richardson. Ned Anthony and Brent Bowie are on row 8, followed by Alex Brandon. Then we've got the first of the drivers in the sport category, Archie Johnson, championship leader. His arch rival, Henry Howarth, next up from Chris McKenzie and Ben Crossley. Will Crooks is next up, and I think completes the group because we've got a slightly greyed out. Nicky Gauchi, there was a little bit of damage to the Jam Sport car. Well, a fair bit of damage to the Jam Sport car. And I don't think Nicky is taking part, which is a shame for all our Maltese viewers that have been following him through his exploits in the Jam Sport Scholarship and through this year. He's got away with wins in class this year, but he's not going to get the final race, which is a pity. What isn't a pity is that we've got some very good, strong drivers at the front. We've got Nathan Edwards on pole, we've got Tom Ovenden alongside, we've got Max Edmondson and a certain Mr. Tandy, all in the front 2 rows.
Yeah, looking at it, actually, I reckon the first 4 rows could win this.
They are all capable of it, yeah, without a doubt.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. You know, this is the final lesson at school when you're in the, you know, you've done your GCSEs and it's like, right,
it's spring games in day, isn't it?
Who do I owe one to? That's a joke.
We're looking forward to this one. This one will set us up, I hope, in a good way for next season, which are already bubbling about. Lights out, best of fortune, everybody. Look at that, Tandy away quickly from 4th on the grid, followed by Josh Porter. Max Edmondson a little bit slow away, but it's Nathan Edwards that gets away well. Tom Ovenden's got a job to do here as well. Ovenden would love to go out for a win, and he's nipping up the inside, he's going for it. Let's see who gets the best run as they go up into Druids. Ovenden going for the lead, but it's Edwards who gets across, and Tandy round the outside.
Yeah, Tandy trying to get the run, can't get it done, but very respectful from Tom Ovenden. But he better check up because Tandy is all over him, and it's going to be who's got the best set of tyres on him for this one. Max Edmondson, terrible start, but now down the inside of Josh Porter.
Never ever write Max Edmondson off. A racer, of course, the starting is the smallest part of it. Racing is the key bit. He's back in 4th place at the moment. Porter having a good run. Jensen O'Neill going. Someone's lost a wing mirror. I'm trying to pop who that is. Is it Jensen?
Yeah, Jensen, yeah. Bit of contact with Porter. Anyway, they've got it sorted.
He was fed up after the last race and chatting to him, and he was down in the dumps.
Really?
Stick in the dump, I'm going to call him now after that one. Goodness me.
Oh, dear me. We don't need any of that, do we?
No.
We're racing.
So, and this one again, this is going to be a cracker, isn't it? Tandy up into P2. Ovenden's got nothing to prove. She wants to bring the car home in one bit. That's the key thing. But Nick Tandy in 2nd. Edmondson is next up, then Porter, and of course they all Tandy coming into this. We said it in races 1 and indeed race 2 this weekend. Effectively, he's there with the target on his back because this guy has such a reputation. They all want to beat him.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'll be happy with what he's done so far. He should be.
He's got nothing to prove, has he?
Exactly.
After that, yeah.
He hasn't anyway, to be fair.
No.
But like you say, he's put his neck on the line here, and he's come out and he's played with the boys. So fair play to him. But he's going to have to be careful here because Ovenden's looking like a big lock up there from Ovenden. Look how slow Edwards is into that apex of Paddock Bend. That's going to check them all up as they all start to try and defend and go around the outside. Oh, look at that Edmondson. That'll be a move. He's got that done. He's got that done.
Yeah, Max Edmondson, I said not to worry about the start, didn't I? Up into 3. Ovenden again will be mindful that he wants to race with him. We hear a little clatter of the curve there.
Change your lead.
We are going. Here comes Tandy down the inside. I tell you what, you're right. Edwards doesn't look happy, does he?
No, there's something going on. The rears were locking up on that car. But look, now you've got Ovenden trying to go around the outside of Max Edmondson. Not happening. This has got all the ingredients for an absolute belter, this has.
Absolute cracker, yeah. Napa leads the championship, the team's championship, by 18 points. Coming into this one, it's going to do them no harm at all being out front. Accelerate are on the chase in this one, but this is what Tandy was brought in to do.
Yeah, exactly that. He's doing a professional job, as you would expect. He's ran a bit wide there, though. But wow, he carried some speed through. That looks like it could be a little bit of an opportunity. No, Edwards backs out of it. But they're very different in the different sectors. Look at Edmondson. Edmondson looks like the one who could really put pressure on for the win here.
Yeah, he wants to set himself up for next year. He's already made plenty of statements of intent this season, the 3rd place car, about what he can do. We fancied him as a championship challenger this year. Had a couple of days where things didn't quite go right. Some days were absolutely superb for the Pro Alloys team. And now he's putting Edwards under a lot of pressure. Edwards has done a great job in the second half of the season and doing a good job here. Is Edmondson putting the pressure on? Ovenden trying to get involved as well. Edwards is popping the interglens. 11-11 car down the inside to try and get the lead back. He can't quite do it. It's a good run here by Tandy. Side by side into Druids. He's on the brakes now. Goes the 21 car, the local man. Side by side they go. And Edwards is going to try and force his way through. They're still side by side going into Graham Hill Bend. A little bit. Side by side they go. And Tandy goes back through. Edmondson sees the door open and pinks through into P2.
I'm going to say something very controversial here. Edwards, I don't think actually meant to take the lead. I really don't think he meant it. He was defending and then just found a gap, and Tandy didn't cover it off. But brilliant side-by-side racing, and yeah, Tandy elbows out. But look who's in P2. That car of Max Edmondson's looks rapid.
It does, and you know, if he'd have got the start sorted out, he would have saved himself a lot of work. I know he won't thank me for saying that. He's a good, quiet lad to chat to, but no, he'll appreciate that. He'll get that. Now, can he work? Is he going to work with Nathan Edwards try and reel in Nick Tandy up front? So it's Tandy, Edmondson, Edwards, Ovenden. Good stuff from Porter as well. Nathan Harrison fastest lap. He is in 6th place. Nathan's really enjoyed it. Great to chat with him earlier on. And again, another driver putting his reputation on the line. Former champion coming back. Here's a replay.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was all done before this, really, but this was great side-by-side stuff. Nathan Edwards down the inside. Little bit of door banging there, but big respect to both of them. But look at Edmondson in that 33. He sizes this up brilliantly. Little bit of, sorry mate, there you go, have some of that.
A little bit?
Yeah.
You told me off for understating sometimes.
He didn't put that on the, he didn't put him on the grass. He just showed him a bit of green. Just showed him a bit of green paint. We don't mind that.
That's what people, that kind of racing is what people liked in the touring car racing in days gone by.
Yeah, did you see that? Tandy has just had a massive slide. I'm sure we need
lost
to...
how much time? None.
Well, that car needs to be checked. I think it's rear-wheel drive, because he just had a massive second gear oversteer, power oversteer slide out of Druids. I've never seen anything like that, really.
But that's the point I was making, the side-by-side stuff and getting into each other. You know, there's no harm done through that. No. It wasn't dirty. And that's what the fans want to come and see. This is why I was comparing this to touring cars. It is very much the feeder for it.
Exactly that, yeah. And like you say, as long as people aren't getting pushed on the grass and, you know, turned around in the brake zone, then I haven't got a problem with it at all. What I do have a problem is the bravery of these two rascals. Oh my word, if you go side by side through Westfield, you are stupid.
Nathan Harrison, look at that. Superb. That's, you see now, he's taken a couple of races to sort himself out quick, and I said to him, you got on the pace very quickly, and I think he was disappointed with how quickly he's got on the pace, but on the pace he very definitely is.
Yeah, exactly. There's no doubt. The boy's a winner. He's all good. So watch this. Watch this of Tandy. I'm sure this is Tandy. Does he lock a rear going in? Yeah, look at that. Oh, double drift king. That's amazing. That looks, honestly, so the rears have locked up, and as a driver, look at that. He didn't lose any time. You're dead right. As a driver, you really appreciate that slide just being small on the way in, because it helps turn the car in. In a front-wheel drive car, you always get the front tyres wearing out, and it's just horrible getting the car turned in. That was a proper karting bit of driving there from Tandy.
I'm all right doing a shout out of Harry Hickton. Went down to see him. He's okay. He's maybe his foot hurts a little bit. He's the lad that had the rollover in race one. There was another car involved, apparently, so we'll let the judicials sort all that one out. I know the two drivers involved have spoken, as ever they do, the gentlemen that they are, but wish Harry well. Hope to see him back on track soon, but obviously not what we want to see in race 2, but just to clear up, there was another car involved in it.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a good shout, mate, because I was adamant that it looked like he just ran wide.
We only work with what we can see.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, so, yeah, but yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
So plenty of racing going on, and there is Albert Webster up ahead of Cam Richardson. So this is, we think, Albert's swan song. We said that earlier in the year, but they put the new body kit on and it looks absolutely fantastic. And incidentally, Alex Brandon, do you remember we saw him going into the Rexacel barrier, bringing it in onto the track race? He said that the new body kit, had that with the old kit, it would have cost a lot more to fix.
And he said
very little damage with the new kit. So good selling point there.
Yeah, that's all right. We can see the difference between Albert's car. The orange ring lights on it, LEDs. Actually looks a lot more aerodynamic, actually. It'd be interesting to see what the coefficient drag is, or whatever they call it.
Oh, you're getting into technical stuff now, you must be.
That's because I am very clever.
Deathly silence follows.
Yeah.
Here we go, back Cam Richardson up front. So there is Ned Anthony in the 32 car. First time for Ned Anthony on the GP loop, and his only day of testing was in the wet yesterday, so wasn't really prepared. Friday, wasn't prepared for dry stuff on the GP. That's a big step, isn't it?
Oh, I remember my first ever time around the Grand Prix circuit. I've never been so scared. It is such a commitment-based circuit out the back. You come out of here, Graham Hill Bend, and you're like, oh, this is quite cool. I know all this bit. And then instead of going round the Indy, turning right now, you keep turning left, obviously, onto the GP loop, and then after that, all you do from here all the way to the finish line is hold your breath, because there's no other corners like it. Honestly, Richard, there is. It's the only time I feel alive is driving around it. It's brilliant.
Have to get you back out racing on it.
I'm too old now, mate. Me and you should team up.
You won't want to do that, would you?
I'll do the pedals, you do the steering, lad.
Right, JCW Sport, I need to have a quick look at that, because it's Henry Houth leading it and Crossley second, Chris McKenzie next up. I think Archie Johnson, who's down in 5th place at the moment, 4th place, is not taking it easy, but Ben Crossley's just got the gone in front here. So Ben Crossley has got the lead from Henry Houth. Ben Crossley could be signing off with a win. So these are your top 3. Crossley, Houth in pink, and then Chris McKenzie. And a little bit further back is our championship leader, Archie Johnson. He only needs to finish this one because he is 28 points clear if we had the 6 from pole that he gets. And the lowest he can finish is, there we go. The lowest that he could finish is 6, so actually 5th now with Nicky Gauchi, and that's 34 points. So all he's got to do is pretty much tootle home, which I'm guessing is what he's going to do. Doesn't want to get involved here and risk things.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's just trying to run his own race there, but doesn't mean that these guys can't have a bit of fun up front. Looks like they're having that.
No, they are. I'll tell you what, he's going to have a race with Will Crooks there. Will's been a great addition this year as well. The driver from Whitby, hoping, he was saying to me earlier on in the year, to move to JCWs, and he would be a very welcome addition to that grid. I'll tell you what, I think Archie would be closer if he could, actually, in the number 10 car. But he's potentially our second sport champion. We'll see whether he can do that. Still Nick Tandy up at the front. Henry Houth beats Johnson last year. It's going to be one each in their championships, isn't it, Johnson and Houth? I wonder if they'll race together again next year and go for a decider as we head back to the front runners. A little bit of a gap now between Edmondson and Edwards, with Nick Tandy out front doing super work here for Napa, who, remember, lead the team's championship, so doing them no harm at all and picking up some good points over Edmondson and Edwards. Ovenden 4th, Nathan Harrison 5th. We go back to Webster, Richardson, and then Anthony, and Ned's really getting to grips with the GP loop here.
Yeah, he's getting on with it. It's a pretty good effort, this is, because you know, it's not just trying to do a lap of it, it's doing what he's doing now, and that's just trying to figure out what's going on and where I can undertake and overtake and get an overlap, because it's a technical place, this, and you need to place the car properly to get the run on drivers. So all good. Oh, is that O'Neill going? Oh my word.
Selby, yeah. And Harry Campy. Now we've got to give a shout out to Harry Campy as well, because he has got into 3rd place in the rookie standings with his excellent performance this weekend as Jensen O'Neill going looks at the man second in the championship, Lewis Selby.
Yeah, look at that. That's a great move. Look at his mirrors. They're both in, aren't they? He is not. Well, once he's past here, he's got a problem. He's not going to know where anyone is. Oh, look at that, getting underneath, trying to. They can be. Look at the state of Selby's car, though. It's smoking. That left rear has actually had a big problem. They're getting right into this, aren't they? He's going to do this unless he opens the lock and puts him on the grass. That's brilliant driving from both of them.
Yeah, Lewis Selby was telling me this morning that he'd been giving a little bit of advice to Jensen O'Neill going, and I'll tell you what, it shows, doesn't it? And the fact that they all talk to each other, a little bit of banter, a little bit of obviously experience here from Lewis Selby. A bit of rubbing going on, though. Yeah,
there's been a little bit of rubbing. You can see on the back and the front of the cars that they've struck. I mean, that's a difficult one, having the 2 mirrors bent in there, because, like, literally you haven't got a clue. You've got the mirror inside the car.
Tyre smoke as well?
Yeah, quite a bit. I wouldn't be massively concerned at that at the minute. Depends how bad it is when it loads. So yeah, it's just the plastic trim, that. Yeah. So what we got here? Oh, it was a good pass, that, to be fair. There was a bit of braille on the way in to clear ways. But look at that. 3 of them going at it. And Campy's learning all the time about, you know, trying to get underneath people at this place.
Harry Campy's getting better and better and drawing more and more attention to himself as the season goes on. And he was saying to me yesterday, before they went out for qualifying, he really wanted to get a rookie win, as of course you do in your first year. And he goes, I can't get one after this weekend because I'm going to be in the proper category next year.
Yeah.
But he's raced well, though, been really impressive.
don't know what's going on here with O'Neill going, because he's really dropped off the pace. His car looks very slow in a straight line. I think he's got a problem. That is a problem. I don't know whether the car is. I don't know if the car is now starting to have a little bit of an overheating problem, but it just doesn't look fast in a straight line. That's a good effort. That's an inch away. Brilliant stuff round there. Not giving up though, is he?
No, a pair of them really giving us a good race to watch here. And Jenson O'Neill hangs on to it. Can people dive down with the outside as they come down into Graham Hill Bend? But Jenson, I don't think he's going to give up the corner here as they go into Graham Hill Bend. And this is good stuff from Cam. Has he got it done? He has.
That's a great move. That is a really good move. I think the front tyres or something is a big problem for Jet. I think that car is look at it running wide. I think that's got big front tyre problems. It's been knocked around so much, the geometry of the four wheels, it cannot be straight.
But, you know, kudos to Harry Campy there, because he knew he had the performance to be able to have a go at that.
Yeah,
which he wouldn't normally.
To be fair, you see a lot of drivers pull out of that and try to get underneath, because they just know the outside is none, but he's used his head there and just braked later, come off the brakes and got the job done. Proper stuff, that.
Really good stuff then from the minis. 5 minutes of mini racing to go here in 2025, which is a great pity. Of course, we've got the Coopers for their big finale at the firework meeting here at Brands Hatch in November, which is well worth coming down to. And the fireworks will be literal and on track, I'm sure, at that meeting as they go back. Here's a replay of another pass. So Ned Anthony with Owen Hillman around the outside of Cam Richardson.
Lovely job. They're all having it today, aren't they? And Albert's just going to open that door, isn't he, and let the guys through. It's this has been a frantic start to the race, and now I think the tyres are just plateauing and everybody's just taking a little breather. We might see another little push at the front, but I think Tandy ain't going to make many mistakes.
You wouldn't think so, would you? He's been great here. 2 wins, he'll take that, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
super job. And a P2.
Yeah, but that's just professional drivers for you. That's the way it is.
Nothing further needs to be said, does it?
Nah. Not just pro drivers, but proper pro drivers.
Proper pro drivers, yeah. Super job. Max Edmondson will get the winner's points here with P2 at the moment. Here's the scrap for 12th position. And Owen Hillman, who raced in the Honda Civics.
Yes, yeah.
And Ned Anthony, who did a little bit of C1 racing, believe it or not. So massive step for Ned Anthony, running with the Amigo Motors team, Rob Gaffney and his dad John running that team. And they're going to have another car next year, I hear.
Top
Shall I
people.
announce it and wind up a Welshman?
Yeah, go on.
No, I'm not going to. I'll see if he's watching now. Won't I?
Braver man than me.
There's Cam Richardson, race winner in the Coopers earlier on in the season as well. The great thing with Napa as well, they've put different branding out there as well, which has given us other brands coming in. I think it's been good for them to get different products on their cars, you know, for the spectators and viewers to see over the course of the season as well. So it helps them stand out. But yeah, this is a good drive here from Ned Anthony, 12th overall. He took a rookie win earlier in the season. And so all the drivers, you can pick a strong point over the course of the year, which is great for me. It's been a really good season.
Yeah, really good to watch. It's been long and hard fought, but that's what we expect from these one makes, because if it's a touring car feeder series, they've got to be hard fought.
Owen Hillman's going to have another go. He goes out wide here into Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to be able to get a cut back on Ned Anthony, who's really developed well in the Thatcher's car? Let's see whether he can. Is Hillman going to get there? And he can't. Ned just pulls back across. This could bring Cam Richardson back into the mix as well for 13th place. He's going to close out. That might take the pressure off Anthony as they come down the hill once again. And Ned's done some good attacking here, but having to learn his defence as well. I think he had a lonely race in race 2. Certainly being given a workout here with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Tandy's still first with fastest lap. So coming on to the Grand Prix loop once again. Yeah, and this is Owen Hillman here. He's going to come under a wee bit of pressure from Cam Richardson. Let's see what Cam's got in the tank to be able to see if he can pass. But we're getting onto the parts of the circuit where it's not as easy.
No, it's not, and it's bravery and placing your car. Like I say, the one thing I'll always coach people is you just need to put yourself in people's mirrors, and then they can. Then you'll start slowing them up, because as soon as they defend, you can get back to your place for the racing line, and then you can attack and take more momentum in. But you've got to be careful how you do it, and it's a really difficult skill to learn.
Well, these guys are certainly learning that. That one's gone off the boil a little bit. So time to catch up with the race leaders. Nick Tandy away, Edmondson second. Edwards trying to close up for third, and he just seemed to have that little glitchy moment or two in the opening laps, which put him behind Edmondson, but he's back on the case again and having a go.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really hard-fought one to the end. Edmondson really, really fast in the beginning. I think he might have took a little bit of life out of his tyres here.
Yeah, he's looking, actually, again, thanks to Matt Salisbury, at possibly second position in the championship. He's 34 points down on Lewis Selby coming into this. So Edmondson, what a result that would be. He's rookie champion, as we know, but P2 overall, that's going to be a good result, and well earned for the team, as Henry Howarth is our leader in the race for the sport category. But it looks like the championship is not, I don't think, going to go to him, but he's done all that he can in this race, Henry Howarth.
Yeah, he's done well.
Actually, it's Ben Crossley, I beg your pardon, Ben Crossley leading it. He's third in this one, and so the car, I think one car behind him is the new champion. So this is the car that's third in sport in the race. Ben Crossley, apologies to Ben and his family, leading this one. But Henry Howarth's had a good year. He'll win the, he'll win the rookie car.
Yeah, so it'll be
Can't work out why he's second overall and the other guy's in the rookies as well, but second. So the overall winner is second in the rookies.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's the way it goes, mate.
It's the way it goes, yeah. It's the way the points have fallen at certain rounds. So
take the accolades.
Henry will take something with him. Henry will take something with him, but it won't the overall sport category. He's having a lonely race of it at the moment, and we flick back, and here is our champion going through. The TJ Hall colours of Archie Johnson on his way, 14 seconds left on the clock, and he is our potential champion here of JCW Sport. Him and Henry have given a great season. Ben Crossley's going to annex third here with the win, to be third in the championship, Ben Crossley, and another class win to add to his collection, which has been very good. And of course, these guys up front, this isn't finished yet. Tom Oven getting in the mix again.
Yeah, that's took the pressure off Max Edmondson, isn't it? So this battle, that little tap saying, can you hurry up, mate? Like, literally, I wouldn't mind a little podium here, so can you just crack on a little bit, mate?
We'll have more of this next year, please. All come back, guys, including Nick Tandy, and we'll have a bit of that front to rear.
Yeah, getting involved.
Contact going on.
Yeah.
A little tap here.
It's been a good weekend. It's been good racing. This circuit always brings out good racing and bouncing off these curbs. And you can see now Nick Tandy's just bringing the car home now. Inch perfect. Won't be flat out through here. Just taking a little less curve than usual compared to the guys behind, but this has been an absolutely sterling weekend for this lad.
Heard a lot of the spectators around the track yesterday and today, Paul, saying Nick Tandy's racing this week. A lot of, you don't have to be knowledgeable to know the name, and he has enthused a lot of people here. And I think folks saying wouldn't it be great to have seen him in a touring car as well. It's been mega to see him in the Mini. Super job by Mini and the Napa Racing Tools team, who are going to get the team crown here, and it's a double win for Nick Tandy as he goes down here across the line, takes the win, taps the top of the car. Second place goes to Max Edmondson. Great stuff for Max. Nathan Edwards third. Tom Ovenden, the new champion, is in fourth place from Nathan Harrison. A good return from Harrison. Josh Porter in sixth. Alex Solly next up. It's going to be Charlie Hand in eighth from Lewis Selby, and Harry Campy completing our top 10. So this battle was sorted out, wasn't it? Ned Anthony's done a good job. He's going to come home in 12th place ahead of Owen Hillman. This one extinguished over the last couple of laps a little bit, that battle, but they will cross the line safely and look forward to next season. And now we are going to look for, here is our champion elect coming through just by finishing here. He's done superb stuff in the wins. This will be his, he's had 8 wins. He's not going to grab a win here in class in this race, but Archie Johnson will be the JCW Sport Champion of 2025. The pressure's going to be on now to get him in the JCWs. He is rightly delighted with that. He battled all year with the man who finishes second in the championship, which is Henry Howarth. But many congratulations to Archie Johnson. It was Howarth that won, as we've told you, last year in the Fiesta Am class, beat Archie Johnson to the title, and this year Johnson's got his revenge. And you just feel that's a great racing rivalry which we look forward to seeing continuing over the coming years.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations to you, Archie, and Jam Sport for getting you out there, mate. Great stuff, and that meant a lot to him. Did you see that? He was in the car. Proper. It was great. It's brilliant to see. So yeah, good work, fella. Every championship is difficult, doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
What it is, you have to be the best of the best. So well done, you, mate.
We just didn't know where that one was going to go this weekend, and Archie was behind Henry for a lot of the season, but reeled him in the closing stages, got in front at Silverstone, and just kept going here at Brands Hatch. Round 19 of the VERTU Mini Challenge, our final race of 2025, and it's the second win of the weekend for Nick Tandy for Napa Racing UK. Max Edmondson second from Nathan Edwards and Tom Ovenden. Nathan Harrison fifth ahead of Josh Porter and Alex Solly. Charlie Hand in 8th, Lewis Selby 9th and Harry Campy in 10th. Jensen O'Neill going 11th ahead of Ned Anthony and Owen Hillman. Cam Richardson was next from Albert Webster and Brent Bowie. The win for the JCW Sport category going to Ben Crossley from Chris McKenzie, with Henry Howarth second in the championship but third in the race. Will Crooks was next up and completing our top 20, and our new champion Archie Johnson finishing 22nd behind Alex Brandon in his newly liveried car running under the developmental licence. So we need to check out how the standings look at the end of the season. The overall drivers' champion, Tom Ovenden, wrapped it up in the last race. Max Edmondson goes into second position. Well done, Max, from Lewis Selby. Nathan Edwards and Josh Porter in 5th. The rookie championship, Max Edmondson, the winner of that, from Charlie Hand in P2, and Harry Campy 3rd from Alex Solly and Cam Richardson, wrapping up our top 5. JCW Sport, Archie Johnson, the champion, by 22 points from Henry Howarth and Ben Crossley. Chris McKenzie and Will Crooks follow them up. And in the rookies, Henry Howarth from Archie Johnson, Will Crooks and Nicky Gauci. Time for a breather up here in the commentary box, but we've got all the news and reaction from Louise Goodman down there in Parc Ferme.
Thank you. Yes, just breaking into the conversation in our top 2 finishers here. I mean, Nick, not a bad visit to Minis. 2 out of 3, 2 race wins and a P2. You've enjoyed this, haven't you?
I have, yeah. It's always enjoyable to, to be competitive and run at the front and get trophies. So I just need a day's practice, And I learnt a lot yesterday following the others around for a bit. So yeah, we figured out a bit to do what I needed with the car today. And as always, the Napa Racing UK team have done wonders with the car, and yeah, that race is the first time really all weekend I felt really comfortable with it. But I've got a lot of admiration for the guys that run at the front in this series now. I've watched lots of stuff on board and from the side of the track, but to actually be inside and figure out what they're up against some of the time, it's pretty impressive. But yeah, we've had a good day. Happy.
You were looking really comfortable in there as well. I mean, a great move to take the lead. You were drifting it around some of the corners as well.
Yes, yeah, they're good fun. This is the thing, it's there's a whole tyre warm-up, part of it, and knowing how hard to push on cold rears before the rears come up and then the fronts go off, and then how to manage that. And honestly, I think the main thing that I learned was how to manage, the front tyres and keeping them in the window. So, yeah, lots to learn. A few trophies, lots of points. Happy days.
Great stuff. It's been great having you here with us. And Max, congratulations. I mean, another great race for you. Well, I say great race. You fluffed your start. That wasn't your finest moment, was it?
Yeah, these cars are so hard to start, obviously, compared to what I'm used to. But my plan was to get a good start and just follow everyone through, but it didn't turn out that way. But I'm happy, yeah. Car felt good. It was very bouncy. I wanted to try and take it to Nick right at the start, and then obviously I think, as you've seen, my tyres went off towards the end, so I kind of messed that up. But yeah, it was good to obviously be on track with someone like that and give it to him a bit at the start.
Nice move to take P2, and that's clinched P2 in the title for you as well. So yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm happy with that. That's right. I came into this weekend, obviously I knew that P1 would have been a very big stretch, and I came in to try and get obviously P2. But after obviously my DNS yesterday, I thought that was kind of off the cards, to be honest. But yeah, that's great news to end my day.
Well done. Well, do you know what's going to be happening with you next year, or is it a bit too early to say?
I'm going to try obviously do this again, because obviously I've dreamed to be on this grid for a long time now, and we've worked hard obviously to make it happen this year. But my plan is to come back next year and bring the championship home.
Good stuff. We will see you here next year. And a quick word with our sport champion as well, Archie. Well done. I mean, that's any championship title is a good day, isn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant. The cars felt mega all weekend, and I'm just so happy I've been able to clinch it.
I mean, how tricky was it?
Very tricky, because the tyres in that last race went off, but I just knew I needed to bring the car home, so towards the end I started coasting around.
What's going through your mind at that point? Because it's never easy coasting round, is it? Actually, it's like it's a double-edged sword. If you coast round, you can lose concentration.
Well, exactly. I mean, my driver coach told me to make sure I was in a rhythm no matter what pace I was going at, so I tried to make sure I was just staying in a rhythm, making sure I was concentrated, and just, doing what I needed to do.
What's lined up for you next year yet? Do you know, are you coming back for a bit more?
Fingers crossed, JCWs.
Lovely.
JCWs, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Good stuff. We look forward to that then. Right, let's go back to Nicky.
Lovely stuff. Well, Nick Tandy showing us what he does best, really. But congrats to the overall champion, Tom Ovenden. Now it is time for one final time, in fact, round 16 of the Porsche Carrera Cup. Let's go to our commentary team of Tim Harvey and David Allison.
Nicky, thanks. Cars on track, then championship on the line for Carrera Cup GB. It's the semi-reverse grid that puts Max Coates on pole position. The title is in the pro contest between Andrew Rackstraw and Will Martin. In Pro-Am, Oliver White leads by 11 points from Max Coates. There are 11 points on the line, so even if Max were to win on a tie-break, Oliver White has more class wins and would still do it. So he's the Pro-Am champion. Jonathan Beeson is the Am champion. So we're looking at Pro, Andrew Rackstraw versus Will Martin. But they line up like this, with Max Coates on pole position and Angus Whiteside starting second. Andrew Rackstraw will go from third, Will Martin fourth, ahead of the outgoing champion George Gamble and Sid Smith, the race one winner, sixth. Then it's Seb Hopkins and James Wallace. Oliver White, Pro-Am champion-elect, alongside Josh Stanton. Stephen Jelly is on row 6 with Ollie Jackson for company. Then you've got Will Jenkins and Henry Dawes ahead of Aaron Mason, who did the first event of the year and has come back to do the final one. Jonathan Beeson is the Am champion. Carl Cavers, his runner-up, will round out the grid. So to the grid they come, and it is going to be 17 laps or 30 minutes. The first race was pretty lively, and Tim, this could be, indeed should be, just the same, because Will Martin, come what may, has got to get himself ahead of Andrew Rackstraw.
He's got to get ahead. We saw these two side by side battling at Silverstone. We saw it at the first part of this, the first race earlier today. Their teammates, George Gamble, definitely played a hand in helping Rackstraw in that first race. But if Martin can get ahead at the start, it's game on.
So there you're looking at Angus Whiteside, number 52, but over his shoulder, number 40 is Andrew Rackstraw. The green car behind was Will Martin's. The last car into place is going to be that of Carl Cavers. So the last round of Carrera Cup GB for 2025 is ready to go. Max Coates on pole position. He's in the Pro-Am class. He has been an outright race winner once this year, so we know he's got some decent pace. The lights on the gantry will go red when the lights go out now. It's a blast off and a good getaway by Rackstraw from second. Not a good start by Whiteside from the front row, and Rackstraw tries to get at the inside of Coates. He's ahead of Will Martin as he needs to be going into the first corner at Paddock, so Coates leads the way, but he's in Pro-Am, so the real pro fight is between Rackstraw and Martin as Ollie Jackson spins in the background. Martin goes to the inside and he's ahead of Rackstraw. That's what he needs to do, and he's got the place secured coming out of Druids.
Yeah, that was a great move by Will Martin to get that cut back on the exit of Paddock on lap 1 and up the inside into Druids. So at least he's in front of his rival now, but Max Coates done everything right for the first half of the lap.
So he leads, this is Max Coates I'm talking about, but Will Martin leads because you get points in your class. So although Will Martin is second, he is the leader of the race within Pro. So the maximum points potentially would go his way. There is one though for the fastest lap we need to keep an eye on. Then you've got Rackstraw and Gamble arguing over third place as they turn out of Hawthorns. Really here, Will Martin can let Max Coates go. He doesn't have to chase after him. He just has to keep ahead of Rackstraw.
He does. I mean, unfortunately, he needs cars between him in his class to make a significant difference in the points gap. 7 points the difference. Less points in this race than race 1 because of the reverse grid, but at least he's in front at the moment.
He is indeed, as the cars come now. Adam Sterling's there is Coates, Pro-Am leader and overall race leader. Behind him is Will Martin, who is the Pro leader, of course, and then behind him you've got Rackstraw and then Gamble. So they come up towards the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Max Coates looking for a second outright win of the season, and Will Martin, who was one of 4 drivers who came here this time last year looking for Carrera Cup GB glory. He's back 12 months on, trying to do it all over again, and he desperately wants this title. George Gamble was last year's champion. He's 4th at the end of the opening lap. Ollie White, the champion effectively in Pro-Am, currently running in 7th overall and 2nd in class. That's enough to give him the title for sure.
Yeah, must do. Oh, we've got Ollie Jackson off at Druids.
Again. That's his 2nd spin of the race, remember, and his 3rd of the day. He spun in race 1, he spun at Paddock on the opening lap, and Druids on the 2nd.
If I didn't know you better, David, I'd say you were doing him down.
Well, turn 1, lap 1, turn 2, lap 2. This is turn 3, Graham Hill Bend he's just come out of. That's where he'll be off next lap if the pattern follows. There must be something not quite right here for Ollie Jackson, because he's not somebody that often does things like this. Here's lap 1. Have a look at the yellow car on the outside. There may have been a bit of hit and shoulder. Yeah, that was contact. Josh Stanton getting involved, so that was the first drama.
Yeah, definitely not his fault. And then, of course, the driver's angry, and so the next one could be down to you as a fit of anger.
That's as they overtake for second place. Will Martin going ahead of Rackstraw. Ollie Jackson rejoins. And there's the second spin. He got himself onto the back of Carl Cavers and has a spin coming through the corner.
Interesting one, that one.
Ollie Jackson rejoins, so he battles on. And in the meantime, Max Coates is being caught by Will Martin as they come across the timing line. So Will Martin through. There's Ollie White versus Angus Whiteside as they head up towards paddock. Sid Smith, the race 1 winner at the head of this queue. White goes ahead of Whiteside.
Yeah, but Whiteside fights back. Different classes. Ollie White in Pro-Am, Whiteside in Pro, obviously. And then James Wallace in the pink car, having his last race for Porsche as the Porsche Junior.
And as we stand, it would still be Rackstraw for the championship provisionally. Along Cooper Straight comes Sid Smith trying to get away from Angus Whiteside. Behind James Wallace, you've got the rest of the pack. This is Ollie Jackson, and he turns his way out of Graham Hill Bend safely. This is what happened up at Druids. He goes to the inside of Carl Cavers, contact, and around he goes.
Yeah, just that little bit of touch. It nearly happened to Stephen Jelly in race 1 when you get a little push on the front of the car. No weight really of any substance on the front of these 911 cars because all the engine's at the back. So a little tap on the front, either from running into someone or someone moving across the front of you, and around she goes.
As the race leader is Max Coates. Will Martin, the leading pro, has done the fastest lap of the race, which is important because there is a point for that as well. So that all helps. Andrew Rackstraw not really going with Will Martin. Now you could argue that that's because he hasn't got the pace or because he's being sensible and just banking the points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the worst situation for Rackstraw would be if Martin decided to try and back the field up, cause some bunching, cause a problem, even though he's actually got his own teammate in George Gamble behind him. So probably the wiser thing is to just keep a bit of distance. As it stands, Rackstraw will be champion by 4 points, and oh, how Will Martin will regret the 20 penalty points he's received during the course of this year. And we've got Beeston off at exit of paddock going up towards Druids. Is that a bit of tyre rub or something coming out the back, or just cleaning up the tyre? He has a moment. It started very early. Bit of oversteer, overcorrected, and then through the gravel, but fortunate not to hit the tyres.
That gives Carl Cavers the class lead in AM as Jonathan Beeson, this year's champion, gets back onto the circuit. Coates is being caught by Martin, isn't he? It doesn't necessarily affect life for Will in terms of points, but another outright race win is good for pride. If he can't win the championship, then he can underline his pace by taking more race wins than anybody else. Max Coates is being given a driving standards flag for track limits, not for the first time this year.
Yes, well, he's going to have to watch it, but depends how hard he wants to push. Does he want to win the race or win his class?
Let's see. He's closing, isn't he? And Max Coates equally could afford to let him go. He would like an outright race win. He can't win the championship in Pro-Am, although he's given it a good shot in his first year in Carrera Cup GB. Over the line comes Will Martin. He goes to the outside as they come over the timing line. And another fastest lap of the race now as they swing their way through paddock. So 4 laps are done. Will Martin is 1.3 seconds up the road from Rackstraw, but if he can't get past Coates and he gets stuck, Rackstraw could catch him.
Could easily do that. At least he's had a nice little marker in front of him in Coates to set that fastest lap. He's had the perfect distance behind and a little bit of toe to just pull him along. And or is he going to make a lunge here? Was that a signal? Was that a signal from Coates? I thought it was, but maybe not, because he then strongly defended, didn't he?
He did indeed. So the real test of Max Coates, this, fending off Will Martin, who has taken 5 outright wins this year, and he thinks about the inside line coming down towards Hawthorne and then thinks better of it. Quick check in the mirror as well to see whether Rackstraw is closing. Out of Hawthorne, short straight up towards Westfield. Go right, Coates leads Martin, nose to tail now for the lead.
Great cars to drive round the fabulous Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. These 515 horsepower Porsche Carrera Cup cars with no ABS and no traction control, so all down to the driver, although that will change a little bit next year with ABS and traction control on the what are the AM cars. They have it at the moment. They'll be called Masters cars next year, and the year after that the new generation of 911 as Max Coates gets a slide coming off Clark Curve. New generation of cars will all have ABS and traction control.
Different challenge, different beast for the future then as the cars come through paddock. Will Martin at the end of that previous lap, lap 5, 0.2 of a second back. Andrew Rackstraw on the last lap was quicker than Martin by about 0.4, so he is edging closer there. He is, look, But even if he catches Will Martin, there's no guarantee he's going to want to stick his nose up the inside and try to overtake. A championship is more important than one place.
Exactly, because a non-finish would be a disaster, because in that case Will Martin would take 10 points for the win and another point for the fastest lap and comfortably win the championship.
Now, you've been in this situation, whether it's touring cars or Porsches winning titles. How much of your brain is being a calculator? How much of it is down to the team? Are you a driver, or are you a computer at this point?
Well, yeah, in this case it's very simple, isn't it? The points difference. So they would have thought about what the scenarios are before the race and how they're going to play it out. I'm sure Will Martin's attitude was, well, I've just got to get in front and then see where we go with the race. But I don't think there's, apart from trying to back Rackstraw up into the pack, there's not a lot he can do to get cars in between him.
He may not even know that car ahead is in Pro-Am. He might do, but as they come out of the corner, Will Martin was on the light coming to Clark Curve, trying to unsettle Max Coates. He wants to get by, if he can, over the timing line. That will now put 6 laps in the book. George Gamble is being given a driving standards flag for track limits as well now. Leaders go into Paddock Hill Bend. This is lap 7.
Yeah, Max Coates just getting a little bit wide, seen a little bit of oversteer off a couple of corners and missed the apex at Paddock there, so he's right on his limit, and Will Martin's car looks a lot more hooked up.
Does indeed, doesn't it? So the car that Max Coates has is from the Graves Motorsport team. Will Martin drives for Eden Motorsport and goes to the outside line. Coates defends, coming up towards 30s, but Will Martin, on the one hand, doesn't need to get past, but equally he doesn't really want Rackstraw crawling all over the back of him. So I suppose it is in his best interest to try and get past Coates and get away.
Yeah, I think he's just sort of thinking, I want to win this last race, and whatever happens with the championship sort of happens, really, doesn't it? But he definitely wants to win the race. Another slide from Coates coming through Hawthorns, and Rackstraw is getting closer, actually.
Yeah, he's almost with them, isn't he now? The gap was only 9/10 between Martin's second there and Rackstraw in the white car in third place when they came onto this lap. This is lap 7. Into Stirling's they come. So Max Coates hanging on to position, but only just. Will Martin giving him a very hard time, and Coates' car moving around a lot more now as he's under pressure.
Yes, definitely got some more movement in the car. Maybe he hasn't quite got the best set of tyres for this final race. They have 3 sets for Friday qualifying and the 2 races, but he may not have the best set of tyres left for this race.
But in fairness, he's defending well for the moment. Will Martin all over him. He uses a little bit of curb on the inside at Paddock. Coates checks the mirror, accelerates up towards Druitt. Now, not only is Rackstraw closing, but he's taking George Gamble with him, and Sid Smith 5th there in the green and white car, just getting into the picture. He's there in the background now. Look, he, the driver in 5th place, is closing as well. So that leading battle pack is building.
Yeah, and Martin will see all this in his mirror, especially the advancing Sid Smith, who won the first race at a canter, really. He was 10 seconds down the road. Even though he didn't have the fastest lap, he was absolutely gone. So potential for some movement in that pack just behind Max Coates.
Seb Hopkins, double winner this year, ahead of Will Jenkins, who's been a double Pro-Am winner this year. Stephen Jelly behind. And as they come now down to the right-hander of Hawthorn once again. So through turns the battle pack further down for 9th and 10th places, and Max Coates hanging on to the advantage then for that race lead. So Coates leads Martin, Rackstraw third, getting a little bit nearer as they come again out of Stirling's. The run towards Clearways, Max Coates using all of the curb on the outside of the road. The pressure is getting more and more as Will Martin focuses in on trying to find a way into the outright race lead. He's leading his class, but he wants to win the race outright, even if he can't take the championship.
Well, Max Coates has plenty of experience of one-make racing, so he knows what it's like to be in a battle and get your elbows out, and he will still want to win this race. For despite the difference in class, he will want to win the race, as he has done before, for pride and for his sponsors, and to go out on a high before next year.
Down they come to Graham Hill Bend. Angus Whiteside currently in 6th place, getting a bit nearer. Ollie White here, champion-elect in Pro-Am. Great season for the farmer. Very quick Formula Ford racer. And a winner in the past of not only championships, but major knockout competitions in Formula Ford 1600, like Silverstone's Waterhays Trophy. He is 8 points ahead at the moment of Max Coates, but that's enough. It's going to give him the title, and not only is he going strongly here in 7th place and second in class, he's ahead of some of the pros.
Yeah, ahead of James Wallace for a start, the pink car behind him, and Seb Hopkins and Stephen Jelly, all pros behind him. So Ollie White finishing the year very well, and he really is a farmer, folks. He really is working on the farm in the week and driving tractors. So tractors in the week and Porsche Carrera Cup at the weekend. Not bad life, I don't think.
Did Porsche start making tractors a long time ago?
Now, Martin has suddenly dropped back.
He has
suddenly dropped back from Coates. So this could be the gamesmanship we were thinking of. Is he going to try and back a load of cars up behind Rackstraw and cause a bit of an issue and try and get some cars between them? Because he's definitely dropped off the back of Coates.
He has. He's still leading his class. He's still on for the points, but even the stacking doesn't necessarily help because, as you said early on, the protector for Rackstraw is his teammate George Gamble. Gamble, I don't think he's going to force the issue and take the place off Rackstraw. So Sid Smith, right at the back of the queue, is the possible one to watch. And now George Gamble's got a 5-second penalty for track limit offences anyway. But that doesn't help Martin because he was behind Rackstraw anyway.
Yeah, it may have just been that Will Martin made a little mistake that we didn't see off camera, and that's what dropped him back. But he was pressured. Now look how slow he's slow on the apex. I do think this is that little bit of gamesmanship, just slowing the car down at the middle of the corner to stop your opponents getting a run at you.
But it's a very steep climb through that corner. I mean, maybe that's the problem. You know, it's a long climb up the hill.
515 horsepower, David. I think they'll probably get up that hill no problem at all.
I'll go with gamesmanship in that case.
Okay.
It's Will Martin then hanging on the 2nd place, and Andrew Rackstraw thinking, right, if you're going to play games, I might as well crack on here. So the battle is building, isn't it? Rackstraw still with one hand on that championship trophy, coming through the right-hander of Sheen Curve, now into Sterling's, and Max Coates thinks, blimey, look at the gap I've got all of a sudden.
From sliding around and having Will Martin all over the back of him, he's now got a nice little 1-second gap.
He has indeed, and Andrew Rackstraw then has a championship that is now just about 7 laps away as they come over the line once more. Max Coates, the race leader, is 1.6 seconds ahead of Will Martin. Rackstraw 3rd, then it's George Gamble 4th on the road, but Sid Smith is going to take that place even if he can't do it on the track. He'll do it on corrected time, and Angus Whiteside's going to inherit a place as well. Actually, Smith now does fade to the inside there coming up to Druids to have a look at least at Gamble.
Yeah, so both he and Whiteside will gain that when the time penalty is applied to George Gamble, who's still playing fast and loose with the track limits there, in fairness, on the exit of Graham Hill, as Sid Smith looks for a way past on the inside.
A really rotten season by George's high standards. Former touring car race winner, of course, and last year's Carrera Cup GB champion. It's just never quite gelled for him this year. He has had a win, he has had his first ever pole in a Carrera Cup car, but it's not been a great year as he comes now out of Hawthorns, and Sid Smith thinks about the inside line. The race 1 winner goes to the inside and then thinks, now that's not on, slots back in behind. They're working lap number 11 right now out of 17 here on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch, and Max Coates still leads the way.
His lead was up to 1.6 seconds, so he was some 0.6 of a second quicker on that last lap. A big chunk of time at this point of the race. 0.6 is an awful lot.
It was Snetterton back in May where Max Coates last had an outright win, and just look at the gap that he's pulled now. They come up towards the timing line. There's James Wallace going by in the pink car. Coates goes through, Martin goes through. That's 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, and Coates' lap time was a 27.3 and Martin's was a 28.1, so 0.8 of a second slower.
Is Andrew Rackstraw now in danger of getting a bit frustrated? He can't find a way through. He might not like the games that are being played against him, so he's got to be patient here and just go with it, knowing that as long as he sits tight, he's going to be champion.
Yeah, now Martin is really slowing them up. In fact, George Gamble is having a look down the inside of his teammate Rackstraw.
And he's through on the inside as well, and Sid Smith buys into this. Rackstraw hung out to dry on the outside. Gamble goes through, and Smith goes through as well, and Whiteside is on his toes. So has the play worked for Will Martin? They accelerate now down towards Hawthorn, but all of a sudden Andrew Rackstraw's life has changed.
Yeah, the only thing is, of course, because of that time delay, George Gamble doesn't count as a car in front between them. So it's one car between Sid Smith between Will Martin and Rackstraw.
But if Whiteside goes through, then it does change, because it's now 1 point in the championship. Rackstraw to Martin. So as they come into Sterling's, Angus Whiteside in the purple car car there is effectively going to decide the outcome of the championship. If he gets ahead of Rackstraw, it's Martin's. If Rackstraw fends him off, it's Rackstraw's.
The only thing is, does Will Martin actually know that that George Gamble has a time penalty? He may not know, because he'll see in his mirror 2 cars between him and Rackstraw and think that's fine, I know that's enough points. But does he know that one of those cars, George Gamble, actually has a time penalty on the road?
Good question. Drivers get information over the receiver, but George Gamble is the one with the penalty. Will Martin is the man with the fastest lap of the race to his name. Sid Smith then chasing on in pursuit of Gamble. Whiteside not close enough at the moment to Rackstraw, is he? So Andrew Rackstraw sitting tight, and if the Rosland Gold by Century Motorsport team run by Nathan Freak is being savvy about this, they will get the message to Rackstraw that he just needs to sit tight. He's still good enough to win the championship. This is on board in replay with Rackstraw.
On board coming up towards Surtees. He's on the outside because there on the inside is Sid Smith, to George Gamble and Sid Smith with great passes on the inside. He almost let them through, didn't he? He didn't want to have contact. But interestingly, now Martin has upped his pace. Look, he's scampering away down the road. So I think he's under the impression he's got the points, but he hasn't.
No, because of this penalty for George Gamble. You just seen Aaron Mason going through in Pro-Am. There he is with Ollie Jackson on his tail, and Carl Cavers being caught by this man, Jonathan Beeson. So the AM battle in the race is not done yet. Jonathan, after his gravelly moment at paddock, is catching back up. Max Coates then comes up towards the line to put 13 laps in the book. This is on board with Rackstraw. He now needs to think about where Angus Whiteside is, but the answer actually is not close enough.
No. Now, these cars don't have the two-way radios that touring cars have, so they can't have conversations with the pit wall other than by the pit board.
Going deep into Druids, there was George Gamble. That brings Sid Smith back onto his tail as they drop downhill. Angus Whiteside has got Oliver White tucked up behind him now, so that battle is still on. Pro versus Pro-Am, and Rackstraw on the back of Smith then as they come along Cooper Straight. So Will Martin now lapping half a second quicker than Max Coates last time. He's still got 3 seconds to make up if he wants to win the race outright, but he's going to win the Pro class, but he's going to lose the championship by a point.
Yes, and he'll need some explaining of this after the race to let him know what's happened, won't he? But it did show that he was definitely playing games, because the pace has now come straight back into it. He was just backing them up to get that hopeful reshuffle of the pack, which is what happened, but not quite the way he needed it to be.
No, indeed. And again, you come back to the point you made in race 1 and early in race 2 about the number of points he's thrown away through penalties. Were it not for those, different story.
20 points he's thrown away, whereas Rackstraw's had a very consistent year, scoring points all the way through. In fact, so much so he's had to drop 2 points from his total because he's scored in every race.
So the race leaders then go across the line. It is Coates ahead of Martin. They are leading their respective classes, and we are looking at 1 point between Andrew Rackstraw, who is running 5th on the road, 4th on corrected times, and then Will Martin. The penalty, in fairness, has not yet been applied to George Gamble, so you're going to move Rackstraw up 1 place, and that's going to change the point situation again, isn't it? So actually it'll be greater than the 1 point in the end.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't tell you how much stress there is in the car, because the championship's on the line here, but for 1 position maybe on the track. So there's a lot of pressure inside the car. You don't want to make a mistake, you don't want to gift it to the other person, but you don't want to be weak. You need to go out and grab the opportunity when you can, but a lot of pressure in the car.
So right now, through the right-hander of Hawthorns they turn. Those 5 seconds for George Gamble are going to put him, I would suggest, into 9th place, and that's going to be 7th in class. It's going to drop him a long, long way down the order. It's not the first time that George has been done for track limits this season. Quite a lot of them have, in fairness, but George sadly seems to have been a regular victim.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I've managed to go through the whole meeting without really getting on my high horse about track limits.
So here they come, the House of Stallions down towards Clearways. In Pro-Am, it's Oliver White 8 points ahead of Max Coates. Moving on, Ollie Jackson is in 3rd in the championship, and Ollie White's driven a great season, and it looks as though he's going to be rewarded with that title, despite the best efforts of Max Coates, who by not only winning the class but winning the race outright can do little more in this last race.
No, he's done everything required of him, hasn't he? Even stopping me talk. Oh, big lock up there.
That's Gamble.
That is Gamble, yeah, in front of Sid Smith. So he just kept that on the track. Easy to lock up that inside front wheel when you're braking on the turn, but he'll have to be a little bit careful now for the rest of the race. Not as much, only a couple laps to go, lap and a half, but yeah.
That's Jackson getting ahead of Aaron Mason up at Druids. Ollie Jackson recovering after his couple of spins on the first 2 laps of the race. Aaron Mason, who's been away racing in Porsche Super Cup, but coming back to complete the season in the UK just as he started it. And the Eden car has a problem now because he's not able to respond on Cooper Straight, and past him go Cavers and Beeson nose to tail in Am.
Yeah, now did he lock up? Was there a little touch maybe? Sure, yeah, he came out of the corner and almost drove down the grass, which was odd, and then slow along the bottom straight, but and he's turned it off on the short circuit into the back of the pit lane, so definitely a problem, sadly.
Aaron Mason down there, and Carl Cavers here might be on borrowed time to hang on to that lead in Am, because he's got Jonathan Beeson getting ever closer, as in the meantime the race leader has just gone through onto his last lap. Max Coates is away up the road. Cavers versus Beeson. These two have had some good battles this season. There haven't been vast numbers in the Am category. William Paul hasn't been seen since mid-season, but those two have had some really good races.
Yeah, but all season long those two have been locked never more than a few metres apart on track, which has been great, and it's meant that despite the numbers they've really enjoyed their season's racing.
So for the last time down through Graham Hill Bend they come. There is Andrew Rackstraw, number 40, heading to the championship. Will Martin, underlining his pace, has really caught back up, hasn't he, to Max Coates. The gap down to 1.4 seconds. So he's going to win his class, he's going to get maximum points for that, he's got the fastest lap. There's not much more Will Martin could have done in this race.
No, he tried his best, tried the tactical game, didn't quite work out. Potentially, the fastest man this year, but it's not the fastest man that wins, it's the most consistent man, and the man that deserves the title this year is going to be Andrew Rackstraw.
So Will Martin heads to Dingledale there, second in the race, leading his class. Max Coates, though, has driven really well. I know that for the last few laps the pressure has been off, but he managed to hang on in there early doors. Will Martin's on the lights, still making me feel as though he thinks that Max Coates might be in the pro class, otherwise he'd just settle for the class win. But it is going to be a win for Max Coates. The Duckens USA Racing by Graves Motorsport car comes out of Clark Curve up towards the line. Max Coates wins the final round of Carrera Cup GB from Will Martin. Over the line for third, it is going to be George Gamble ahead of Sid Smith, and then the new champion Andrew Rackstraw, number 40, comes through there to take the title after not only a great weekend but a great season for the South African driver, his second year in the championship. And Andrew Rackstraw gets the news from the team: you've done it, you're the champion, and the celebrations begin inside the car.
Yeah, the fist pump inside the car, he knows he's done it. The stress relief is clear to see from everybody. Enormous achievement, and congratulations on his first Carrera Cup championship.
We haven't had too many winners from overseas. Theo Elinas, the Cypriot, being one champion, but now we have the South African driver Andrew Rackstraw in the race. Carl Cavers winning out from Jonathan Beeson. It was Jonathan that took the championship, and Andrew Rackstraw then for Rosalind Gold by Century Motorsport is the 2025 Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain champion. And it's great that the South African driver has come to the UK to start, if you like, his sports car GT racing career. Ollie White is the Pro-Am champion in Carrera Cup GB. And as we said in race one, when he first came into this in the pro class, it was a really tough season. He went away, came back, has really found a happy home in Pro-Am. Max Coates wins round 16 of Carrera Cup GB from Will Martin and then Sid Smith. Andrew Rackstraw fourth ahead of Angus Whiteside. Oliver White sixth from James Wallace, and George Gamble in eighth place, with Seb Hopkins and Will Jenkins rounding out the top 10. Max Coates and Will Martin, the winners of Pro-Am and Pro, respectively. 11th went the way of Stephen Jelly, ahead of Josh Stanton. It was Henry Dawes for 13th place, and Ollie Jackson, after his couple of spins, 14th. Carl Cavers, 15th, the winner of Am, ahead of Jonathan Beeson. And we lost right at the very end Aaron Mason with dramas. So it's been a fascinating season, and in the end, Andrew Rackstraw is the man who comes out on top in the Pro category. Really good season for the South African driver, with 3 outright race wins, 4 class wins, and he takes the title in the end with that penalty applied to George Gamble by 2 points from Will Martin. Sid Smith third. Outgoing champion George Gamble ends the year 4th. Angus Whiteside 5th ahead of Seb Hopkins, and James Wallace completes his 2 years as Porsche GB Junior 7th. Ollie White wins the Pro-Am crown by 8 points from Max Coates. Ollie Jackson 3rd. Jonathan Beeson, the Am champion from Carl Cavers at the end of the season. And Andrew Rackstraw is going to celebrate in time-honoured fashion atop the car, and the South African driver, a delighted man.
Yeah, and that's 2 on the trot for Rosalind Gold by Century Motorsport. Both their drivers winning the Pro class in the last 2 years. And I can tell you that Andrew Rackstraw will have £25,000 worth of reasons to celebrate. One of the biggest financial prizes in British motorsport. He wins £25,000 and the use of a 911 Porsche for the year. So very happy.
So Andrew Rackstraw is the champion. He can reflect on that with Nikki.
Right, let's see if we can grab a quick word. Obviously, Andrew, I mean, a very special moment for you and the team. You're desperate to give a massive hug and celebrate, but a stunning season. What a great way to end.
I'm honestly speechless, and why I wanted to give them all such a big hug is they've been instrumental in this season and giving me the chance and believing in me. So to give them back the championship is something truly special. I may start crying, but also like my family, my girlfriend, or my sponsors back at home, this is what we came here to do, and to be able to do it is just, I'm speechless, and I'm gonna enjoy this for a very long time. But one thing I have to say is Will drove amazingly. There's no denying Will was on top form this weekend, and he didn't crack. He did everything in his power to try get it, and fair to him, and it was great fun.
Brilliant. Well, huge congratulations. Very well deserved. Go and enjoy some celebrations. We'll grab a quick word with your biggest rival. He didn't quite manage to beat you to it. Congratulations once again. Will Martin, congratulations on the podium. Commiserations, runner-up. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a long season, and to end up, I think it was only 1 point behind. You know, we've had bad luck, we've had good luck, so. Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic year, and the team have always done a fantastic job. I mean, I think in that race we can see how much pace the car has. So yeah, I'm just super grateful to all the team, all my partners. They've done a world of good this year, and yeah.
Andrew was just saying a cracking drive from you as well just then.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you know, I had to do something to get him further back in the pack, and I did, but you know, it wasn't quite enough at the end. But yeah, it is what it is. But like I said in the last interview, I just wanted to go and enjoy myself, and I did exactly that.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations, Will, once again. Ollie White, let's bring you in, winner of the Pro-Am category, grinning from ear to ear. Well deserved.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a tough day. I was under a lot of pressure from Max in terms of the points, but managed to keep it together and luckily bring the championship home.
Yeah, I mean, he really was piling on the pressure. It was a great race for Max today, but just not enough.
It was. He's a very talented driver, as you can see then, so it's been really tough to beat him. But yeah, I'm just delighted. Massive thanks to my family and Smart Tab and everyone for making it all possible.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations once again, and enjoy some well-deserved celebrations. Max, I mean, it was a great race. How are you? Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'd like to have had the last interview and won the championship. But do you know what? I think that means that we're possibly the only Pro-Am driver to have ever won 2 races in Porsche Carrera Cup. So that's quite something, really. So I'm very proud of our season. It's been amazing to have the backing of Duckham's Yuasa Racing this year, and yeah, just to end it in the best way possible is a dream come true.
Just 8 points in it. You're going to have to come back and show them how to do it next year.
Yeah, I hope so. I really felt like that was the drive for my drive. You know, you put a lot of effort into this, and it's not always a given that you come back next year. So. Yeah, I put my heart on the line there.
Well, congratulations once again. Congratulations to all the winners here for the Porsche Carrera Cup. Now, earlier today, we did, of course, celebrate Tom Ingram, the provisional British Touring Car 2025 champion. But there is still plenty more to be decided in our final race of the season. The independents are up for grabs. The teams is up for grabs. So do join us after the break as we go racing once again.
races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Dramas for Daryl De Leon, so it is not going to be converting pole into the race lead and a race win. The lights go out, we go racing, and who makes the best of the starts? It is going to be Camish. Rowbottom squeezes him up the curve, and Chilton keeps on coming. He forces the door open.
Teammate Morgan tries to get inside, has contact with Rowbottom.
It is round 28 of the championship, and it's win number 3 of the season for Dan Camish. Dan Camish wins race 1 of the day. Lights out, away we go, and a good getaway is made by Charles Rainford in the BMW, and Tom Chilton is away nicely as well, round the outside of Camish as they go towards paddock. Ingram has a big dive on the inside of Rainford, and Ingram goes through.
Up the inside goes Ingram, Chilton's happy to let him go.
Big moment, and that is Rainford off the road and into the barriers. That's Chilton, who's got a problem up at Druids, and that's going to give Ash Sutton second place. For the second time, the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is won by Tom Ingram.
Well, once again, congratulations. A special moment for Tom Ingram and the VERTU team. But we go racing for one final time in not the too distant future. 1, 2, 3 is pretty much wrapped up, but there is still so much to play for, Jade. I mean, if we look at what's going on with Charles Rainford at the moment and Daryl De Leon with the Jack Sears Trophy, I mean, Charles Rainford, he's starting right down at the back in P22, so he's going to have a lot of work to do, isn't he?
Yeah, that is a complete emotional roller coaster for both those two drivers today. Daryl obviously started on pole, then had those issues. He probably thought it was game over. Then he sees Charles DNF race 2, and yeah, those two are probably going to sleep very well tonight regardless of what happens. But it looks unlikely that Charles will be able to do it. He needs a bit of a miracle here. He needs to finish, I think, in front of Daryl and also have a car in between them in terms of Jack Sears as well. So it looks to be tough. But as we've seen with Charles, he never, ever lets anything get him down. He'll be eyes forward. The car's good underneath him. He's been quick all day. So it'll just be intriguing to see how far forward he can go, let alone Jack Sears Trophy in mind as well.
And then we've also got the independents as well. So we've still got this battle on, which we've been loving watching over the course of the season, particularly in the final few rounds between Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble and Chris Smiley.
Yeah, that's been raging on. We thought it'd be maybe wrapped up a little bit early on, but it's coming down to the final race. And this is what I love. I've done a couple of these race 3 final race of this season. It is absolute manic mayhem. to have championships going on within that as well, it's going to be hectic for all drivers. And I guarantee those drivers that need to wrap up a championship are going to have eyes on stalks, eyes everywhere, looking in their mirrors, trying to move forward. It's going to be, one hell of a race.
Well, should we take a look at how the grid is going to line up? Because it's a great opportunity, isn't it? With the reverse grid race, it's the fact that Aidan Moffat has been picked. He's got this great opportunity to be on pole position alongside Josh Cook, which again makes amends for Josh starting towards the very back in the first race of the day. Then Jake Hill in his final race. Unbelievable. His final race will be starting from P3. I mean, looking at that list then, the top 10, who are you going to keep your eye on?
If I'm honest, Aidan and Josh are very good friends off track. They were teammates previously. They've had a little chat before this race. I would keep that top 3 in terms of, having Jake on the podium for his final ever race, to have Aidan and Josh up there when they've both had tricky seasons. For me, that's a brilliant podium to end the season. However, we know that it's probably not going to go that way to plan. We've also got Ash Sutton on a set of soft tyres. He's now got the release of not winning this championship, so he now can just race completely for himself and enjoy it. And don't ever rule off Tom Ingram. He's on a medium,
he wants to go out on a high, doesn't he?
He'll go back to just being able to drive for the fun of it, for the enjoyment of it, and enjoy this final race of the year as a champion.
Brilliant stuff. Well, let's go down to Louise now, who is with Alan Gow.
Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, perfect opportunity whilst we wait for the drivers to make their way out onto the grid for our final race to grab a quick word with the boss. Just to get your thoughts on, let's first of all talk about Tom and his championship win. I mean, he's absolutely smashed it, hasn't he?
Yeah, look, such a deserving champion, and that team deserved it too. That car's been on it all year, and they were the team to beat right from the word go. So, well done, Tom. Really good champion, and he joins a long list of double champions.
How would you, world champion, it's our world, isn't it? Let's face it. How would you sum up the season overall? Is this going to go down as a classic season, do you think?
I think it's one of the classics, but I think this race shows you how close the season is. There's only been 2 titles decided, as you know, only the teams and the drivers. Everything else is to play for in this race, and this will be fascinating. And what a great end of the season with all those championships and the Jack Sears Trophy being so close.
Who's your money on?
No one. I couldn't even pretend to even guess on that one.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Alan. Let's go back to you, Nikki. The cars are just making their way out, so have a little bit more of a chat, and then we'll have the drivers in just a few minutes.
Lovely stuff. Thank you to Alan, and also to all of his hard grafted efforts over the course of this season, because it has been a truly incredible one to watch from the sidelines, that's for sure. Jade, let's talk about the team's championship at the moment, because it's just 4 points at the moment between Napa and VERTU, so there is still a lot to play for. There's still an opportunity for Ash Sutton to take home some trophies.
Exactly that, and we don't forget the team's trophy, but obviously we're so much focused on the drivers' championship that we kind of forget that there's other battles going on. And this is where, the Team VERTU cars are very, very strong. But there's also 4 very strong cars with Napa. Now, obviously, only the first 2 cars of each team will score points towards the manufacturers, and they have to be nominated. But this is now where all of the team cars are going to work together, and instead of it being Ash against Tom, it's the Napa against VERTU, and that's the battle that we're going to see on track as well, because they'll be on the radios throughout the race going like, what do I need to find, what can I contribute, where is everyone else, trying to figure out that tiny little points difference so that they can all stand on this podium later today with the fireworks and give back to the team that obviously give them so much throughout the season.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure Tom Ingram's thinking, wouldn't it be lovely? This would be, the icing on the cake to be able to give a team's champion back to the team. But on the other side, you've got Napa Racing with Ash going, hang on a minute, there's still a prize, I've got my eyes on it and I want to take it with me.
Exactly. Ash will be thinking, well, you've got one, you're not going to have the other as well. I know that Pete Osborne, who owns Napa Racing, he is very, very competitive, and he wants that team win for the good of the boys and girls that work behind the scenes. But equally, you've got VERTU as well. They want to wrap up everything. They want to go home with the full charade as such. But it's going to be an interesting race. I'm looking forward to this one.
And I think it's even tighter in the Manufacturers Trophy as well. 1 point in it. Remarkable.
This is what touring cars is all about. Somehow, we just spoke to the main man himself there. He somehow manages to create this real big excitement and tension towards the end of the year. It always comes down to the final race, final weekend of the year, and that's what we love about this championship.
But that's what, a huge credit to the way the rules work as well, to having that reverse grid at this point, to make it just a little bit fairer, so it's not just 2 front runner drivers that run away with the championship too early on.
Exactly that, and that's credit to the regulations and the way this championship's run. If it wasn't run as well as it did, we wouldn't have year on year out it coming down to the final wire, and it does every single time. We're all stood here, the crowds are out, and we're all excited for this final race. I know that the Drivers' Championship's wrapped up, but everything else is to play for, which is going to fuel this race to be a super exciting one. And it's like end of school as well, so all of these drivers who are all naughty like we always are now going to let loose and race elbow to elbow and enjoy it.
Yeah, really, they've got nothing to lose at this point in the season. And also, I guess it's a point where a lot of these drivers need to showcase to the world, to other teams, to other manufacturers, to other sponsors, what they can do to secure themselves a drive for next year.
Exactly that. This is the last race that they can show that actually by sponsoring them or investing in them is worthwhile. I want to keep an eye out for Jake Hill. Last race of his career in British touring cars. I know Jake for a long time. This was the peak for him for a lot of his upbringing, and he's going to want to go out with a win. He's on softs, he's rear-wheel drive, and he'll bring back feisty Jake. He's just coming past us now, getting ready for the grid, but he's a name that I think is going to be out and out wanting to win this final race of his British touring car era of his career.
Yeah, we will be keeping a very close eye on what Jake Hill gets up to in his final race. Let's go down to Louise for a final grid walk.
Thank you, Nikki. And as you say, the final grid of the 2025 season, you've been talking about the titles that are still up for grabs, and obviously the manufacturers and the teams, two very important ones amongst those. And look where I am here on the grid. So we've got two drivers in each of those teams are scoring points. They are all lined up here together. We've got Tom Ingram and Senna Proctor in positions 9 and 7, scoring points. And then obviously over there we've got Ash Sutton in whatever he is, 7. And Dan Camish here at the front of that little squad of 4 drivers in P5 on the grid. Dan, I was just talking about the fact that you guys and the guys who Accelerate here are up against for the teams and manufacturers. You're all together. This is looking quite tasty, this grid, isn't it?
I think that is the word for it, isn't it? It does look quite tasty, doesn't it? It's yeah, touring cars is a funny way of putting you right where you the most excitement possibly can be. So yeah, it's going to be one to watch, isn't it? I mean, ultimately I've had a good day, I've had a win, I've secured 3rd overall, which is what I came here to do. But the teams and manufacturers has been on the back of my mind all season long. It's a team game, and I think it's been very close, nip and tuck all season long. So is there much at stake? Just pride, absolute pride. So and bragging rights going into next year. So yeah, me and Ash are going to give it everything right now, and I'm sure those two are. I think it's Proctor and Ingram this weekend. So yeah, let's see what we can do. It's going to be a bit of a race at the front, and then there's going to be a race behind, which again is just going to be purely over a bit of pride and teams and manufacturers.
Well, as you say, it is a team game, and whilst there's always inevitably so much focus on the Drivers' Championship, for the boys and girls in the garage, this is the one, or these are the ones that really matter, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. The drivers obviously is the one everybody wants, but ultimately that's one car crew. As much as the team plays a part, I think the teams and manufacturers is more spread across. Everyone feels like they've played a bit of a part. Obviously, 2 drivers scoring, not 1. Yeah, I think the team get as much enjoyment out of that one. Certainly, the teams and the manufacturers means a lot to the guys at Alliance Racing and the guys at Napa as well. So let's see if we can bring it home. That's what we're out here to do.
Sounds good. Right, so that's the teams and the manufacturers. Over to Paul now, talking to the independent drivers.
Yeah, it's all to play for, isn't it? Dan Lloyd. Dan, this is the next 30 minutes are big for you, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Obviously, bit of nerves, but good nerves. I've been trying to do my own thing all day. Race 1 was mega. Couldn't have asked for a better start than that. And I think race 2 just reminds you anything can happen. Getting a heavy hit on lap 1 and a ton of damage. I had 20 mil of toe out on my rear right, and that was the most difficult race of my life to hold on to that. So I was actually glad to bring it home where I did. And we got a bit of a lead into this, and it's just going to be keeping out of trouble, which as well as I do is easier said than done at the last race of a touring car season.
Yeah, I've just been speaking to your mum and dad, and I've just had to tell them, stop looking so glum. We're all here for a good time, but it just means so much, doesn't it? And the family are involved as well. It's
It's been a difficult year, mate, but if you could do this, this would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's probably my dad's normal face, to be fair, but not my mum's. Yeah, you know, I think everyone's feeling it. It's been a tough year, big roller coaster, but it's some incredible highs. I think the team have done a mega job to give us a strong enough car where we can go out and win outright at Silverstone, and the fact that we won the team independence and got a shout at winning today, all credit to them, credit to the guys, and just fingers crossed I can bring it home.
What about Chris Smiley? He's still involved, isn't he?
He is, yeah. You know, everyone's involved at the minute. You know, depending on how it works out. You know, if I do win, it'd be fantastic. If he could get second. You know, Mikey's. It's very close between them two. But at the minute, I've just got to keep focused on my own stuff. So yeah, it should be exciting.
Is the radio button going to be the most used thing ever, or you can see what's going on around you, really?
Yeah, I can see. The important bit is not to talk to David Addison on the warm-up. Like 2 races in a row I spoke to him, I've been shunted off at turn 2. So if he doesn't talk to me, I've got a good feeling.
Just tell him that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Good man. Right, let's go and talk to one of his rivals, Mikey Doble. Follow me. We're just going to come around. So many people on the grid. This is so busy. It's a definite end of term feeling, which is lovely. Follow me, follow me, follow me. There's tyres, there's all sorts, there's people. Excuse me, sorry, gentlemen. Mikey Doble, 8 points behind in this Indy battle. I've spoken to you more than I've spoken to me mum and dad. How are you doing, mate? You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'd say yesterday I've never been more excited for 3 touring car races. Like, just to be involved in a championship fight that's going to go down to the wire. It may not be my day today, but at least we've thrown everything at it and it's going to be exciting.
It'll be pretty cool, mate, if you can do this after the year you had last year as well. You'll have a lot of silverware kicking about.
Yeah, I mean, to be truthful, I need a bit of lady luck on my side in this one. I mean, I don't think I can do it just on raw pace and a race win, but really I need to win independence and hope Dan Lloyd has a bit of bad luck. And we'll see what happens.
Are you worried about Chris Smiley at all up the front?
I'll try and deal with him the way I've dealt with other people in race 2. So,
well, listen, I think I'll just let you crack on, mate. Get your head together. All the best. I'm really looking forward to this, like everybody at home.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Top man. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. And I am in P3 on the grid with a man who is getting so much attention, an absolute sea of people wearing blue and white around here. Just come to have their photo taken, wish well. Our man Jake Hill about to start his final race in the British Touring Car Championship. Actually, I'm going to start with a quick word with his dad, Simon, because this is a hugely emotional moment for you as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've been in this paddock for 30-odd years. He grew up in it, and we did it. We won it last year, and we're going to finish on a high, hopefully. And thank you for Lou and everyone at ITV for being so supportive.
Listen, it's been our pleasure. Yeah, Mark Blundell, the man who actually helped Jake to get onto this grid, having a final word with him. Out the way now, Marky. My turn. Jake, it's a big moment, isn't it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, this one's got me right in the feels now, Lou. Yeah. You know, I had a little cry up on the way out of the pit lane. It's just emotional, you know. I mean, it's been my whole life, and this is my final race, and I think now it's finally hit me. So yeah.
We said earlier on today, you know, you'd like to go out with a win. You've got the soft tyres on your car. Okay, 2 guys ahead also with the soft tyres on, but I mean, you're just going to throw caution to the wind here, aren't you?
Yeah, this is it. You know, I mean, I'm in the perfect place to try and do something special for our last race. I said I wanted to get a podium at the very least at some point, so that has to be the #1 aim, but I'm going for the win.
Well, and also make sure that you have fun whilst you're at it as well, because it is something to soak in, isn't it?
It is, for sure. You know, I mean, it's a truly special championship filled with special people, and it's something that I will cherish for the rest of my life. I've loved it. So thank you, Lou. Thank you to all the team ITV and everyone at BTCC for making my journey just so special.
We've loved having you here with us, Jake. It's been fantastic, and we wish you all the best of luck in whatever comes next. That's it. It's our final race of the 2025 British Touring Car Championship coming up after this break.
races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for
Justified.
today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, the atmosphere on the grid down here in the pit lane has been absolutely buzzing. This is a big one. It's going to be an emotional one for some. Get your tissues ready. So for one final time, this is round 30 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's go to our commentators, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks. For the last time this season, then, we have a grid and we have still some titles to be resolved. We know that race 3 is always a dramatic race, whichever event it's at, but on finals day, it always takes on a completely different feel.
Yeah, there's all sorts of little private agendas and hopes and wishes, and that adage about the last race is the race everybody remembers is so true. It's the one you want to live off over the winter, so you want to try and make it a good one.
This is true. Green flag waves then. Everybody sets off on the final formation lap. Of course, we know already who is the overall champion. The other driver's title that is up for grabs is within the independents, so we'll be focusing, no doubt, on the Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble, Chris Smiley situation. We've got the Jack Sears Trophy to be decided. And, of course, there's a race in isolation, which has got Aidan Moffat on pole position as the cars then turn their way down through Paddock Hill Bend. There is Chris Smiley, who comes into this, in a sense, as the outsider. Let's check in with Chris before we go racing. Chris, you've got a bit of work to do in this, but you're going to give it your best shot, I'm sure, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've had work to do. We've had work to do all weekend, to be honest. The second half of the season, you know, the luck gods haven't been with us, unfortunately, but that's racing. I just need to focus on the best job I can do here myself and, yeah, try and move as far forward as I can, and yeah, obviously with the independent, you know, race in between the big race.
You've had some ifs and buts over the course of the season, but it's been a great year for the team as a whole, and just how far it's progressed in the last 12 months, indeed, since Restart Racing was formed.
Yeah, as you say, it's been a great, year for the team. You know, without Peter Jones and all the guys that work so hard back at the workshop, Ben on the car side. You know, it's a great achievement in the team's second year in the championship. And yeah, you know, obviously we're going to be back next year and yeah, back fighting.
Chris, good luck.
Thank you.
So Chris Smiley then accelerates onto the Grand Prix loop. We'll leave him to get the tyres up to temperature. As I say, he's third in that independent competition. Dan Lloyd, his teammate, is the leader within that, but there's going to be an awful lot to keep tabs on in this. Let's look at the grid then for the final race of the season. Aidan Moffat on pole position and Josh Cook with him at the front. They've got full boost and they're on soft tyres. Jake Hill is on the soft tyres as well. He's got 7 laps of boost, and Dan Rowbottom on mediums has 6 laps of boost. Then it's Dan Camish, he's on medium tyres. Gordon Shedden likewise. The next row of the grid is Senna Proctor and Ash Sutton, who is on soft but only 2 laps of boost. The champion is going to start 9th. Tom Ingram, teammate Adam Morgan alongside. 11th is Chris Smiley, and then Sam Osborne will go from 12th ahead of Daryl De Leon and Mikey Doble, also in that independent fight, don't forget. Dan Lloyd next independent championship leader. Dexter Patterson lining up alongside him, ahead of Max Buxton and Nick Halstead. You've got Nick Hamilton on row 10 with Tom Chilton, one to watch coming forward, and two more quick guys at the back, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Charles Rainford. So the cars making their way down towards the grid. Doesn't seem 5 minutes into we're here for the opening round. Season's flown by.
It certainly has. It's been drama, excitement all the way through, and I'm sure this race is going to deliver as well. But look at that, the first three on the grid, all with the soft tyre and all with near maximum boost as well. So we're set for a humdinger there. Ingram's got the championship settled, and although he's on the medium tyre and not much boost, I'm sure he'll be charging. And of course, who can rule out Sutton, 8th on the grid, but soft tyres and plenty of boost. And of course, he won the third race, well, 2 laps of boost I guess, but he won the third race here last year in fine style. He ran away with it, so don't count him out.
And you'd never rule out Josh Cook, do you? And he's on softs and he's got full boost of 8 laps worth on the front of the grid. Jake Hill, though, he's got to be the man to beat.
Jake has got, should be the favourite, but we're not making any predictions for this last race, David, are we?
Far from it. No, we've been spot off all year in our predictions, so let's keep sitting on the fence. To the grid they come, then, fans getting the best vantage point they can around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. The light is starting to fade, of course. There will be the race and championship presentations on the track at the end of this, which normally take place in the dark with the fireworks and the lights all adding to the atmosphere. It's thankfully been a dry and sunny day. Not the warmest, but it's been dry at Brands Hatch. We've had some pretty wet finals days, but for Motorsport Vision, the circuit owners, it's been a good crowd here and some good racing all weekend for them to enjoy. Aidan Moffat will start the last round of the championship then from pole position. Charles Rainford, his teammate, last on the grid. Field are back then. Everybody looks towards the lighting gantry for one last time. Let's go racing in the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Moffat launches away, so does Jake Hill up the inside of Josh Cook to go second on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Moffat will lead the way, Hill second, Cook third, and then the Napa Racing Fords strategically all ahead of the Team VERTU Hyundai's bar one, and that is that Sam Osborne needs to try to get up through the ranks, but you've got 3 Fords ahead of all the Hyundais as they round Druids for the first time.
Predictably good rear wheel starts from both the BMWs, Moffat from pole and Jake Hill from third up to second.
Out of Graham Hill Bend they come along Cooper Straight. Dan Lloyd's view, of course, thinking independent championship, but up the inside goes Aaron Taylor-Smith. Charles Rainford has gone by as well as they break for Surtees, turning to that left-hander. Lloyd trying to keep out of trouble, but not let too many people go by. He can afford to let manufacturer entries through, not independent.
No, he's got to really have his thinking head on all the way through this race.
So we need to be looking for the Chris Smiley Hyundai through it goes, as well as Dan Lloyd's car. Dexter Patterson is ahead of Mikey Doble. That's bad news for Doble, good news for Lloyd, taking points away from Doble. And Chris Smiley's had a good day in the independents as wide at Westfield. There goes Jake Hill. Josh Cook tries to fight back as the cars now make the run again up towards Sheen Curve. So it is Moffat in the lead and Jake Hill with a bit of a queue behind him.
Yeah, despite them being on the soft tyres, it's a little bit cooler now. Remember, the BMW just taking that little bit longer to get the tyres up to temperature. Jump start potentially, or start investigation for Aidan Moffat, our leader.
Up towards the line comes now Josh Cook looking for a way past Jake Hill. Moffat then trying to get away. We'll no doubt get a replay of the start to look at what he did or didn't do. But in towards Paddock Hill Bend for second place. Hill ahead of Cook, and then it's Ash Sutton in fourth, walloping the curb, trying to go to the outside line now. Up the inside goes Josh Cook, late on the brakes. Sutton dives to the inside as well. He's up the inside of Hill. Cook goes second. Sutton for third potentially as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Ash Sutton may have lost the championship earlier on in the day, but he's not given up the fight in any sense, has he? He wants another race win, and he's almost alongside Hill, along Cooper Straight. That BMW is going backwards, not forwards as we expected.
Yeah, he's been absolutely mugged, although he's trying to go around the outside here, but that might just open the door for Rowbottom and Camish. But that was a great pass by Josh Cook. He absolutely timed that one beautifully on the cutback through Paddock. A little bit of curve on the inside to get the overlap early. Hill resists the pressure there from Rowbottom, at least for Hawthorns anyway. But yeah, Sutton on a charge.
As ever he is behind Rowbottom, you've got Camish, and then there's Gordon Shedden. Where is Tom Ingram at the end of the opening lap? 9th is where the new champion is, as the cars again climb through Dingled out up towards Sheen Curve. Lead gap's coming down, isn't it? Josh Cook now closing on former teammate Aidan Moffat. Give Josh the tools for the job and he will deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredibly, we've said it before, but to Josh, without a win so far this year, he'd love to sign off in style with a win here. I was watching the start out the window. We have a great view of the start, and certainly Aidan Moffat was not outside of his pit box. So the only infringement I can think of would have been to have... Look, there, he's in the pit box. Does he move? I couldn't see anything wrong with that at all. No, couldn't see anything wrong with the start.
Well, we'll wait for the investigation to continue as Moffat leads Cook, who's done the fastest lap of the race. It was 4/10 between them when they came across the stripe last time. Big effort being made there. Look, because up the inside goes Sam Osborne. He goes ahead of Adam Morgan, which is significant for teams and manufacturers, remember. Napa Ford versus Team VERTU Hyundai. Morgan fights back, gets his elbows out, and Sam Osborne runs wide over the curving and trying to protect the Toyota now.
Sam Osborne's got the soft tyre on, so he's got the right tyre on for this race, as Nick Halstead, who is also having his last race here. Hopefully that's just a spin, and he rejoins with 2,500 names on the car, an incredibly detailed wrap, and a lovely thing to do for the BTCC fans.
That was down at Graham Hill Bend. He's rejoined, as you see, as the cars go to Westfield. Rowbottom versus Camish. They've been fighting, of course, to be third in the championship, and Camish ahead on points as they came into this race, as they make that climb now up into Sheen Curve once more. So Josh Cook closing all the while on Aidan Moffat. It's been a tough season for Toyota Gazoo Racing, don't forget. They had that reverse grid win courtesy of Gordon Shedden at Alton Park, but a second victory of the season courtesy of Josh Cook would be very welcome, let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And you can just see in the body language of Josh Cook, he's fired up for this one. Had a bit of a rub with his teammate Aaron Taylor-Smith in the previous race, going up to Druids, the section they're running into now, but no action was taken on that.
As we stand in the independents, Chris Smiley would be up to second at the expense of Mikey Doble, and contact between Camish and Rowbottom. Camish spins, he's going to just about avoid the gravel, but he's got broken suspension, and that's Camish out of the race, out of the fight for third in the championship. Contact between him and his teammates as Josh Cook now gets up the inside of Aidan Moffat for the race lead. Cookie's going to go by. Great move. Through he goes. Moffat gave him racing room as Josh Cook takes the lead. But Rowbottom and Camish coming together, that's going to go down badly.
That is an absolute disaster for the team, and really it should never have happened, because Camish was one of the cars, safety car is out, but one of the cars that was due to score points. So that is a real disaster.
So, Alliance Racing, Ford still leading the manufacturers in the teams. Napa Racing was ahead by 1 point of Team VERTU at the last passing of the line. That's going to change potentially with Camish out of the race. So we go safety car with Camish's broken Ford up at Druids. And it'll be fascinating to be a fly on the wall in the Napa Racing debrief, wouldn't it, after that?
Well, yeah, that's going to... Well, there's nothing worse. Be about as popular as a gherkin in a hamburger, I should say.
That must be bad if you ever eat it. Blimey.
Doesn't everyone throw out the gherkin from the hamburger? Most people do. Anyway, back to the broken suspension of Camish. We'll need to see that again, but look like we're coming into Paddock Hill Bend. Rowbottom is ahead. Camish takes a bit of curb on the inside. It looks like Rowbottom had a bit of a moment. I'm not even sure he quite knew that Camish was there. He was having a moment himself, wasn't he, through the corner, and then maybe didn't realise Camish had taken advantage of that and moved over. It just looks like he slams the door closed, doesn't it?
Yeah, you might well be right. He may well have been unaware that Camish had made that move, but you can hear the groan from the team's garage from up here.
I mean, he should have been, because he went into paddock defending, and he would have known he was defending from Camish, so he should have had the awareness to know that he was there. But, well, not the way Dan Camish wanted to finish, that's for sure.
So he goes and joins his fans and explains exactly what he thinks happened, but Dan even forces a smile. The irony of that, he's not lost, and all the people to make contact with is his teammate. So, safety car on track while the Ford is removed. So let's just look at the race order. Josh Cook ahead of Aidan Moffat, Ash Sutton third, Jake Hill fourth, fifth is Shedden. Rowbottom survives but has dropped to sixth, ahead of Ingram up to seventh, Proctor eighth, ninth is Adam Morgan, and 10th is Sam Osborne. The leading independent is Chris Smiley from Dexter Patterson. Mikey Doble's third in the independents, and Dan Lloyd is fourth. Now, as Dan Camish explains exactly what happened, as far as the teams is concerned, Now we have Team Virtue and Napa tied on points with the demise of Camish. As far as the manufacturer and constructors award is concerned, it's 5 points advantage Alliance Racing and Ford from Accelerate Motorsport and Hyundai. In the independents, Dan Lloyd is ahead of Chris Smiley now by 4 points, and that's Tom Chilton who is out of the race as well. Now, we didn't see that, but we do know that he had an alternator drama in the earlier race, and we've lost Chilton down on the side of the circuit somewhere, and that's his race run.
But he wasn't one of the nominated Virtue cars, was he, for points? It was Proctor and Ingram.
So it's pretty tense for plenty of people up the pit lane. Even if we're not talking about the overall Drivers' Championship, there's still quite a lot of heart fluttering going on. Safety car leads them through.
As so often happens in these races where there are championships and things to be decided, we sometimes forget about the race at the front. But what a great pass by Josh Cook. And wouldn't it be fantastic if he could sign off with a win in this last race? But he teed that one up beautifully. The Toyota Corolla working really well and has had a fine run of form since they changed the engine to the M Sport engine.
There's Dan Lloyd, and confirmation on screen of that 4-point advantage he's got over teammate Chris Smiley. I'll resist the temptation to talk to him under the safety car for fear of being as battered as his car was in race 2. Don't seem to have brought him a great deal of luck in terms of contact in the races, but he has had a good day in terms of banking points. The pole man from qualifying, Daryl De Leon, up into 11th place, fastest yesterday. Didn't start the opening race at all, don't forget, so he's rebuilding his weekend. He is ahead of Charles Rainford in the Jack Sears Trophy. Charles Rainford coming up from the back of the grid, 14th. Daryl De Leon, 11th. That's not over yet either.
No, that's definitely not over. That's still game on, isn't it? De Leon on the medium tyre and Rainford on the medium too, so no tyre discrepancy between the two.
So as the cars come through Hawthorne, then we're on lap 6 under safety car procedure here at Brands Hatch, and the race leader is Josh Cook. There's Ash Sutton, and he is running in 3rd place.
Let's have a look at his start. On board with Sutton. He had a great first lap, so let's see how it played out. Look at the launch past Shedden, up with Camish. That was a really perfect launch in a front-wheel drive car. Maintained the momentum all the way into turn 1, up behind teammate Rowbottom, who doesn't put him on the grass on this lap, but he goes up the inside. In fact, Rowbottom, I think, left the door open for him there. But what a great launch and first couple of corners. What happens, I don't think there's any movement now on the lap. He gets a good run off Graham Hill, and we've got bird's eye view of Josh Cook, Jake Hill and Aidan Moffat up front. The car working very well. Remember, he's on the medium tyre, and he looked to have more lateral grip actually going through Surtees there than Josh Cook on the soft tyre. So good first lap, nice to see. Again, this is on board with Dan Lloyd. Not such a good start, actually. Too many revs, too much clutch slip. Through goes Doble and Patterson on the left.
Chris Smiley seemed to get bogged down off the start as well in the other restart, didn't they?
I mean, the difference on board between that and Ash Sutton's, so both front-wheel drive cars, but you could see the reaction, how different they were. Chilton round the outside. It's not easy to get these cars off the line, it really isn't.
Down through Graham Hill Bend they turn. That's Charles Rainford going through. This was where we picked up with Dan Lloyd on the opening lap, trying to keep out of trouble but not let any more independent cars go past, and then he can sort of rebuild the rest of the lap once he's got himself into a rhythm, just conscious of who he's racing against and who he's not.
Yeah, that was a very cautious first few corners, wasn't it, from Dan Lloyd?
Right now he is in 17th place on the back of Mikey Doble, so he could do with gaining another place or two just to make sure of all of this, but Chris Smiley can do no more. He is the leading independent right now. So the safety car, I think, is possibly heading for the pit lane this time. It looks as though the lights are out. Yes, it is. So Josh Cook controls the pace as they come down towards Clearways, and he's going to be in charge of the resumption of the final race of the year in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
He's not wasting any time. He's not dropped far back behind the safety car. He comes through at the agreed speed, moves up to the go line, which is coming up now.
So Josh Cook pulls the pin, accelerates away. Behind him it is Aidan Moffat, and let's see what Ash Sutton can do on the run up towards Paddock. Equally, Jake Hill's thinking about a move to the inside, and he's got Gordon Shedden behind him. Then Dan Rowbottom next up, and Sutton to the inside of Moffat for second place as they climb the hill. Ford on the inside, offline there. Look, there's a lot of grass after the Camish drama, but Sutton goes second, and Hill tries to crowbar open a gap on the inside against Moffat, but he's on the outside for the next corner, and there's more BMW drama in the background. That was De Leon and Rainford, I think, getting together. Let's see what that's done to the Jack Sears Trophy outcome.
Yeah, both the BMWs side by side. They're both on the soft tyre, remember, so should be good off the restart. But it's Shedden is right behind them. Oh, and Hill gets nerfed out wide. Does this give a good run for Shedden? He's on the outside, but he's got momentum.
Down they come towards Hawthorne then. Shedden round the outside of Hill. Is he all the way ahead? He's not. That means Hill can fight back on the inside line as they dive into the right-hander. Josh Cook trying to build a gap, but he's got Sutton charging along behind him. Rowbottom crawls all over the back of Shedden now, and behind Rowbottom, it's Ingram. Driving standards flag for Moffat for track limit offences. This is Ingram's view. Robo ahead.
Yeah, we've heard no more about that jump start or the start infringement, have we? So no more been said about that. So hopefully no penalty for Moffat. That would really ruin the end of his day, wouldn't it?
So down they come towards Clearways then, this being lap number 8. We're up to 18 laps because of the safety car, and Josh Cook now trying to get away, but Ash Sutton going after him. He won the last race of last year's championship. He's trying to do the same again as Hill comes up to have a go at Moffat. Jake Hill desperately keen for a race win in his farewell touring car weekend, and Shedden sees a gap on the inside of the Toyota, tries to attack into Paddock, can't do it.
There were lots and lots of hugs and farewells and everything else in the Laser Tools racing camp. We saw Craig Pawley, who has been Jake's engineer throughout, embracing everybody. Jake down the inside this time of Moffat, must get the move done, I'm sure. He had to just close the door from Shedden. Is he through? He is. Now watch Shedden try and get up the inside. Actually, Moffat's rolling it round the outside. Don't forget, Moffat didn't give him room, did he? But Jake did actually give him the racing room that he is required to do by the regulations. Shedden didn't get through, though.
So Hill goes third, Moffat down to fourth, and Shedden stays fifth, with Rowbottom behind him. Senna Proctor has jumped Tom Ingram, incidentally, now, as you go on board with Mikey Doble. Down towards Hawthorne, Darryl De Leon comes through on the inside. There was that drama up at Druids, but he was still ahead last time over the line of Charles Rainford as the cars now make that run from Westfield down towards Dingledale.
Great part of the track this. You don't get an idea just how much the gradient is as Charles Rainford comes through as well on the inside. Just a slight delay there for Mikey Doble on coming out of Westfield, and Rainford was able to go through.
So now you've got De Leon and Rainford together on the track. They are 7 points apart in the Jack Sears Trophy. So Rainford will be fully aware that he wants to get past his teammate. Good little inter-Nissan contest this coming up between the BMWs as they head towards the line. This is how we are in the Jack Sears Trophy as De Leon tries to pounce on the inside there, going over the line against Aaron Taylor-Smith, and he goes through. That's a good move and an important move. Gives him a buffer between himself and Rainford.
Yeah, using the boost. Oh no, he's got a problem.
Taylor-Smith slows coming out of Paddock, and it's been a tough day for the Irish driver Aaron Taylor-Smith. He slowly makes the run up towards Druids, and it looks like that's his race run. It's been a really tough season. The speed has been there, the results have not, and Aaron Taylor-Smith, sadly, is not going to be able to end the season on a high. The car crawling to the pit lane.
Well, that explains why he was passed so easily on the straight, doesn't it?
And that's Max Buxton trying to get up the inside of Nicholas Hamilton's Cupra as they round Surtees. Max, the son of Danny Buxton, Speedworks Director of Motorsport. Speedworks, the team that operates the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK programme. To the inside line goes Max Buxton. Side by side they come, and Buxton should be ahead by the time they get to the corner. And that is Gordon Shedden ahead of Dan Rowbottom. Last time through, Ash Sutton did the fastest lap of the race, and he's getting a little bit nearer to Josh Cook for the race lead.
Yeah, that's these two old stalwarts and great friends, Josh Cook and Ash Sutton, came into touring cars about the same time. Remember, they were teammates at MG, and well, their paths have crossed many times over the years since.
The race leaders are coming out there to complete lap number 10 out of the 18 that we now have. So Cook to Sutton, 1.4 seconds. In fact, that time, Josh really does respond, and he stretches the margin markedly over Ash Sutton. In turn, he's being caught slightly by Jake Hill. So Cook looking to try to get a victory. It's been a long time between wins, and he makes that run now. Up towards Druids once again. Darryl De Leon fending off Rainford.
Yeah, the problem for Sutton is that Cook's got 4 laps of boost left. He's only got 1, and Hill's got 5. So could be a good chance of those closing up between them at the front.
Got to go back to Croft last year, that last win by Josh Cook. He's trying to hang on in there as Moffat turns his way through, still fending off Sheridan, who's fending off Rowbottom, and Ingram is back up to 7th in the background there. He is ahead of Proctor and Morgan, so the Team VERTU Hyundai still pushing forward in the Manufacturers Award. It is the Accelerate Hyundai team ahead in the teams. It is Napa by 2 points now from Team VERTU.
Okay, Shedden defending hard from Rowbottom, as in the pits, looking under the bonnet is the problem for Aaron Taylor-Smith. I can tell you the television makes it look perfectly light, but when you look out of our commentary box, it's very dark.
It is certainly at that time of the day when the light starts to fade, no question about it. As here is the train of cars, all disputing now 4th place. Moffat ahead of Shedden, so a very Scottish feel to the front of this line of drivers, with Dan Rowbottom in 6th, Tom Ingram, this year's champion, don't forget, in 7th spot as they come up towards the line. And Cook to Sutton for the race lead, 1.2 seconds. But Hill, on his last lap, the man in 3rd, did an absolute best sector. So Jake's still pushing. Tim's right about the gathering gloom. The headlights that the cars have switched on in many cases are now far more obvious.
Yeah, it should be a requirement to put it on, really, I think. But especially the dark-coloured cars, you can hardly see them.
Darryl De Leon still leading that Jack Sears Trophy situation, 7 points ahead of Charles Rainford, who desperately needs to find a way past his teammate, but it's easier said than done as along Cooper Straight they come. Lap 12 out of 18. Up front, Cook to Sutton, 1.2 seconds. Where is the next move to be found? It's Darryl De Leon there on the back of Chris Smiley. Smiley has lost the lead of the independents. Dexter Patterson has got ahead of him now.
Well, David will have a look what that does for the live points.
And it puts Doble back up into 2nd, takes the points away from Smiley. So Dan Lloyd is still on target to win the Independent Drivers' Championship, but Mikey Doble would be ahead of Chris Smiley by a point. So Chris needs that place back.
He certainly does, as De Leon passes Smiley just on the way down to Hawthorns.
Has Chris got a problem then? He's dropping away, isn't he? Dan Lloyd heading for that championship. Dexter Patterson then, who has had a couple of independent wins this year, could be rounding out the season.
Yes, he has. He's just slowed. He's just slowed. Rainford's gone past as well.
Smiley's got a problem for sure then, and Mikey Doble's going to get past him. So after all the optimism and what had started off to be a good day for Chris Smiley, something has gone awry. He's still circulating, but at a sort of 9/10 pace.
Yeah, very strange.
So Chris Smiley trying to hang on in there as best he can, but Dexter Patterson getting away. There is Smiley, hobbled by something as he comes across the line. Not only is Doble closing, but so is Dan Lloyd. So as they dive into paddock, 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the independents, absolutely together. Smiley with a drama of some sort. Let's see what he can do. Dexter Patterson has gone by and pulled away for the independents lead, and Smiley now has got Doble crawling all over the back of him. The only thing he can do in a sense now is help his teammate, can't he?
Yeah, you don't think he's trying to slow up deliberately just to cause a bit of potential problem for Dan Lloyd, do you?
Don't know, we'll find out in a moment. Certainly I wouldn't have thought he wanted to give away a class lead. He wanted the points to be 2nd, and he's lost those now, so Doble's back ahead. But look, coming out of the corner, Smiley pulls away.
Yeah, strange.
Plot thickens.
Does indeed.
Right, this is Dan Lloyd's view. Mikey Doble ahead as they head down towards Hawthorn. Smiley escaping. So to the right-hander they come. Doble comes off the inside line. Dan Lloyd, who is still on target to take the championship, thinks about a move on the inside. It's a tough one to call this for Dan, isn't it? Yes, he wants to try to gain the place if he can, but he doesn't want to put himself in any situation that would cost points.
No, look at Max Buxton, he's catching up. Remember, he doesn't have the new M Sport engine in his car, having only stepped into that seat a few races ago. And I think he's acquitted himself extremely well. Hasn't done anything outrageous to affect anyone else's race. He's picked up pace every time he's got in the car, so well done Max Buxton, and maybe he'll be back for a full year next year.
Yeah, 3rd generation from the Buxton family, 3rd generation racer. Here though is Dan Lloyd coming over the line to try to have a go at Mikey Doble on the outside line up towards paddock. They almost touch there. Dan on the outside wants that switchback, wants the undercut coming up towards Druids, but Doble fends him off and instantly dives to the inside to make sure that there's no chance of the Hyundai diving up that inside. And you're right about Buxton behind, closing up all the time. Max absolutely has quietly got on with the job. He's learned, he's found speed, and here he is now sitting on the back of the driver that could be in the end of this race, the independent champion.
Yeah, well, and up front, Cook still has 1.3 second lead over Sutton. Hill set his personal fastest lap on the last lap, so he's charged, but he's 2.5 seconds behind.
So Dan Lloyd then tucked up behind Mikey Doble, but in terms of the championship, he is going to be 6 points ahead. The car's dropped down towards Hawthorn. Doble defending as best he can, but Smiley has escaped again, and that gap between Smiley and Doble is now up to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, I think, I mean, clearly Mikey Doble, bless him, hasn't quite got the pace because of the way that Smiley's disappeared, but Lloyd doesn't want to take too many risks, does he?
No. And nor, even though Smiley has pulled away, can he do much about winning the class, which he needs to, because Dexter Patterson is away and gone, and there are 2 cars between Patterson and Smiley anyway. Here comes Lloyd on the attack, down towards the vehicle bridge that clearways and into Clark Curve. Mirror to mirror, they dive into the corner. Dan Lloyd's not giving up the fight, is he? He's trying to find a way past Mikey Doble, and up towards the line they come.
And Nick Hamilton is the 4th car on this group, the black and yellow one. He's got onto the back of the group as well.
Driving standards flag for Jake Hill now for track limits, as there Daryl De Leon is under attack from Charles Rainford as they come through Druids. This for the Jack Sears Trophy competition, don't forget. De Leon ahead on the road, De Leon ahead on points. Rainford thinks about where he might be able to make the move, and it's not at Graham Hill Bend because there's just nowhere to go.
No, it's so close. I mean, the driver's actually got a good argument for exceeding track limits, so they can't see the edge of the track anymore.
Through Surtees they go, pretty much tied together. This fight is for 12 on the road, and we are currently on lap 15 out of the 18 in this final race of the championship season. Just going through shot was Dexter Patterson, 11th, ahead of the 2 BMWs. There he is, the leading independent, and up front it's still Josh Cook leading the way by 1.4 seconds from Ash Sutton. And don't forget that Cookie started race 1 last on the grid.
Yeah, after that engine oil pressure problem in qualifying consigned him to the back, but reverse engineering your weekend. You have a bad qualifying, you reverse engineer to try and win the 3rd race, which is what he's doing in style.
Absolutely. So this is Dan Lloyd's view. Mikey Doble ahead then, up to Stirling's they come. Race leader has gone by, 2.5, Cook to Sutton, but Doble to Lloyd, it's about 1.5 inches as they come out of Stirling's. And here again, Lloyd tries the outside towards Clearways. This time Bales gets back in. Now look, Hamilton has got ahead of Max Buxton, so Nick Hamilton is up into 17th place and right there on the back of Lloyd. Great battle they're having. Mikey Doble is the kind of cork in the bottle here, but Nick Hamilton's having a great race, joining in the mix as well as they go over the line. He's not only with them, he's attacking them.
He'll be loving this, will Nick? Really enjoying it, getting stuck in and battling the other cars. He will absolutely love it. So well played, Nick, well driven. Up front, though, I have to report Hill was half a second quicker than Sutton on the last lap. I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to run out of laps, but he was very quick. He's catching Sutton at a rate of knots.
Brakes glowing on Nick Hamilton's Cupra as we see there heading down towards Hawthorns. A big effort against Dan Rowbottom coming from Adam Morgan. Tom Ingram has got ahead, so that we've had a change for 6th, now a change for 7th. The Ford fading.
Yeah, one Ford out and another one failing quickly. So David will update us on the points.
We'll do that at the end of the lap when they go across the line and everything registers, but it is going to be significant potentially with 2 places lost for Rowbottom, and one of those to a point-scoring Team VERTU car. Senna Proctor comes up to have a go as well as the field again pulls out of Stirling. So we're going to have 2 laps to go in a moment when over the line will go Josh Cook, getting a replay here of how the move came. Rowbottom defends, but up towards Druids on the outside goes Tom Ingram.
Outside, cuts back to the inside. I'm sure he's going to do it on the exit of Graham Hill. He's forced the Rowbottom to look. He's to go in tight, slow off the corner, running out wide. Even with the boost light flashing, he can't defend.
Up the inside goes Ting into Surtees, gains the place, gains the points for the team and for the manufacturer. Now, meanwhile, we've still got the fight going on between Aidan Moffat and Gordon Shetland. This is for 4th place. Aidan Moffat doing a good job here of hanging on to the place against Gordon Shedden, Dan Lloyd to the outside, Nick Hamilton to the inside. Now, Hamilton, don't forget, is an independent. He's on the soft tyre, but Dan Lloyd can't afford to let him by. He can't afford to be throwing away points. Doble locks up. Dan Lloyd might be being a bit overcautious in all of this, and Hamilton round the outside to gain the place. Fantastic. Well done, Nick, and now he's going to have a go at Mikey Doble as well. This is potentially going to change the independent outcome as well. Lloyd needs to get back past Hamilton.
Well played, Nick Hamilton, using the car and the tyres to his advantage, but he's had to get stuck in.
He has, but it might well be to the detriment of Dan Lloyd. And if Lloyd needs to fight back, well, he can't afford to let Buxton through, and he has gone by. Has Lloyd got a problem as well? We saw Smiley losing pace, and all of a sudden, Dan Lloyd has got shuffled back in the pack.
I think it's just a case of being too cautious, I really do.
Well, that, I fear, may possibly be his undoing. We'll find out at the end of the lap when we can assign places and points, but for now, we've got the race leaders through onto their final lap. This was the situation at the start of the lap, but with Hamilton getting ahead of Lloyd, it could now be a little bit different. There are the leading cars through, and you've got further back here, look, Shedden ahead of Moffat. He's done it, he's got up into fourth place. Moffat fights back. There's a lot to resolve on this last lap, and here's one of the fights. This is fourth, and it's Shedden staying ahead.
Yeah, one thing's not going to change is the battle at the front. Josh Cook has got this one in the bag. He's going to win his first and the last race of 2025 and go into the record books as a race winner once again. Sutton will be second and Hill third.
As they accelerate then up towards Surtees, and we await to see what's going to happen in that independent fight as well on the last lap. So it is still Josh Cook leading the way. He is on target for, as Tim rightly says, his first win of the season, and his only win of the season, and his first since Croft last year. It's going to be a second win of the season for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. And welcome back, Josh Cook. It's been a long time since he's been on the top step of the podium, and hopefully this will be a precursor of more successes next year. The championship's a poorer place without Josh. He's going to come down towards Surtees then, chased home by Ash Sutton, vanquished in the race, vanquished in the championship, but Ash has fought long and hard all season. Checker flag at the ready for the final time this year. Race win to Josh Cook for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. Ash Sutton takes second. Third across the line is Jake Hill, and then the fight for fourth was Gordon Shedden ahead. He is still ahead of Aidan Moffat, who has now got Tom Ingram right up behind him as they come up towards the line. So this is the battle for fifth. It's Moffat ahead of Ingram. Next through, it's going to be Adam Morgan, and the fireworks go off as the champion comes home. Tom Ingram across the line. Behind Adam Morgan, seventh was Dan Rowbottom, eighth. Senna Proctor, ninth, and Sam Osborne, 10th. Dexter Patterson is going to win the independents from Chris Smiley. Mikey Doble is going to be third in the independents. Fourth, it's going to be Nick Hamilton. This is Dan Lloyd coming across the line, and as he takes the checkered flag, I think he has done enough, but only by 4 points. Dan Lloyd takes the checkered flag, and that, we reckon, is enough for him. So the independent trophy does go the way of Dan Lloyd.
By just 4 points. That was a nerve-wracking race for Dan Lloyd, but he set that up with a great drive in race one.
He did indeed. So Dan Lloyd is the independent champion, and a very happy man he is. See if we can have a quick word.
In the championship, third or second.
Dan Lloyd then on his way back to the pit lane. Dan, independent champion, well done. How does it feel?
Oh, amazing, yeah, God. That was, it was a very strange race doing it like that, but I knew the point situation and I knew what I needed to do, so I was just trying to be safe. Mikey was being mega aggressive, as you'd expect, but yeah, mega to bring it home. Thank you to all the support at home, all my sponsors, family, friends, it's just amazing, thank you.
You'll talk to me now, you're a champion, I notice. Well done, Dan, congratulations. Dan Lloyd then, independent champion, brings the car home, and an excellent job done. So the Restart Racing team taking the independent teams trophy and the independent drivers trophy, Dan Lloyd from Mikey Doble. But the Jack Sears trophy goes the way of Darrell de Leon. Overall teams, Napa Racing UK by 2 points from Team VERTU. Manufacturers though, Hyundai from Ford by 3 points. And it seems a long time ago that we had to worry about the driver standings. Tom Ingram takes the championship from Ash Sutton, and Dan Camish third, even though he didn't score ahead of Jake Hill and Dan Rowbottom, with Adam Morgan sixth. Darrell de Leon is the Jack Sears Trophy champion. for WSR, and a good job done by the BMW driver as he comes then now towards Hawthorne. And Tom Ingram, no pressure, celebrates a championship and another excellent season in the British Touring Car Championship for him and for Accelerate, the team behind Team VERTU that operates the cars. Celebrations were obvious at the end of race 2 for Tom, and if you like, there are official celebrations no doubt now from the team, and it's always a very special moment, the final race of the year. Jake Hill, of course, is about to say farewell to the British Touring Car Championship, and he makes his way down to the post-race technical checks, and a podium in his farewell day in the championship is a good result for the champion. It's been a tough year for him. It's been a tough year, in fairness, for the BMW drivers as a whole. Good days, not so good days, but Jake Hill taking third. So let's look at the results of this last race of the year. Josh Cook takes the title from Ash Sutton. Takes the race win, I should say, from Ash Sutton. Jake Hill finishing third and Gordon Shedden fourth. Aidan Moffat fifth, Tom Ingram, the champion, sixth from Adam Morgan. Dan Rowbottom eighth, Senna Proctor ninth, and Sam Osborne running out of that top 10. 11th, Dexter Patterson to win the independents. Good job done. Charles Rainford next ahead of Chris Smiley, then Daryl DeLeon and Mikey Doble. Max Buxton finishing 16th, just out of the points ahead of Nick Hamilton. Dan Lloyd 18th, but he wins the independent championship. Nick Halstead after a spin 19th. We lost Aaron Taylor-Smith, of course, with a problem. Dan Camish with damage. And Tom Chilton, also a retirement very early on after a difficult day for his Hyundai. So that is how the race resolved itself. In the championship, it's Tom Ingram. 42 points, the margin over Ash Sutton. Dan Camish third. Jake Hill's title defence nets fourth. Dan Rowbottom fifth, and Adam Morgan sixth. Tom Chilton seventh ahead of Charles Rainford. Gordon Shedden ninth, and Senna Proctor 10th, despite not doing the whole year. Not a bad effort at all. Dan Lloyd is your independence champion from Mikey Doble. Chris Smiley taking third ahead of Dexter Patterson, and Nick Hamilton in fifth. Daryl DeLeon takes the Jack Sears Trophy honours, only by 5 points in the end, though, from Charles Rainford. Sam Osborne third, and those top three all outright race winners. So, drivers making their way into the technical checks and then towards Parc Fermé. Josh Cook is a race winner at long, long last, it feels, Louise.
Absolutely, Josh. What a way to end what's been a pretty tricky season.
Yeah, it's the best way to end it, isn't it? But you know, that was a good race. We've had a lot of pace in the car all weekend, and obviously yesterday didn't go to plan. But we knew that we could fight back during the day, and there was a possibility that the win could happen. So really pleased for the whole IAA, Speedworks Toyota team. So chuffed, but obviously huge congratulations to Tom, our new champion, and obviously Ash as well for putting up a good fight all the way.
I was getting seen to deja vu there, because I feel like how many years has it been you and Ash fighting to get a win in the final race of the season? You got him this time, though.
Yeah, we were actually texting in the week about it. Maybe we could end up in a fight again like we did, but I just wanted to keep away from him because I could see he had strong pace, so I just hung on for dear life and tried to keep that gap.
Well, it worked out for him this time, didn't it? I love the fact that you two were having the conversation. I'm just saying, it is like deja vu, you two battling at the for the win in the last race.
We laughed and joked on, I think it was Friday, and said about, right, should we have a 19 or 18 or wherever it was all over again? I was like, yeah, why not? I was doing everything I can to put myself in that position, but I couldn't overcome the boost that he had over us. So, yeah, we had some awesome pace, a mega first lap. Obviously got ourselves in a right strong position, and I did everything I could. There was nothing left there.
It was an incredible first lap. I mean, you can't plan for those, can you? You've just got to launch it and keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, again, we've had a couple of decent starts in this car, and we've got it off the line really strong. And one of those was then, and we managed to obviously really cover off a big chunk of the grid in front of us, 4 or 5 places, got ourselves on the back of the soft cars, and then just had to chip away and pick up the pieces. But yeah, really pleased, mega for Napa Racing UK. I believe we picked up the teams.
You have, yeah, you have. You picked up the teams for Napa.
Yeah, it's obviously that's awesome. I know we wanted the manufacturers, but something didn't quite go right on track there, did it? So I'm not going to go into that, but it's great to still come away with the teams.
What a year it's been.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we would love to been in a different situation, but pleased with our performance. We're the only one that's been able to take it to Tom this year.
Well done, well done. Right, time for a final word. I had my final grid interview with him, but let's have a final overall word now with Jake Hill. He's absolutely where he wanted to finish, on the podium. You did it.
We got a podium. Yeah, isn't the win I wanted, but you know, last thing I wanted to do is to get into Aiden and risk losing him a podium. But you know, on the restart there, he was just struggling a bit, and I just wanted to get it done and just get on with it. You know, but unfortunately, I'd lost too much to the guys in front. I was pushing so hard, you know, to get back to him. I think we were pretty quick, but I just wasn't quick enough to get there. So gutted, but yeah, I can't believe it's done. You know, that's it, final one, and yeah, I can't thank Laser Tools Racing, MB Motorsport enough, West Surrey crew, everyone who's helped me along the way. It's been an emotional roller coaster.
You've bowed out with a classic race there, haven't you? Let the boys have this moment. And that's the man, actually, that you've been racing against for, what, 15 years?
Yeah, Tom has been with me from the start. You know, we started doing juniors together in 2008. And, you know, huge congratulations to Tom for getting his second title. You know, I know all too well how that feels, you know, so he deserves it. He's been fast all year. And, yeah, unfortunately, you know, neither me or Ash could really take it right to him. But, yeah, who knows? There might be another time at some point in the future.
But so many memories to take away.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I'm just a bit overwhelmed, to be honest, Lou, with how many good times we've had and all the emotions that I'm currently running through. But for now, I just want to enjoy this evening with my colleagues and you know, just sign out on a high.
It's been great working with you over the years, Jake.
Thank you, Lou.
Make sure you come back, won't you? Right, we're going to head off for a break. When we come back, we're going to be chatting to a few more champions.
VERTU races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
So after round 30 of the British Touring Car Championship, we have our winners. Of the Jack Sears Trophy, it's Daryl DeLeon. Of the Independents, it is Dan Lloyd. And then, of course, our British Touring Car Champion for 2025 is Tom Ingram. What a special, special day it has been, guys. I think we talked about it over the course of the season. It really was only going to be one man clinching the championship title, and it is Tom Ingram.
I think you can see what we love about the BTCC now, Nikki. This is such a special atmosphere, such a special day, such a long build-up. 30 races, you know, back in the day there used to be just 12. So the build-up to today, some would say it was inevitable that Tom Ingram was going to win, but he still had to get the job done, and he did it in absolute style. Great first race, and then obviously with the soft tyres he was able to go out and win race 2 in the championship in fine style. But yeah, he's put together a fantastic season, and I think getting that second championship is what he deserves.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, over the season he's been so consistent. You know, they're not far matched to him and Ash Sutton on wins and podiums, but when he hasn't been on the podium, he's still been right up there, which just shows that, you know, he really has not necessarily turned a corner, but this has just been the season for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of drivers will always say that they don't win a championship by how many wins they have. It's how they deal with the bad days. And Tom's just had one of those seasons where even on his bad day, it's not been that bad at all, you know, and he's just sat pretty every time, cashed in the points when he needed to. And as my dad would always say, it's the drive of a true champion as such, you know, just scoring at any chance he could. And yeah, fully deserved for Tom today.
Well, would you agree it was the drive of a true champion in the words of Mr. Edwards?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was just great. He had a great car underneath him. He drove well. He drove well all year. Someone did ask me on the internet who'd win out of Ash versus Tom in Hyundai. Well, literally, I would say they would probably go on level points.
It'd be a dead heat, wouldn't it?
It'd be a dead heat, yeah. They have been brilliant. The cream of the crop, like Tim always says. Brilliant.
Well, another driver who's been really brilliant to watch competing in the Jack Sears Trophy. He put up such a fight, particularly in that final round, is Dow DeLeon. He's catching up with Lou now.
Well, what a roller coaster day it's been, but it's ended with the trophy, the all-important Jack Sears Trophy. Congratulations.
I'm over the moon. Oh, that felt so good to cross the line. To be honest, I thought my hopes were over when my engine failed in race 1, and I had to, you know, DNS from pole, which was so unfortunate. But then managed to regain the lead in race 2. So that was a difficult race. We had a good battle, but I'm just so happy to become WSR's first ever Jack Sears winner. I'd like to thank all of WSR. I've learned so much this year as a driver, matured, and they're the best outfit. I love them so much. Thank you to everyone, Jenna Collins, my engineer, my whole family for supporting me. What a day it's been, oh my God.
And what a year it's been as well.
It's been a mega year. It's my first year in the rear-wheel drive BMW, and I've genuinely learned loads. I know I've done some rear-wheel drive before in the Radicals and the Porsches, but this, you know, touring cars is another level. I mean, I've genuinely been pushed to the limit so much by not only my team, my engineer, but the other drivers as well, because everyone fights for hundredths out there, and you just have to look at the quality time to see how close it is.
Enjoy the celebration.
I feel like I'm waffling on, but I just that is genuinely how I feel. I'm lost for words. Sorry.
Enjoy the celebrations, mate. Well done.
Oh, bless him. That's my interview of the season right there. I mean, he just can't quite believe his luck, can he? But he did, you know, he went from hero on pole position to 0 for not taking part in the race, and he's back up on in a hero position, and so well deserved him.
Yeah, it would have been good to have had a heart rate monitor on him all day, wouldn't it? It would have been crazy, but good for him. You know, he adapted to that car really well, and he has learned so much. And the expertise and the knowledge of West Surrey Racing and everything that they've achieved, and Colin Turkington in the team as well earlier helping out. He delivered from the first race of the year, didn't he, at the first meeting here at Brands, and he's carried on that form, and I think the trophy's actually taller than he is. It's a huge trophy, but it's well deserved.
It is, and just such an exciting moment for him, really, kind of at the start of this British touring car career.
Yeah, I mean, I firstly will say that, Daryl, you were waffling on, but if ever you were going to waffle, it'd be in this moment now. But he is honestly one of the nicest guys on the grid. He just gets his head down. You don't see him sort of getting distracted by much. He's obviously had the best opportunity this year with WSR, and he's really, really taken it all on board and just learnt as much as possible. And to see him today be rolled off of that P1 position, knowing what happened at Silverstone when he had a similar thing happen, you know, it's so good to be able to now see him smiling and relieved and happy that he's a Jack Sears champion, and like he said, the first one that WSR's ever had. So yeah, he's created history for that team as well today.
Yeah, exactly. And also he's massively matured. I mean, the learnings that you take from a season like this, particularly the maturity that he showed in the very final race. You know, he had Charles Rainford breathing down his neck, but he didn't sort of crack under the pressure.
Yeah, listen, as soon as he went to WSR BMW in the winter, I knew that he was going to be a superstar. He's been exceptional, and what I will say is we will probably look back at that interview in years to come, and he will probably, I think, be a champion of the British Touring Car Championship.
Is this another O'Neill prediction?
Well, I got the other one right about Tom Ingram when you two were like, I don't know. Roll up. There you go.
Well, safe to say, I think he and the team were very, very excited.
Have they been out shopping during the day there? They've just got their shopping bags.
Down to Blue Water.
Pop back for race 3.
Roy Cropper.
Well, another man who is enjoying plenty of celebrations is Dan Lloyd. He's with Lou now.
Oh, Dan Lloyd, independent drivers champion. What a day, what a year it's been.
Yeah, mental, as it always is, and I've never been in that sort of situation before, so it was a bit weird, but, you know, I'm just glad did a great job this morning, and second race holding on to it with the damage, and it was just about bringing it home. I knew the point situation. Mikey was trying to back me up, and I just wasn't going to try anything stupid, you know, so I just amazing. The team have done a mega job this year. Massive thank you to Pete Jones for the opportunity. I think, you know, a lot of people look at the Hyundai and think it's the same as the Accelerate, but we've started from scratch with that car, so it means a lot to win the drivers and the team's championship.
So what comes next? I mean, back for more next season, we hope.
Yeah. I tell you what, before Silverstone, I didn't know whether this was going to be my last season completely, and since winning at Silverstone and getting this, there's still chance. So a lot of hard work to do in the next few months, and I'd really love to come back and work with this team again and continue the momentum. But yeah, just big thanks to Chris for being a great teammate, and Mikey for obviously being a good competitor. So yeah, just over the moon.
Well done, brilliant result. Really happy for you.
Thank you. Cheers.
I mean, again, you know, Dan Lloyd, credit to him, because he had to put everything into today, because it was not going to be an easy day. You know, two other very competitive drivers also up for the independents, and to also top it off with the teams as well. Very nice.
Yeah, no one's worked harder than Dan Lloyd. You know, we know the obstacles he's had to overcome financially with engine failure earlier in the year. He works so hard for it. You know, these drives aren't just gifted. You can see what it meant to him just to get the opportunity with restart, make the most of it, pull in the money to make the wheels go round, and he's got his reward. And Jake Hill, I think, getting rewarded behind. But yeah, fantastic Independence Championship this year.
Yeah, it really has been. It is a very special moment that we've got to take note. You can see Jake Hill standing up on the podium, but very quickly, just a final reflection on Dan Lloyd before we get to the celebrations on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, basically echoing what Tim said, he's worked super hard. I said earlier that every inch of his car and every inch of his crash helmet is covered by sponsors, and it doesn't come easy to him financially to race in British touring cars, and this is the reward he always needed to give him that boost of motivation towards the next year.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Right, well, let's go and enjoy some podium celebrations and go to David Allison.
Nicky, thanks very much. We have the race presentation taking place. First of all, you can see the top three. We've got Jake Hill for third, Ash Sutton for second, and Josh Cook kind of being helped up onto the top steps. It's been a long time since he got there, so Ash making sure that he arrives in style. You've also got there Sam Osborne as the winner of the Jack Sears Trophy in the race, and you've also got Dexter Patterson as the winning independent, but Josh Cook raises the winner's trophy, and now the national anthem of the winning driver is played.
Josh Cook wins 30 of the 2025.
It is Josh Cook's day as far as the final race of the year is concerned, because he's on the top step after about 18 months, and Josh Cook celebrates with Ash Sutton, with Jake Hill, last year's champion, Dexter Patterson, the independent winner, Sam Osborne, the Jack Sears Trophy race winner, and Josh reminds himself how you deal with all of this champagne. Let's see who's going to be in the firing line. It looks as though he and Ash have both worked out a plan here, and the champagne is sprayed, some of it over Jake Hill, and Josh gets his own back now on Ash Sutton. It's been a really tough season for Josh, of course, on the sidelines for a meeting or two with the demise of One Motorsport from this year's championship, and we hope that Steve Dudman is in good health and he's going to come back with his team next year. Josh then being brought in as a driver coach for Max Buxton, and then taking over James Dorlin's seat and rounding out the year with a win for the team that he drove for last year, Speedworks Motorsport. And winning drivers then from the last race of the championship season make their way off the podium, and the next thing to come, of course, will be the champions presentation. And there is Tom Ingram, ready to be called forward. Alan Hyde is the British Touring Car Championships circuit commentator, and it's his voice you'll hear in a moment to bring forward the drivers.
For the 2025 Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. To make those presentations, would you please welcome the Chief Executive of TOCA and the BTCC, Alan Gow, onto the podium. Thank you, Alan. Makes his way onto the podium. And, of course, the first award that he will hand out is this historic trophy, the Champions Trophy. The 2025 Kwik Fit British Touring Car Champion is Tom Ingram.
A huge cheer and a huge smile for Tom Ingram, who first came into this paddock as a Ginetta Junior racer. He made his British Touring Car Championship debut in 2014, and it is going to be Jake Hill as last year's champion who is going to hand over the trophy. From one champion to another. They've raced together since Ginetta Junior days. They've raced together in touring cars. Tom Ingram is now a double champion. He has now taken 39 race wins in total. 6 victories were the aim this year. He's bettered that with 7. He's the Goodyear Wingfoot Award winner, and the 2022 champion is now the 2025 champion. His father Bruce applauds. It's been a tough season for the Ingram family, but it rounds out with Tom Ingram as British Touring Car Champion.
Well, what a celebration. The scenes here are incredible, an emotional one as well. But Tom Ingram lifts the silverware. Do join us after the break as we will be speaking to our 2025 British Touring Car Champion.
Races, maximum attack.
Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
we did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, hello, welcome back. You join us with our 2025 British Touring Car Champion, Tom Ingram. And he is holding a rather beautiful trophy. Your name's already in there once. It gets to go in there again. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you so much, and thank you so much. The support that I've had coming into this weekend has been nothing short of incredible, honestly, from the messages from Monday through from Instagram and all the social media, even emails, posts. The carrier pigeon was busy. It's been it's been absolutely amazing to witness, and to be part of it has been honestly just superb.
How does it compare to your win in 2022?
It feels better, if I'm honest. It feels because after a couple of years of missing out on, we won it in 2022, we came back in 2023, and Ash had that incredibly dominant year. So it's really difficult to try and bounce back. So to have overturned the sort of the advantage that Napa had in 23, and then to go again in 24, and then only expand on that in 2025. We've seen over the years that a beaten car and beaten teams and drivers tend to come back faster and hungrier than they have before. We were testing 2 weeks after the last round of last season. We left absolutely nothing unturned. So it's been emotionally everything we've got. It's physically everything we've got. It's probably more than we could ever afford to do as well. But we've had an absolutely fantastic time, and honestly, I've had the biggest smile on my face all of this year. I've just had such a fantastic time. That you're with your mates as well, and that's the lovely thing.
Tom, it was clear the work started very early for this year, and it'll start again tomorrow for next year, I know. Yeah. But the release of emotion on your face in the car, you hold it all in, don't you, during the year? You hold it all in. You try and give off the image of cool, calm and collected, but I know what it's like to get it across the line, and that was very clear to see and special this year.
I've tried to work on my poker face, but maybe it's not quite as good as I thought it was. Yeah, this weekend's been really tough. Obviously, emotionally, it's been a tough one, but it's been really difficult. It's the first time I've come into this final round of the season in the lead, so it's been a lot of pressure on me from that side, because everyone's sort of going, "Oh, don't mess it up." So it's almost that classic thing of rather than being the other way and being the sort of the hunter, you're the hunted. So every single time you look at it, and go, "Can't make a mistake here." If you lock up into paddock on a qualifying lap, it's all over. So there's so much pressure, there really, really is. But honestly, it's just that the amount of hard work, and I really, really can't stress how much has gone into it. We've left nothing on the table. It's going to take us a little while to get over this, I think.
I know Jade and Paul just want to say well done.
Yeah, I just
want
to ask, you've won it previously. You say that you've worked really hard as a team to put everything into it. Have you had to look into yourself to make sure you're doing the best you physically can as well?
Yeah, exactly that. As we all know here, this championship's so tough, and I think sometimes we all look at we all think as drivers we're great, don't we? It's always the car's fault. It's always an excuse. So I've made sure I've got everything ticked off from a driver's perspective as well. Matt, who's my data engineer, Spencer, the whole car crew have worked so hard to make sure that side of things is right. But the work that goes in from the driver side of it as well, we all look at it as to say, what can we find as a driver? I remember back to Alton Park, Matt and I, my data engineer Matt and I, we were trying to brake 30 centimetres later. We're trying to go into such minute details to try and find every little advantage we can. And it's just worked. It's very, very rare. As a driver, I think we can all relate. You have these lifetime moments that it's very rare that you ever get the car working at the same time as the engine, the chassis, the team, the drivers working. Everything comes together. It really feels like a once in a lifetime moment where literally everything has clicked and everything has just worked at the same time. Such a phenomenal experience, and that is full credit to everyone at Team VERTU. That's full credit to everybody, because it's been honestly just superb.
How important have your teammates been, mate? Because some weekends they have been proper stepping up.
Yeah, I think you're right, and you know what? I think that's something that I've maybe not had that over the years. And that's no disrespect to teammates I've had before. It's just that's, you know, we've maybe not quite had the car working together, and it's been the first time that I've been able to have the support from teammates. And honestly, that has been such a difference, such a difference. But as you'll have come in, you'll all have seen us at various stages over the season. We've laughed more this year, mostly
so have we.
Mostly at Tom Chilton. But we have just laughed all year round. We've just had a smile on our face, and we have, as a team, we've just had the best time, because you're with your mates. As I said before, you're just playing racing cars with your best mates. It's such a cool experience.
You really are living the dream and properly on cloud nine. So well deserved, Tom. We are going to send you on your way. We know we've got a team that are desperate to see you and enjoy some celebrations with you. So thank you so much for a great season of racing. We've loved watching every minute. Congratulations, our 2025 Touring Car champ, Tom Ingram. I mean, wow. Just very, very quickly, best moment of the season, what's it going to be?
Well, I think the lovely thing for me was 12 different winners, but 4 brand new winners, because that's a special thing in the history books.
Jade?
I think for me as well, I know how much this championship will mean to Tom after the last few years he's had, so he's stand out for me. But in this moment in time, my favourite thing is that Louise, who hates football, is getting chanted at with football chants directly behind her, so I'm quite enjoying watching her hate this moment.
Quickly.
I'm with Jade. I've loved it all year. No massive highlights, but just great. Listen to this crowd. This is brilliant. The fans have been amazing. It's been great.
Well, before we do say goodbye, should we have a quick reminder of what is going to be coming up? You can watch Extreme from Saudi Arabia, which will be up here shortly on ITV4 from 7 o'clock.